The terrain of Jinjixiang County is quite good. Plus, Shenghi's experience with the water detector from last time helped her find 2 water sources in just half a day. After climbing the mountain for a long time and feeling tired, Magistrate Wang took her back to the magistrate's residence and arranged for someone to serve her food. The Wang family's house is much more grand than Shenghi's. It has a large courtyard with 3 entrances and a connecting wing, and dozens of maids and servants to take care of everything. Although Jinjixiang County is also suffering from a drought, Magistrate Wang is wealthy and powerful. His family's rice, flour, and meat supplies have never run out, all brought from the northern region at high prices. Shenghi thought to herself, "Father, you're a magistrate too, but why are you so unsuccessful?" Magistrate Wang asked the maids to let Shenghi rest in the flower hall for a while he went to change into casual clothes. After dinner, he wanted to ask Shenghi about water source diversion. Magistrate Wang's son, Wang Jiai, didn't know visitors had arrived. He had just returned from school, tossed his book bag to the servant, and happily ran into his room carrying a pile of wood. The servants shook their heads. "Our young master isn't cut out for studying. All day long, he just likes to stay inside and tinker with broken wood." Wang Jiai didn't hear the servants' quiet gossip. As he hurried toward his courtyard, he suddenly saw a stunning beauty at the window of the flower hall. The woman had a delicate face, fair skin, and was drinking tea while looking at the garden. Her every gesture exuded a calm, cool, and dignified aura. Wang Jiai was stunned. He quietly whispered to the servant beside him, "Who is that girl? Who did she come to see?" The servant scratched his head, unsure. "It seems the master invited her. Anyway, she's not here to see you, young master." Wang Jiai glared at the servant in annoyance, then blushed like a monkey's and secretly kept looking at Shenghi's face, reluctant to leave. The young servant saw the young master hesitating and simply pushed him toward the windowsill. Then he cleared his throat loudly to get Shenghi's attention. "Young master, this is a distinguished guest invited by the master. Please at least say hello to this young lady," the servant said cheerfully, helping out. Wang Jiai almost exploded with anger. This little brat actually pushed him directly in front of the girl. He had just returned from school. Having gone through a day of learning, his hair was messy, his clothes wrinkled, and there was ink on his hands from writing. Meeting this girl like this, he felt his face as the proud eldest son of the Wang family was about to be lost. Shenghi was startled when the boy suddenly appeared at the window, but she quickly calmed down and smiled, nodding politely. "Greetings, young Master Wang. My name is Shenghi." Seeing Shenghi carry herself confidently, Wang Jiai steadied himself and bowed politely. "Miss He, it's a pleasure. May I ask why Miss He has come to our house? Are you a distant relative?" Shenghi shook her head with a smile. "I am from Wuchuan County. I know some methods to find water sources, and I came to help Magistrate Wang locate water in Jinjiang County." Wang Jiai had heard that Wuchuan County now had mountain springs for irrigation. He didn't expect Wuchuan to have such talented people, beautiful as a fairy and capable of finding water to help the people. He looked at Shenghi's shy gaze and felt a new sense of admiration. Shenghi's eyes fell on the pile of wood in Wang Jiai's hands. She couldn't help asking, "Young Master Wang, are you interested in Luban's locks?" Wang Jiai was surprised that Shenghi could recognize the wooden pieces as Luban's lock. He felt excited, but then shyly scratched his head. "I've been trying to open this Luban's lock for days, but I have no idea how," he admitted. Shenghi took the lock from him, examined it and smiled. "This is called a plum blossom lock. Each Luban's lock has a piece of wood as a key. Once you find the key, it's easy to open." She turned the lock in her hand, quickly found a loose piece of wood, and with a gentle push, the entire lock suddenly opened. While Wang Jiai was amazed, Shenghi skillfully reassembled the lock, making it look exactly the same as before, and handed it back to him. "Miss He, you're amazing," Wang Jiai said sincerely. In modern times, Shenghi also enjoyed studying ancient mechanical structures like this one. She had once researched them as a hobby, so unlocking this type of mechanism was not difficult for her. Seeing that Wang Jiai was very interested and quite quick to understand, she gave him a few pointers. Wang Jiayi was so fascinated that he couldn't bear to leave. He brought out a pile of wood from a house and happily talked with the young lady about his favorite things. When Magistrate Wang returned after changing his clothes, he saw his son wagging his tail like an eager puppy, asking Sheng He all sorts of questions while holding pieces of wood and trying to fit them together. The magistrate often felt helpless about his son. Though he himself was not only well-educated but also a scholar who had passed the imperial exams, his son was the complete opposite. Whenever he asked the boy to write an essay, it was as if he were asking for his life. He could barely come up with 3 lines after half a day. "All you ever do is play with that pile of useless wood," the magistrate scolded as he stepped into the hall, glaring at his son. "Miss He is an honored guest I invited from Wuchuan County. Stop bothering her with your junk and go back to your room to study." "Father, how many times have I told you? These are my treasures, not junk." Wang Jiayi protested loudly, standing up in anger. The magistrate's face darkened. He grabbed the feather duster from the wall, ready to strike. "You little rascal. Your teacher just complained to me that your head is full of nothing but wood. You're practically turning into one yourself. When I have time, I'll burn all of it to ashes. Father, if you burn my things, I'll run away and never come back." The two of them started chasing each other around the room, circling Sheng He as the place turned into chaos. Sheng He rubbed her forehead helplessly. "Enough. Please, both of you, listen to me." The servants were used to the father and son arguing like this, and no one could ever stop them. But to everyone's surprise, when Miss He raised her voice, they both actually stopped. Sheng He poured tea for them and spoke gently. "Magistrate Wang, young Master Wang is right. These pieces of wood are not junk. They are treasures left by our ancestors, full of wisdom. Look at these 2 pieces. Without nails or tools, they can fit together perfectly at the grooves, forming a strong bond that's hard to separate." First, Magistrate Wang saw the cleverness of the falcon structure and calmed down, glancing at his young son. Wang Jiao held his head high, looking proud. Sheng He then showed Magistrate Wang some interesting inventions made by Wang Jiao himself, a wooden box that only he could open, a bouncing wooden rabbit, and a wooden bridge model that wouldn't break even if stepped on. These things amazed Magistrate Wang, who realized his son knew skills he didn't. But Magistrate Wang sighed and said, "What use are these little tricks? They're just child's play, with no future." Hearing his father dismiss his favorite things, Wang Jiao's eyes dimmed. Sheng He didn't agree with Magistrate Wang's opinion. She said, "Woodworking skills are not just child's play. The imperial workshops, under the Ministry of Works, are full of talented officials who study civil engineering. They work on city walls, farms, and tools. These are very important for the country and the people." Magistrate Wang, success isn't only about studying books. As the saying goes, every trade has its master. If Wang Xiao has a passion and keeps at it, he will surely succeed. After hearing Sheng He's words, Magistrate Wang calmed down and looked at his son thoughtfully. He didn't fully believe others, but Miss He was a remarkable girl who could find water sources in deep mountains. If she said his son could do it, maybe he really could make something of himself with wood. Meanwhile, Wang Jiao listened to Sheng He's gentle yet firm words and almost started to cry. For years, many people mocked him as a fool who only played with wood. But now, someone finally understood, encouraged, and believed in him. Could this Miss He be an angel sent from heaven? Otherwise, how could she be so beautiful and kind? Although Miss He makes sense, you must not be too proud or neglect your studies. When you have free time, work on your wood projects. Do you hear me? Magistrate Wang was a strict father. He still hoped his son would pass the exams and become an official. When Wang Jiao heard his father officially approve of his woodworking, he almost jumped for joy. County Magistrate Wang no longer paid attention to his son. Instead, he said to Sheng He, "Miss Sheng, after we dig the water source, we also want to use bamboo to guide the water into the land. However, we lack experience, so we might need you to teach us." Sheng He nodded. Using bamboo to guide water requires connecting 2 split bamboo pieces and matching the terrain and the flow of water. It's not an easy task. Sheng He and County Magistrate Wang spread out a map to discuss how to bring water. Originally, Wang Jiai was about to leave, but when he heard this topic, he suddenly stopped, his eyes shining. "Father, can I help with building the water channel?" County Magistrate Wang instinctively thought his son's words were nonsense and wanted to wave him away. But Sheng He was very open-minded and said, "Of course, maybe you have better ideas." County Magistrate Wang then held back his words and said to his son, "That's right. If you can really make something good to help the people, I will consider it a great achievement and give you a big reward." Hearing this, Wang Jiai became even more excited. He memorized the terrain and some numbers from the map and then hurried back to his room to think hard. Actually, County Magistrate Wang didn't take his son's words seriously. A young boy couldn't come up with any good ideas. He just didn't want to discourage his enthusiasm. He continued discussing the water channel project with Sheng He. Sheng He was looking forward to what the young master of the Wang family might suggest as a more convenient method. In the evening, Sheng He rode home in a carriage arranged specially by County Magistrate Wang. He hurried but still caught up with Cough Cough, who was also riding an ox cart home. Mother and daughter met under the big locust tree, exchanged smiles, and held hands as they entered the house. Lu Chuanxing was lying in her favorite rocking chair, crossing her legs. When she saw Sheng He, she immediately sat up straight and greeted her innocently. "Miss Sheng, you're finally back. The meals are ready as you instructed before you left. There's fragrant crispy duck, carp soup, and a stir-fried vegetable. I worked all day today." Just as Lu Chuanxing wanted to flatter her, Sheng He directly handed her the coat she had taken off and said, "I'm hungry. Serve the dishes on the table. Let's eat." Lu Chuanxing was speechless. Did she really treat her like a servant? Ingshi also felt unhappy but dared not offend Sheng He, since they now relied on Sheng He for their food and expenses. She was afraid that Sheng He, this crazy girl, would get upset and flip the table, causing her and Sister Chuanxing to go hungry in the cold wind. Sheng He didn't like eating with these three people at the same table, especially Lu Genmiao, who was always sniffling and dirty and liked to eat with his hands, making it hard to swallow. Sheng He brought a simple clay bowl and divided some food for them, telling them to go eat on the side. Mrs. Xiang looked at the meat in the bowl and said unhappily, "Young Miss He, what do you mean? We've worked all day, and why do you keep the duck legs and wings for yourself? We only get a few pieces of meat and bones." Sheng He smiled slightly and said, "Grandmother, I heard that when you were in the countryside, my father gave you a good amount of money every month. You often went to buy fresh chickens and ducks from others, right? If you like meat so much, you might as well go back home. I'm a bit stingy. I worry about money when the whole family eats. If you don't want to eat these bones and meat, just put them back. No waste." As she spoke, Sheng He gathered all the meat back into the bowl, not leaving a single piece. Mrs. Xiang's face changed. That girl was trying every trick to make her go back. But she wouldn't go. Chuanxing was right. Now her son's family was quite wealthy, living a good life, and the location in town was convenient. She didn't want to go back. Sheng He was just pretending to be poor, but they couldn't even finish the plain rice at home. Mrs. Xiang protected the remaining vegetables in the bowl and moved them aside to eat with Lu Chuanxing and her brother. "Zai Zai, eat more. This Christian carp soup is nutritious." Sheng He scooped a big spoonful of thick fish soup into a small bowl for Zhua Zhua. Zhua obediently drank the soup. Since his mother's temper changed, he had been eating delicious meals every day. He had grown taller and stronger recently, and his mother even said she would make him a few new clothes. "Mom, I studied hard today too. Mr. Xie praised me and said I made progress," Zhua said happily, his eyes shining as he shared his little joy with his mother. Sheng He was never stingy with praise for children. She gave a thumbs up and said, "My little Zai Zai is amazing. In a few days, a new teacher will come to Wuchuan County, and then we can build a school just for Wuchuan County so more children can study and improve together." "Really? Then Dacheng, Tsue, and Taizhu can also study and write with me." Zhuozhuo was happy for his friends. They will be so excited and probably roll around on the ground again. Sheng He rubbed her forehead. Rolling on the ground was so dirty, Clearly, the first thing to teach the children after they start school is to keep clean. Luckily, her little one loved cleanliness. Every day after school, his face and hands were still soft and fair, and his clothes stayed neat and tidy. Mother and son happily ate together while talking about building a school for the children. Their conversation was overheard by Lu Chuanxing and Madame Xiang, who were eating outside. Building a school for the children to study. The two women looked at Lu Genmiao, who was eating greedily. Chuanxing, why don't we send Genmiao to study at the school too? Madame Xiang suggested. A boy must study to have a good future. Look at my son, he's a county magistrate now. So impressive. If Genmiao earns a title one day, we won't have to worry about that Shenghe girl anymore. Lu Chuanxing glanced at Lu Genmiao and remembered her dream. Her younger brother dressed in fine clothes, looking like a well-educated man. Lu Chuanxing thought for a moment. You're right. My brother will have a bright future, and he must study. But Shenghe's so-called school? I won't send him there. Real academies have history and tradition. What can Shenghe, a woman, possibly teach? Only these simple villagers would believe her nonsense and rush to hand their children over to her. Madame Xiang nodded in agreement, frowning as she looked at Lu Genmiao. But Chuanxing, there's no other school in Wuchuan County. What should we do? Every time I see Shenghe's boy, Sheng Yinzhu, riding the ox cart to school, I get anxious. He's the same age as our Genmiao. We can't let him fall behind. Lu Chuanxing gave a proud hum and patted her brother's head. Don't worry, Grandma. When I traveled from the south to Hezhou, I met an old scholar. He was very famous, with students from all over the land who came just to study under him. One day, I helped him with a small matter, and he was very grateful. In his free time, he even taught Genmiao to read and write. Madame Xiang's face lit up with joy. Oh. So our Genmiao has already studied under a great teacher? That's wonderful. Only you, Chuanxing, could have such good fortune. Li Chuanxing smiled shyly and said, although I only traveled with that old teacher for a few days, I believe Genmiao must have learned many good things. Sheng Yinzhou spends every day studying with a poor scholar, but compared to my brother Genmiao, he's still far behind. By the way, that old teacher also praised Genmiao very highly before he left. Mrs. Xiang was very curious and asked, oh? What did he say? Li Chuanxing thought carefully and replied, it seems he said something like, a rotten wood cannot be carved. What? Rotten wood can't be carved? Mrs. Xiang spat out her bone. What does that mean? Does it mean our Genmiao is as tough as wood and can't be broken? Li Chuanxing didn't really understand what the old teacher's fancy words meant, but since the teacher spoke slowly and calmly, she thought his praise of Genmiao must be good words. Li Chuanxing was very proud. Her brother Genmiao, being praised by his sister and Mrs. Xiang, also felt proud. He ate his meal while shaking his head and singing, goose, 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 singing to the sky, white feathers, but he forgot the rest of the song halfway through, so he just buried his head in his food to hide his embarrassment. Li Chuanxing was also thinking, my brother's talent is so good, I can't let it go to waste. He should go to a better school in another county. He shouldn't stay with a bunch of unworldly poor kids. That would ruin him. She was most afraid that her brother would pick up a lot of poverty and dirt, and then how could she let that noble young man believe that her brother was the long-lost little prince? The next morning, the carriage from Jinjixiang County stopped steadily at the gate of Sheng's house. Shenghe, familiar with the way, stepped out and headed straight to Wang County Magistrate's house. Yesterday was just about finding water sources, but today's task was to personally guide them on how to use bamboo to bring water and to determine the best route for bringing water down the mountain. But halfway through, Magistrate Wang frowned and asked, using thick bamboo for pipes and thin bamboo for supports. Shenghe nodded. Yes, thin bamboo is flexible and inexpensive, making it the best choice for supports. Other types of wood could also be used, depending on Magistrate Wang's decision. Magistrate Wang looked worried. These days, with dry weather, wood gets dried out and brittle from the sun. It's good enough for firewood and cooking. Using thin bamboo. Our bamboo forests in Jinjixiang County aren't large, and I'm afraid we can't supply enough. At that moment, Wang Jia excitedly pushed open the door curtain and ran inside. "Father, I heard Miss He came again to discuss the waterway project with you." Wang County Magistrate wanted to chase away his son but noticed the dark circles under his eyes. He asked, "You little rascal, did you sneak out to steal cattle last night? Did you sleep at all?" Wang Jia chuckled and walked up to his father, holding out a stack of drawings and 2 split bamboo sticks. "Father, I thought about those problems you mentioned earlier. I studied all night, and maybe I can help solve some of them." "Go away, what do you know? Don't cause trouble here. What time is it? Hurry up and go to school," Wang County Magistrate said impatiently. Sheng He had already taken the drawings and was studying them carefully. After a while, her eyes brightened. Not bad. Using a jointing technique combined with ropes to connect and secure the bamboo is a good idea. Wang County Magistrate paused and also leaned over to look at the drawings. "Young Master Wang, just use the bamboo sticks to demonstrate for your father," Sheng He said softly. Hearing this, Wang Jia immediately connected 2 bamboo sticks. The 2 sticks, nearly 3 meters long when joined, were supported by just 2 thin bamboo poles, making the structure stable and firm. Normally, 5 or 6 supports would be needed, so this method greatly saved costs. Wang County Magistrate's usually stern face unconsciously broke into a smile, and his eyes shone with approval. He pretended to be calm and said to Sheng He, "Well, this kid has been with me since he was little, and his mind is quite sharp." Wang Jia pouted but reluctantly accepted his father's first compliment. Then he puffed up his chest and said, "Father, there's more. Look, the connected bamboo joints can still be adjusted for different angles." Wang County Magistrate leaned in to look and saw that it was true. This meant that whether there was gentle or steep, the water could flow smoothly without obstruction. "Ha ha ha, excellent." Wang County Magistrate couldn't help but laugh. He ordered the servants, "Quickly find our county's master and the chief clerk. Let them see if my son's method works." Wang County Magistrate straightened his clothes. This was a great chance to show off his son, and he couldn't miss it. Wang Jia instinctively looked at Sheng He. Seeing her smiling at him, his face suddenly flushed. He and Miss He were also watching me, still smiling at me. Does she also? Wang Jia's heart was pounding. Meanwhile, Sheng He kept smiling, but inside she was thinking, this young man really has some skills. When it's time to invent new farming tools or build houses, I'll ask him. Maybe I can get a good deal. Wang Jia's method of connecting bamboo segments was approved by the officials at the county office. The water project was urgent, so County Magistrate Wang immediately stopped the workers from building. The people of Jinjixian were very happy when they heard about finding water. It was like celebrating a big festival. But when they learned that Miss He from Wuchuan County helped, they couldn't smile anymore. It was so awkward. They had always looked down on the poor and simple people of Wuchuan County, feeling superior all the time. But these people didn't mind and even saved their lives. Look at their big heart. Most of Wuchuan County's people felt embarrassed now. When they saw people from Wuchuan on the street, they showed kind smiles. Except for some families like the Ma family who had a big grudge against Zhou and Sheng He because of a trap. Ma Dehai's mother and some uncles still looked angry and stubborn. They also heard Sheng He's name and felt angry. They cursed loudly. Bah! That little troublemaker is helping us find water? She doesn't know anything. You're all being fooled by those sneaky poor folks. The court already said it's going to rain soon. That girl isn't helping us. She's just trying to torment us. Our Ma family won't have many children anyway. If you want to build a waterway, go ahead. We're not fools wasting our effort. People listened to the Ma family's words and looked at them like they were fools. Some even secretly told the county magistrate. Magistrate Wang was furious when he heard this. He had finally managed to bring Miss He, a lucky star, into his good graces. Now there were troublemakers. He punished the Ma family members who spread rumors, and they finally shut up. Sheng He's effort to find water for Jinjixian also reached the ears of County Magistrate Yin Defa of Datong County. Yin Defa was so angry he smashed a blue porcelain cup on the spot. This is outrageous. The great Wang County Magistrate of Jinjixian is bowing so low to ask an ignorant girl for help. This is a disgrace for us officials. Master Du, being very perceptive, called over 2 maids to clean up the broken teacup and summoned a gentle, kind maid to soothe Lord Yin's anger. Sir, in Datong County, we are a neighboring county of Hezhou. Technically, besides the governor, you are the most important person in Hezhou. Other county officials listen to your words. Only County Magistrate Wang, that sly old fox, has formed a brotherly alliance with Wuchuan County. It's just shameful and treacherous. Yin Defa angrily cursed. Wang Qinglai is really disrespectful to me. He blames Sheng He and still associates with him. Isn't that just slapping my face? He's developing business in the county and diverting water through waterways. Is he trying to surpass our Datong County? That's just wishful thinking. Master Du also snorted coldly. Not only Wang Qinglai is dreaming. This time, Sheng He helped him bring in water channels, asking for no gold or silver in return, only 5 talented scholars, claiming they want to establish a county school. County school? Lord Yin raised his eyebrows and sneered. In such a small place like Wuchuan County, they want to open a county school? Are they dreaming? The master said. Sir, I'm just worried these small fish and shrimps might cause trouble. We can't find any evidence against Wang Qinglai right now, but it's easy to teach Sheng He's ignorant daughter a lesson. Officially opening a county school and enrolling students requires the governor's approval. We should prepare early, use this opportunity to torment Sheng He and make her suffer. If the governor doesn't approve, Sheng He will have to go through channels and connections, and she'll be frantic. Eventually, she'll come to you, sir, to speak well of us to the governor, asking for leniency. This way, Sheng He will be completely in our hands. She won't dare go west if she's been humiliated enough. Once she's had enough, we can kick her out. Helping her is impossible anyway. Lord Yin, imagining Sheng He begging for mercy, felt secretly pleased. He stroked his beard and ordered, Last year, I acquired a fine piece of coral red stone. Have someone wrap it up and send it to the governor. Also, tell the governor in detail about Sheng He, a woman stirring trouble outside and interfering in county affairs. The waterway construction in Jinjixian went very smoothly. Sheng He also arranged jobs for the 5 talented scholars, discussed their salaries, and only needed to have them start teaching children to read. One day, Sheng He asked Sheng Ziyuan for the official permission to establish a county school. His father looked very disappointed and said, Child, the officials won't approve it. They say our county is struggling just to meet basic needs, so the idea of children learning to read is pointless. Sheng He calmly took a sip of tea and replied, All right then. Let's just open a simple school for now, enough to give the children basic lessons. If any child shows special talent, we can send them to Jinjixian for the local exams. It might be a bit troublesome, but it won't affect their chances of success. Also, because we are helping Jinjixian find water sources, our 2 counties are getting closer. I believe the people in Jinjixian won't dare to bully our children anymore. Sheng Ziyuan thought his daughter would be furious and want to argue with the officials face to face. But she didn't seem to care about this at all. She calmly analyzed the pros and cons, feeling guilty. Sheng Ziyuan sighed. It's all my fault. Other county officials visit the officials during festivals and show respect, but I've never done that. Maybe this time we should make some effort to soften the officials' hearts. Sheng Ziyuan was naturally a gentle person who preferred to keep peace. No need. Sheng He quickly refused without hesitation. Since the last time the officials gave us fewer seeds, I saw that their hearts are already elsewhere. And why should we flatter officials who only think about taking from us? No matter how much money we give, their greed won't be satisfied. Why should we lower ourselves to please them? If they say we can't do something, then we just listen and do nothing. I don't want some scheming people to take advantage of us. When you fall down, stay down. No one can make her beg for help. Sheng Ziyuan was stunned. There's a way like that? Shouldn't we try to struggle a bit? Sheng He smiled slightly. Whether we struggle or not, the outcome is the same. So why bother wasting effort? Sheng Ziyuan hesitated and said, maybe you're right. That really is the truth. With Sheng He's words, Sheng Ziyuan finally relaxed and decided to accept the situation confidently. A few days later, Magistrate Zhou and Indefo were enjoying tea and playing chess. They happened to mention Shenghe. Magistrate Zhou smiled proudly and said, "That embarrassing Shenghe is finally not able to make a fuss anymore. Without my approval, she can't set up a county school. How about now?" Are they panicking like ants on a hot pan, trying to persuade me to be lenient? Hearing this, Indefo looked disgusted, his face turning pale. "Your Excellency, Shenghe has indeed given up on opening a county school, but she is not worried. She simply took a step back and started a school instead." Magistrate Zhou's face changed. He said angrily, "What? She just decided not to do it anymore. Shouldn't they be bringing gifts, bowing politely and begging for his understanding? If they are so obedient, how can he show his authority as magistrate?" It felt like hitting cotton, nothing at all. He slammed a chess piece onto the board, frowning. "This is outrageous. They're just playing with me." Indefo, disappointed that Shenghe and her father seemed to be making things difficult, continued to stir trouble. "Your Excellency, Shenghe Yuan has never taken you seriously. Out of all the county officials, he is the most stingy. He used to pretend to be poor and unable to support you, but now everyone knows Shenghe is running a business. I heard she's even recruiting people to form a trading team. Their family is still as tight as ever." Hearing this, Magistrate Zhou was so angry he almost knocked over the chessboard. His eyes were full of disgust, and he hated the Sheng family even more. Shenghe didn't care if others were happy or not. She was busy setting up the school. She gathered some village chiefs and elders to discuss. They decided to use an abandoned temple in Zar village as the school. Village Chief Chun from Zar promised, "Although Zar village is remote, it's the quietest place for children to study. I can't speak for other villages, but I promise that children from nearby villages won't suffer here. No matter what happens in the village, our children come first." Chief Chun was honest and had helped Shenghe find a waterway. He had gone from an unknown, poor village chief to someone everyone respected. "Good, Chief Chun, with your words, everyone feels reassured." Lu Lijing nodded. "And I heard that Miss He's son is also in your village, studying with a Mr. Xie." Chief Chun chuckled. "That's right. Mr. Xie teaches carefully. Not only has he made the child Zhao polite and sensible, but he also helps the village kids. My grandson can even write my name now." Chief Chun looked proud, and other village chiefs envied him. "My child still chases chickens and dogs at home every day, or rolls on the ground. If he could also learn to read and write, he would be much more sensible. Since we came to Zhao village, I felt things were different. These children are all clean and tidy, walk and talk more steadily than usual kids, and even smile and say hello when they see people. It shows that studying is really important. We can't let our children stay illiterate like us, still uneducated farmers." Hearing everyone's support and encouragement, Chief Chun and Shenghe exchanged smiles. Only the chief of Dashi village looked at Chief Chun with a slight frown, seeming a bit unhappy. In the past, Zhao village was the poorest in Danchuan County, and Dashi village was second to last. Now, it seems Zhao village has found some way to please the county's daughter, and benefits are flowing to their village. Isn't this pushing their Dashi village to the bottom? But he dared not speak out loud, only watching helplessly as the school was planned to be built in Zhao village. After everyone decided on the school, they each went back to their villages to do their own work. Chief Chun picked some strong men to clean the broken temple, planning to have a decent school for the children in 5 days. "Miss He, thank you so much. You've done a great thing for our county." An elderly person held Shenghe's hand tightly, crying and laughing. Being able to read and write gives the children hope. Maybe one day, their family's ancestors' graves will smoke, and someone in the family will become a successful scholar. Shenghe knew that in ancient times, the imperial exams were the best way to change one's fate, but not many families had the chance to learn. They treasured such opportunities. She thought for a moment and softly said, "As long as we take one step at a time, life will get better. Studying requires effort and a bit of talent. You can't force everything. My goal in running the school is to help children become wise and polite, not to pressure every child to become a top scholar." Shunhee is worried that parents have too high expectations and force their children to study hard. The old man nods and says, Miss He, you're right. Everyone has their own destiny. I'll talk to the villagers about this. Shunhee smiles and nods. Soon it's afternoon, and in about an hour, Cuckoo will finish school and come home. There's nothing urgent at home. The chores like washing clothes and cooking are arranged for Mrs. Xiang and Lu Chunqing. With Aunt Ho-Hot and little Fu watching, they can't cause any trouble. Shunhee wants to bring her little one home too. Since Xie Xian became the village teacher, she can't squeeze into the small grass hut with He Jinhua anymore. First, because boys and girls should be separated, and second, there isn't enough space. So one small hut became two, and they became neighbors, still helping each other. Shunhee quietly stands near Xie Xian's hut and hears children reading inside. She looks carefully and exclaims, Wow! My little one is still the class leader. Cuckoo is standing confidently at the front, reading aloud with the children, his serious eyes scanning the crowd below. 7 or 8 children sit on the ground, obediently following Cuckoo's reading, their mouths wide open. No one dares to slack off. Xie Xian watches his diligent little students, smiles slightly, and continues grading his homework. The children write with fine charcoal, and the rough paper is exchanged from others for copying books. They know their teacher is busy, so they study very seriously and don't waste paper. Shunhee suddenly remembers, with many brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones in the space, why did she forget to bring them out? She even asks Xie Xian to supply more. That's not right. Just as she's feeling annoyed, she hears a quiet, happy call behind her. Miss He, why are you in Zaoer village? Is it about choosing a site for the school? He Jinhua, just back from outside, lowers her voice to speak with Shunhee. Xie Xian is teaching the children, so she doesn't want to disturb them loudly. Shunhee turns her head and sees Jinhua's younger sister returning. She smiles happily and takes her hand. Yes, I wanted to come to your house to talk, but I didn't see you. So, I came to see the children read. What have you been busy with lately? Are you doing well? Miss He, I was the one you saved. Thanks to you, I can't have a bad life. Jinhua has long considered Shunhee like her own sister. She hasn't seen her in a while and misses her very much. Her eyes sparkle when she looks at her. Jinhua secretly pulls Shunhee into her small kitchen. Miss He, weren't you asking what I've been busy with lately? Here, try this. Try what? Shunhee was amused and chuckled. Jinhua lifts the lid of a pot, and a strong, delicious aroma wafts out. She is instantly surprised. This smells so good. Is this braised food? Shunhee's craving is instantly sparked. Jinhua, did you make this? Jinhua uses chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised meat and feeds it to Shunhee, smiling. Taste it and see how it is. Shunhee bites down and a fresh, spicy, and flavorful taste floods her mouth. The rich sauce makes it impossible to stop eating. Emma. So delicious. He can't help but give a thumbs up. Jinhua, I didn't know you had such good skills. Seeing Shunhee likes it, Jinhua fills a large ceramic bowl with more braised food. Inside are shiitake mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, cilantro, and a few seasonal vegetables. Take this home to add some flavor to your family, Jinhua says proudly. This sauce is a secret recipe passed down from my mother. I may not be the best at everything, but my cooking skills are top-notch. Lately, Jinhua has been thinking about making a living. She gritted her teeth and sold 2 wild chickens from her family, bought spices in town, and cooked the sauce. All these dishes are either grown by her or wild game from the mountains. Though simple, they are tasty. She sells them in various towns and alleys, and her sales are decent. She can earn about 20 coins a day, which makes her happy. When Shunhee hears that Jinhua plans to sell these dishes, she quickly tries to return a big bowl of braised food. This is for earning money. I can't just eat it for free, Jinhua pouts. Miss He, how can you just eat for free? You like my braised food, and I think it's worth it. Plus, all these seasonal vegetables are from your seeds. Without you, I wouldn't have this business. If you don't accept, I'd feel really bad. Shunhee accepted the marinated dishes with a bright smile. When Jojo comes to study tomorrow, I'll ask him to bring the bowl back to you.
All right.
Manhwa replied cheerfully and went back to preparing the dishes she would marinate the next day. He crouched down to help her fold the vegetables. Manhwa, with your great cooking skills, why don't you work at a restaurant or an inn? You'd earn much more than from your small business, and the pay would be steady. Manhwa sighed. I've already asked around. Restaurants and inns don't hire women, and I'm not a top chef, so they wouldn't take me. He thought for a moment. If the restaurants in town won't hire you, have you tried talking to the people in the village who prepare food for banquets? They usually need skilled women to help. Manhwa was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. Oh my! How did I not think of that? Working at village banquets didn't pay as much as in restaurants, but it was still a good option and much easier than carrying marinated food around the streets. While Manhwa was still overjoyed, He noticed it was almost time for Zhou to finish school, so she picked up the marinated dishes and left. He never took food for free. As before, she quietly placed about 10 wild eggs in Manhwa's pile of firewood, and a few wild birds flew into the house. Just as He stepped out, Manhwa's delighted voice came from inside. Miss He is truly a lucky star. Heaven bless her. As the sun set, Lu Lijing returned home slowly on his ox cart after discussing the location for the new school with the villagers. Father-in-law, where did you go again? Was it that He calling you over? As soon as second aunt saw her father-in-law come back empty-handed, she guessed he had been called by He for another meeting. Before she could finish, Lu Lijing flicked her forehead sharply. What nonsense are you saying? Watch your mouth. She worked hard to find us a water source, and now she's helping build a school for the children. She's like a living saint. If you keep talking like that, you'll bring bad luck on yourself. Second aunt was unhappy, but seeing that her father-in-law was truly angry, she pouted and didn't dare say another word against He. What? She's really building a school? Where did she get that kind of money? She's not planning to take it from us, is she? Father-in-law, we can't let our family's money be used up. I still need it to raise my grandson. Aunt Erlin daydreamed foolishly. And my grandson can't go to Xinghe's broken school in the future. With her bad character, what kind of person will she raise my grandson to be? My eldest grandson must be successful. He should study at a big academy and take the imperial exam to bring honor to our family. Lu Lijing glanced at Aunt Erlin and said, You and your foolish son are both not thinking clearly. Our second son is simple-minded all day long. It's hard for him to find a wife, let alone have a grandson. Who will have children for him? He sighed and thought to himself, This is truly a tragedy. Lu Lijing sighed, then dragged his tired body back to his own house. Aunt Erlin stomped angrily and turned to walk toward the abandoned cattle pen of the Lu family. The cattle pen had a simple roof made of dry grass. After Aunt Erlin brought back the Chi family mother and daughter, she arranged for them to stay there. At first, Chi's mother and daughter didn't want to stay, but later, with nowhere else to go, they reluctantly stayed. At least Aunt Erlin would occasionally bring food. Chi's wife had a miscarriage of her pregnancy and was now weak. Her daughter, Leah, needed to work outside to earn money and also take care of her mother. Life was so hard that she cried every day. In the past, at Sheng's family, she was the most respectable girl in Shangchuan County, waited on hand and foot, and ate what was served. How could she have suffered such hardship? Now, her heart was full of regret. She dreamed of lying again on Sheng's family's bed. She was cooking wild vegetable soup when she saw Aunt Erlin walking over, twisting her body. Aunt Erlin was holding half a bowl of stir-fried meat. Leah, from afar, smelled the aroma and was happy. She hurried to greet her. Auntie, why did you bring meat? Is it for me and my mother? That's so kind of you. Of course it's for you too. Take it and eat. Today is a good day, and I want to add some dishes for you, Aunt Erlin said, handing over the bowl. Leah was surprised and happy. She didn't expect Aunt Erlin to be so generous. Before, she only brought some wild vegetables or small homegrown vegetables, usually just mixed with pork fat. Curious, Leah asked, Auntie, what good day is today? Aunt Erlin grinned, showing a row of yellowed teeth. Today is the day you and our second son, Erlin, get engaged. Hearing this, Leah was stunned in place. Engagement? With Lou Erlin? Auntie, what nonsense are you talking about? I can't understand you. After saying that, she quickly returned the meat bowl to second aunt. No, no, no. Auntie, you must be mistaken. I won't eat meat anymore. Here, take your meat back. A picture of Lou Erling's greasy, ugly face appeared in her mind, making Leah feel so sick she couldn't eat. Forget about marriage for now. Just thinking about being connected to Lou Erling makes her lose her appetite for 3 days. Second aunt's words reached Chi, who was lying in bed. She struggled to sit up, leaning on the wall, and shouted angrily. Second aunt, what do you mean? My daughter can marry whoever I say. I tell you, Lou Erling is not suitable for her. Lou Erling is just a simpleton. How could he be a match for her daughter? Seeing the mother and daughter firmly oppose her, second aunt's anger flared up. What do you mean? Don't you see whose land you're living on? What do you have to pick from? Right now, you're broke and homeless. My son is the eldest grandson of the town's official. Marrying Leah is a huge advantage for you too. If you're still not willing, then get out of my cowshed, you. She was furious. She wanted to rush forward and tear second aunt's mouth apart, but after her miscarriage, she was too weak and her belly still hurt badly.
Mom.
Go back inside and rest. Don't cause trouble. Seeing Chi's pale face, Leah was so frightened she started crying and helped her mother back.
See that?
Once your mother leaves my cowshed, she won't survive. Whether you like it or not, you have to marry my son. Second aunt first warned fiercely, then softened her tone and tempted her. If you marry my son, your family will be connected to ours. We won't interfere with each other's affairs. Later, you can move into the house openly, and I can take care of your mother. Leah, I'm doing this to help you. Think carefully. Does what I say make sense? Leah swayed, finally understanding. That day, second aunt had welcomed her and her mother so warmly, but it wasn't out of kindness. This old woman had been planning from the start to force her to marry her son. She needed the cowshed to rest and recover. Leah couldn't ignore her mother's life and death. She had no choice. Leah cried sadly for a while, then seemed to make a firm decision. She closed her eyes and bravely said to second sister-in-law, Please don't chase me and my mother away. I am willing to marry Lou Erling. Oh, my good daughter-in-law, second sister-in-law happily said. Later, I will find a good day to set a wedding date and give you and Erling a big celebration. We'll make it a grand occasion. When Leah heard this, her stomach churned, but second sister-in-law kept talking happily. There's something I need to tell you first. Our Lou family is a respectable family. You need to have 3 or 4 big, healthy boys for me. It's best if you also have 2 or 3 daughters, so they can help take care of the family when they grow up. By the way, you and your mother are so poor that you're almost begging for food. You probably don't have any bride price left, so we won't give you a dowry. Just having a wedding celebration for you two is enough. Leah clenched her teeth, feeling both angry and amused. It was like they were just giving her a pig that only produces piglets. Second sister-in-law thought for a moment, then pretended to be generous. She took off a copper ring she had worn for many years and handed it to Leah. Dear daughter-in-law, I can't give you more. Keep this as a token of good luck. You can also keep half a bowl of meat to eat. I need to tell Erling this good news quickly, so he can be happy too. Next time, he'll come to see you. After saying that, she happily ran into the house. Leah stood stiffly outside the cowshed as the sky darkened and grew heavy. Suddenly, she threw the greasy, dark ring that second sister-in-law had worn onto the ground with force. She cried out loud and ran into the cowshed, trembling in Chi's arms. It's all my fault for dragging you down, mother.
I'm sorry.
I might as well just die, Chi cried, holding her daughter and sobbing. Leah wiped her tears and finally calmed down a little. She comforted Chi. Mother, don't be upset. Tomorrow I will go find Brother Qinglin. He likes me so much. He won't want me to marry that foolish Erling. Chi's eyes finally showed a glimmer of hope. Yes, you still have Qinglin. In the past, we used Sheng family's money to support his studies. We cared for him so much. He's a kind and understanding person. He will remember our kindness." Thinking of Lu Qinglin's gentle and caring way toward her in the past, Leah couldn't help but blush. She had gone through so many changes recently. Although she missed him deeply, she felt shy to go find him. It's been so long since we last met. Brother Qinglin must miss her very much, right? The next day, Leah woke up early. She fetched some water and carefully washed her face with a torn cloth. She usually would put on hair oil and rouge, but now she was no longer at Xing's house. She had nothing but her plain face to meet Brother Qinglin. She followed the small path to Sun's house and happened to meet Lu Qinglin, who was just about to leave. Seeing the face she had been thinking about day and night, Leah blushed and hurried over to Lu Qinglin. "Brother Qinglin." As soon as she spoke, tears started to fall. Lu Qinglin was startled by the sudden appearance of the woman. He took a long time to recognize her and hesitated before calling out, "Yulan's sister?" Lu Qinglin couldn't believe that the woman in front of him, looking thin and pale, wearing ragged clothes, was Sheng Yulan. Leah wanted to rush forward and hug her former lover, crying about the unfair things she had faced these days. But Lu Qinglin took a big step back, leaving Leah stunned. "Brother Qinglin, do you dislike me now?" Tears streamed down Leah's face. Lu Qinglin felt speechless. He thought, she doesn't even look at herself now. And yet she still dares to come find him. He used to be with her because she was pretty and because she was the adopted daughter of County Magistrate Sheng Ziyuan. As a scholar aiming to serve as an official, he needed support from a good father-in-law. When he became successful, he planned to find a woman he liked, marriage, concubines, everything he wanted. But now, she was not only less attractive but also lost her status as the magistrate's adopted daughter. She was living in Lu Erling's cow shed, her reputation ruined. Why would he want her now? Still, Lu Qinglin thought for a moment. Even if he wanted to break up with her, he couldn't be the one to act unkindly. After all, the Qi family had given him many favors before. If they got angry and demanded their money back, he wouldn't be able to pay. So Lu Qinglin pretended to be deeply emotional and angry, and he accused her back. "Are you saying I dislike you? It was clearly you who didn't want me first. Now, your affair with Lu Erling is all over the town. What do you think I am to you?" Faced with Lu Qinglin's blame and scolding, Leah felt both happy and scared. She was happy because Brother Qinglin still cared for her deep inside. She was scared because she worried he might be disappointed and no longer want her. "Brother Qinglin, don't you know how I feel about you? How could I bear to leave you? I don't care for that Lu Erling at all," Leah argued, then started crying again. "It's that old woman, Lu Erling's wife, who tricked me. She pretended to invite me to stay at her place, but now she's forcing me to marry Lu Erling." When Lu Qinglin heard she was going to marry that clumsy Lu Erling, he felt sick and wanted to push her away immediately. But Leah held onto Lu Qinglin tightly and begged, "Brother Qinglin, if I marry Lu Erling, it's over. Only you can save me now. Please marry me quickly." Lu Qinglin was startled and pushed her back. "What are you doing?" Leah froze, unsure what to say. Weren't they used to hugging and holding each other before?" Lu Qinglin's face turned cold as he scolded. "Yulan, you're acting so improper. There are people walking by on the street. I'm a scholar. If anyone sees us hugging, what'll happen to my reputation?" He continued, "I've already told you, I want to pass my exams first before thinking about marriage. Our wedding will have to wait." Leah's eyes were swollen from crying. "If we wait any longer, I'll already be Lu Erling's wife." Lu Qinglin flicked his sleeve and said proudly, "If you marry someone else, it means you're unfaithful to me. If you truly care for me, even if it means risking everything, you must keep your innocence for my sake." Leah wiped her tears. Brother Qinglin is a scholar, so he speaks logically. Finally, she made up her mind. "All right, I'll wait until you pass your exams and come to marry me properly. I'll find a way to delay things on Lu's side first." Lu Qinglin. He just said that casually, not expecting this foolish girl to actually believe him. Watching Leah's heavy figure walk away, Lu Qinglin sneered indifferently. Just as he was about to leave for Jinjian County to study at the Bailu Academy, he suddenly heard a gentle, sweet voice calling from behind. "Is that young Master Lu up ahead?" Hearing the soft, tender voice, Lu Qinglin's heart nearly melted. He hurriedly turned around and saw a woman walking toward him with a smile. In that moment, Lu Qinglin was stunned. The woman had a delicate face, rosy cheeks, almond-shaped eyes, and water-bright eyes. Just one look seemed to almost steal his soul. "Young lady is visiting from Lu's residence, Lu Shunqing." "Greetings, young Master Lu." Lu Chunxing shyly bowed, like a gentle spring willow brushing against Lu Qinglin's heart. Hearing her name, Lu Qinglin felt it sounded familiar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered she was the girl by the dry water river, the one who could easily find big clam shells. Seeing Lu Chunxing come over to talk to him, Lu Qinglin felt happy inside. His eyes stayed on her as he asked, "I heard the county magistrate's residence has a guest. I wonder what Miss Xing wants to see me about." A faint light flickered in Lu Chunxing's eyes at his question. She came to see Lu Qinglin about her younger brother, Lu Zhenmiao. The Shenghe school was about to open, but Lu Chunxing disliked the idea of her brother studying in a broken-down temple. Her brother was destined to be a little prince someday, and she didn't want him to study with the poor kids from the countryside. Only the main academy's teachers could match her brother Lu Zhenmiao's talent. The closest school to Wichuan was Bailu Academy in Jinjixian County. Bailu Academy always produced successful students, and many became successful scholars. Lu Chunxing found out that Lu Qinglin from Sun's family had been accepted into Bailu Academy. She wanted to build a connection and see if he could help her brother get a spot. She thought for a moment, biting her lip, and said, "I have a younger brother who loves to write with ink. He might have some talent and often studies at home. Sadly, our parents passed away early. As the older sister, I don't have much ability. It's already hard to support him with food and clothes, and I can't afford ink right now. I heard you are a scholar, so I want to ask if I could borrow some ink. Once I sell a few embroidered handkerchiefs and earn some money, I will pay you back." Lu Chunxing looked pitiful, making it hard for anyone to refuse. Lu Qinglin didn't hesitate. He quickly agreed. "Of course I will help. You can take as much ink as you need." He thought for a moment and asked suspiciously, "You are living at the county magistrate's house now?" "I remember the magistrate's daughter, Xinghe, also sells ink. Wouldn't she give you some if you asked? And she is about to open a school. Your brother is talented. Why hasn't she mentioned letting him study there?" Lu Chunxing shook her head blankly. "I don't dare ask about Miss Xinghe's affairs. I just listen to what I'm told." Now, feeling sad, she lowered her head. "Now we have no home and are living under others' roofs. Although I wash clothes, cook, and sweep every day, trying my best to ease her worries, she still seems to dislike me and my younger brother." Lu Qinglin already had a poor impression of Xinghe. Seeing Lu Chunxing's tearful eyes, he thought Xinghe was a heartless and wicked woman. She is jealous of Lu Chunxing's beauty and good luck, and she keeps finding ways to torment Chunxing. Lu Qinglin peeked around, saw no one nearby, and loudly cursed. She is too much. Just because she can manipulate her rebirth, became the daughter of the county magistrate, and was lucky enough to find water, start a business, she really acts like she owns the place? Chunxing, don't worry. With me here, I won't let you and your brother suffer. She won't let your brother go to school because she's afraid he might outshine her wild son. Later, you can have your brother write an essay, and I will take that essay to introduce him to my teacher. He is the best teacher at Bailu Academy. With his guidance, even the wild son can't compare to your brother's learning." "Brother Qinglin, are you serious?" Lu Chunxing's eyes lit up, and she unconsciously became more affectionate in her tone. Her watery eyes looked tender, making Lu Qinglin feel joyful, as if his heart was blooming. He wished he could give her his whole heart. "What I say is definitely true." Chunxing immediately happily went back to urge her brother to write an essay. Lu Qinglin stood there, watching Chunxing's back, lost in thought. This girl Chunxing is beautiful, has a good figure, and is favored by the county magistrate's mother, who treats her like her own granddaughter. Most importantly, she is a lucky girl. Even in this harsh year, heaven seems to favor her. Lu Qinglin was deeply attracted. If he could marry her, Wouldn't their family life become more prosperous? Lu Chuanxing returned to Sheng's residence, pulled Lu Genmiao, who was catching ants on the ground, into the house and said excitedly, "Genmiao, your big chance has come. Hurry and write an essay. Sister will send you to Bailu Academy to study." Lu Genmiao was pulled to the table by his sister. He held a brush, scratched his head, and hesitated for a long time without writing a single word. "Child, just write. Didn't that wise old man teach you many essays before? Just write a few, and your future will be bright," Lu Chuanxing urged impatiently. Lu Genmiao's face turned red. I already forgot." "Forgot?" Lu Chuanxing almost lost her temper. "You were so close to finishing, and now you mess up at this critical moment. Are you trying to make me angry? Do you still want to succeed? Just wait and see Sheng Yunzhou's little brat surpass you." Thinking about Sheng Yunzhou's usual proud attitude while holding a brush, Lu Genmiao felt very upset. He believed he was much better than Sheng Yunzhou. Why was everyone only praising the county magistrate's grandson for being handsome and educated? No, Lu Genmiao had to get into Bailu Academy and make Sheng Yunzhou jealous and envious of him. But how was that essay supposed to be written again? Lu Genmiao quickly came up with a clever idea. He deliberately said he was going to write an essay and told Lu Chuanxing to go out so he wouldn't be disturbed. After Lu Chuanxing left, he slipped out the back door and quietly climbed through the window into Zhou Zhou's room. No one else was there. Zhou Zhou went to Zaoer village to school every day, and Sheng He was busy with academy affairs and not at home. Lu Genmiao randomly took a piece of paper from Zhou Zhou's desk and brought it back to his room. Half an hour later, he handed a neat manuscript to Lu Chuanxing. "Here, it's finished." Lu Chuanxing looked at her brother's essay and immediately smiled happily. "Oh, you said you couldn't write. But look at this. It's pretty good, isn't it? Although I can't understand the content, just looking at the handwriting, it's even more beautiful than a young scholar's." Lu Genmiao felt a bit guilty and pouted, but inside, he also felt a little jealous. How could his sister say Sheng Yunzhou's handwriting was good too? Quietly, Lu Genmiao crumpled the 2 crooked lines he had written and found a chance to throw them into the stove to burn. A few days later, Zhou Zhou just finished school and returned home. He was rummaging around his room loudly, making some noise. Sheng He came over and asked, "Zhou Zhou, what are you looking for? Do you need Mom to help?" Zhou Zhou looked around his small room, frowned, and said, "I lost a piece of writing I need to give to my teacher for correction. I've looked everywhere, but I can't find it." Sheng He suggested, "Maybe you forgot it in class or dropped it along the way." The little boy sighed with a mature air. "No, I know my things. I would never lose or misplace them. Forget it, it's just a rough draft, not important. I'll rewrite it later." Knowing that Zhu Zhu is a very disciplined girl who never worries her mother, Sheng He still wants to help her find her lost documents. After all, losing papers is minor, but losing important things is a serious matter. Before she could start searching, she heard noise outside. It sounded like the Xiang family was causing trouble again. Sheng He frowned and decided to forget about the documents for now. She strode out quickly to calm the situation. Outside, Mrs. Xiang was holding a broom across the door and shouting loudly, "What are you doing? Why are you taking money from our Sheng family? You shameless bunch!" Mrs. Xiang's spit flew everywhere. Sun Minshun, Go Daqiang, Yang Yoji, and a few others were scolded harshly. But since Mrs. Xiang was the mother of the county magistrate, they had to endure her anger. Sun Minshun explained politely, "Madam, we are part of Miss He's trading team. Miss He asked us to train every day, and she pays us 10 coins a day. Today is payday. Miss He gave me the money to distribute to everyone. We didn't steal from Sheng's family." Mrs. Xiang only saw that she had given away a lot of copper coins and felt heartbroken. She didn't listen to the explanation. "Shut up. The workers on the construction site work hard all day for only 8 coins. You guys are free every day, so why do you take so much money?" Yang Yoji, Sheng He's uncle, saw Mrs. Xiang being unreasonable and said angrily, "Mother-in-law, the big boss running the construction site is squeezing those laborers. Little He is a kind girl. How can you compare her to greedy people? She treats us well, and we remember her kindness." We work hard and will do our best in the future. Mrs. Xiang recognized Yang Yoji and disliked the Yang family the most. Seeing him still arguing, she lost her temper and shouted, "Ha! Don't think I don't know you're just talking nonsense. Today you won't take a single coin away. Otherwise, I'll have my son lock you up and give you a few hits. Shut up. If you dare to say one more word, I'll have you thrown into jail." Mrs. Xiang was showing off her power when suddenly a sharp voice came from behind her. Her body trembled at the familiar sound. Mrs. Xiang turned her head and saw that Sheng He had come out. Mrs. Xiang was very nervous. This stubborn girl was crazy. She wasn't joking when she spoke. Last time, she had even been taken to court. But she didn't want to lose face or let others see that she, as a grandmother, was afraid of her granddaughter. To save some dignity, she boldly asked, "Sheng He, why are you paying them such high wages? Giving so much money to others? Do you really think it's good for the Sheng family to have a few peaceful days?" Sheng He sneered, "You just said you wanted to send someone to jail and beat them up. Do you realize that's abusing private punishment? If your broken mouth is caught with a handle, it could make my father lose his official position and the whole family might end up in jail. It's you causing trouble and ruining our good days." Mrs. Xiang was startled. She only said a few boastful words, and the consequences were so serious. Sheng He used to be mute a few years ago, but now she's sharp-tongued and twisting the truth. Mrs. Xiang's face turned pale. She stubbornly said, "Don't scare me, old woman. Do you think everyone is as vicious as you, always catching others' mistakes? Besides, I was just trying to help you with business, saving you some unnecessary expenses." Sheng He smiled slightly. "Oh, so I should thank my grandmother for teaching me how to do business." Mrs. Xiang's eyes rolled, and she really took Sheng He's words seriously, then casually said, "If you really want to thank me, then bring my brother's sons to work for you. Replace those unreliable people with your uncles and cousins. The pay is still 10 cents a day. No need to raise the price." Sheng He sneered. No wonder Mrs. Xiang kept causing trouble here. She was trying to take care of her relatives. These uncles and cousins of Sheng He were all good at eating, drinking, gambling, and not doing honest work. Last time they repaired the waterway, they were either sick or busy with other things, and didn't work for a whole day. When it came to water, they were the most eager. Hiring these people to build a business team? Sheng He would rather go to bed early. Sheng He's face darkened. She swung the broom leaning against the wall and suddenly slammed it at Mrs. Xiang's feet. Mrs. Xiang was still dreaming of helping her brother's family get rich, but she was suddenly startled. "Bring those troublemakers here." "Grandmother, are you crazy, or am I just stupid? You're already in charge of Lu's uncertain siblings, and now you want to interfere in my affairs? Be careful not to meddle too much, or it might ruin your peaceful old age." Sheng He's sharp, cold eyes made people feel chills. Mrs. Xiang stepped back, but still refused to give up. "I only have this one brother. How is that meddling? You ungrateful wolf." As she spoke, she suddenly sat on the ground and started to throw a tantrum. "I don't care. Sheng He, if you don't support my brother's family, none of you will have a peaceful life. I'll risk my life to make sure you don't get away easily." Everyone couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Old lady, you're being unreasonable. How can you make things so difficult for your own granddaughter?" Seeing they were getting upset, Mrs. Xiang lifted her chin proudly. "What's wrong? Your wife, am just confused. That's how I am. No matter what, I am Sheng He's grandmother. If she dares to hit or scold me, it's a huge crime." You, Yang Yoji, Sheng He's uncle, couldn't stand it anymore. He cared about his niece being mistreated. He was about to step forward when Sheng He spoke up. She looked at Mrs. Xiang calmly and said, "Grandmother, you're right. Our country values kindness and filial piety. If I hit you, I won't have a good ending." Humph. Mrs. Xiang couldn't help but smile proudly. That's good to know. She was waiting for Sheng He to soften and give in, but suddenly she loudly called out to the inner room, "Lu Chuanxing, come out here." Mrs. Xiang was stunned. Why call Chuanxing? To plead for her? Lu Chuanxing had been listening outside, watching the commotion through the window with interest. She loved watching the old lady torment Sheng He. Unexpectedly, Sheng He suddenly called her name, who wanted to get involved in trouble. But Lu Chuanxing didn't have the courage to ignore Sheng He's words, so she reluctantly went over. As soon as she reached Mrs. Xiang, Sheng He didn't hesitate and slapped her, making her head ring.
Ah!
Lu Chuanxing cried out in shock, stunned. Why hit her? Is this woman crazy? Sheng He's bold move also stunned everyone else. Sheng He calmly looked at Lu Chuanxing and said, Lu Chuanxing, your grandmother loves you very much. Now that she has upset me, is it okay for you to take the blame for her? Lu Chuanxing covered her face and cried. Only then did Xiang realize what was happening, her face turning pale with anger. You wicked, mean girl. How dare you hit Chuanxing? Sheng He raised an eyebrow. So what? If you keep causing trouble and not listening to your grandmother, I won't just hit Lu Chuanxing. I will also tie up your uncle and his family and hang them on the big locust tree outside. If you keep bothering me, I will bother them back. If that's not enough fun for you, I will go all the way. Vicious woman. You. Xiang was so angry she trembled. She wanted to curse loudly, but was afraid Sheng He might take her seriously. She couldn't hold it anymore and burst into loud tears, rushing back into her house. Lu Chuanxing, angry but unable to speak, also covered her face and went back. With me here, everyone doesn't need to be afraid. The problem is solved. Don't take it to heart. Let's continue training as usual. In a few days, we'll set off to the Northern Territory to make a big fortune. Sheng He returned to her usual cheerful and friendly smile. Everyone looked at Sheng He with awe and admiration, amazed at how she managed to be both strong and gentle. They wondered how this woman could be so commanding yet so caring. This made these rough, strong men feel very safe. Yang Yoji felt the same. He initially wanted to step forward to protect his niece, but then realized he shouldn't interfere with her performance. Xiao He, don't worry. Boss Wang said our training is very good, and he's just waiting to take us to the Northern Territory for a big fight. Yang Yoji said excitedly. Sheng He nodded with a smile and watched everyone happily leave. Just as she was about to close the courtyard door and go back inside, she heard knocking at the door again. When she opened it, she was surprised to see Lu Qinglin, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Back when Leah still lived at Sheng's house, Lu Qinglin was like a fly buzzing around, always hanging around the door. Whenever they met, they would hug and cuddle openly, showing affection without caring who was watching. Lu Qinglin called her Yulan sister, clearly showing their close relationship. But ever since Qi's mother and daughter were driven away by Sheng He, Lu Qinglin's attitude towards Leah changed completely. Everyone could see that he was eager to completely distance himself from the fallen Leah. Sheng He certainly disliked the Qi family women, who were like blood-sucking leeches, but he found men who were two-faced and scheming even more disgusting. What are you here for? Sheng He asked impatiently. Lu Qinglin initially wanted to act like a proper scholar, but seeing Sheng He about to kick him out, he quickly said, I'm not here to see you. I'm looking for Sister Chuanxing. Sister Chuanxing? Sheng He felt disgusted by the overly sweet nickname and got goosebumps. Why is everyone calling you your sister? When did you two get together? Sheng He looked at Sun Qinglin carefully. Lu Qinglin's face immediately turned red. What do you mean, get together? You're also the daughter of the county magistrate. Why do you speak so rudely? Oh, so when did you two start working together secretly? Sheng He used a phrase to sound more cultured. Lu Qinglin. Lu Chuanxing was crying inside the house. When she heard Lu Qinglin's voice, her heart immediately lifted. She shyly came out and softly called, Brother Qinglin, are you here to see me? Seeing Lu Chuanxing come out, Sun Qinglin's soul almost left his body. He forced a greasy smile on his long face. But soon, he saw the red handprint on Lu Chuanxing's face and her tearful eyes. He was furious. Sister Chuanxing, what happened to your face? Who hit you like this? Lu Chuanxing sniffled quietly, looking innocent and helpless, as if she couldn't speak. Sheng He remained expressionless. I hit her. So what? Sun Qinglin stormed toward Sheng He, but Sheng He swung a broom and hit him right on the head. Sun Qinglin, who was used to being pampered at home and couldn't lift a finger, couldn't fight Sheng He at all. He was chased away with the broom, shouting desperately, "Why did you hit her, and then hit me too?" Lu Chuanxing, frustrated, clenched her teeth. This useless person. Noticing Lu Chuanxing's disdain, Lu Qinglin also felt a bit ashamed and quickly added, "I mean, Sheng He, how could you hit a scholar? You're insulting our culture." Sheng He remained very calm. "I don't hit scholars. I only hit dogs." Lu Qinglin wanted to start scolding again, but Sheng He raised his broom again. Instinctively, Lu Qinglin crossed his arms and ducked his head to avoid it.
Wait.
"I'm here to deliver the admission notice." "Serious business," Lu Qinglin shouted, and Sheng He finally put down his broom. When Lu Chuanxing heard the words, "admission notice," her eyes immediately lit up. Sure enough, the next second, Lu Qinglin took out a notice from his sleeve, deliberately passing it in front of Sheng He's eyes before handing it to Lu Chuanxing. "Chuanxing, congratulations. Root Miao has gained the recognition of the master at Bailu Academy with that excellent essay. The master has agreed to guide him in his studies. In half a month, he will take the official entrance exam. After passing, he will become a disciple of the academy." Hearing this, Chuanxing's face lit up with joy. She excitedly called Lu Gunmiao over. "Gunmiao, did you hear what young Master Lu said? You're going to be a disciple of the academy." Sheng He couldn't help but remind her. "He clearly said you need to pass the exam to become a disciple." Chuanxing immediately looked unhappy, pouting her lips. "Miss He, you might not know this, but my brother was once guided by a great master. With his talent, becoming a student at the academy is only a matter of time." Lu Qinglin also looked proud. Exactly. The master praised Gunmiao's essay endlessly, saying it flows like clouds and water. "It's almost impossible for a normal 5-year-old to write such a piece. My family's Gunmiao has always been smart since he was little. Even if he didn't spend every day riding in a cart to study, he would still attract the attention of respected elders. Miss He, I know this might be hard for ordinary people to believe. Not everyone is as gifted as Gunmiao." Lu Chuanxing looked sympathetic and understanding, but secretly, she was showing off. The Su family's head was originally sulking inside the house. When she heard about Lu Gunmiao's success, she immediately regained her confidence. She rushed out, praising Lu Gunmiao extravagantly, just to belittle Sheng He and Zhou Zhou. Getting into the academy is not something everyone can do. Some people only know how to read books blindly. Even flattering others, they can't compare to Gunmiao. Mrs. Su was proud, acting as if she was the lucky one who, despite being an uneducated old woman, had somehow been accepted by the academy's master. Lu Zhenmiao listened to everyone's praise and felt very happy. He thought he was the future top scholar and wished his older sister would buy fireworks to celebrate for him. He wiped his nose with his sleeve, straightened his small body, and looked sideways at Zhou Zhou, who was walking over to Sheng He. But Zhou Zhou and his mother were not impressed by the praise and compliments from others. Seeing that Sheng Yunzhou looked jealous, Lu Zhenmiao felt a little disappointed. Humph! Sheng Yunzhou must be so jealous inside. What's the use of studying every day? He's just stuck in this poor village, following a little-known, poor scholar, learning a few broken words. And Lu Zhenmiao, soon, will be personally taught by a respected teacher, and in the future, he will take the imperial exam and replace the county magistrate of Dua County. Lu Zhenmiao cursed fiercely in his heart. To him, the county magistrate was the highest official. When he becomes the magistrate, he will destroy the school that Sheng He worked so hard to build. He won't let Sheng Yunzhou take the imperial exam and will send him to farm in the fields for his whole life. Lu Zhenmiao couldn't accept that there might be someone smarter than him. His gaze at Zhou Zhou was full of resentment. When Zhou Zhou learned that Lu Zhenmiao was accepted by the schoolmaster, he was initially surprised but quickly calmed down. Sheng He looked at Lu Zhenmiao's face, held Zhou Zhou's small hand, and suddenly asked, "Zhou Zhou, is your essay really gone? Could someone have taken it on purpose?" Hearing this, Lu Zhenmiao's heart skipped a beat. His face instantly turned pale, and he felt so guilty he dared not stand in front of Sheng He and his son. Although he was now proud, Sheng He was very clever. If she suddenly found out he stole Xingyunzhou's essay to gain the praise of the White Heron Academy master and get a chance in the exam, she definitely wouldn't let him go. Zhou's mother asked him, and he just shook his head. I haven't found it yet. But it's okay. To me, it's just a rough draft. Even if someone used it, it won't cause much trouble. Xinghe looked at her son with satisfaction, showing calm and confidence. Lu Zhenmiao's face looked even worse. A rough draft that could make the best schoolmaster in Jinjia County praise him so highly? In his heart, he felt both guilty and bitter, as if he was being humiliated. What kind of article is that? Nothing compares to the good work we've done. Mr. Xiang suddenly approached, looking proud and superior. Oh, little Zhou has studied for so long, but I haven't seen him achieve anything remarkable. In my opinion, there's no need for the family to spend money on his education. Just let him be our family's little servant boy. He might have some potential. Zhou hadn't responded yet, but Lu Genmiao immediately refused loudly. No, I don't want him to be my servant. Lu Chuanxing smiled happily. That's right. Zhou is the young master of the county magistrate's office. If he doesn't pass the imperial exams, he can still live comfortably at home. Our Genmiao, on the other hand, has to study hard and work his way up step by step to become a top scholar. This speech sounds polite, but it is actually full of sarcasm and mockery. He felt disgusted listening to it. Let him climb up steadily, but don't let him fall apart before he even takes a few steps. He retorted sharply. She wasn't upset about Lu Genmiao being accepted. She was annoyed by these people who suddenly rose to power and still looked down on others.
You.
Isn't it just because my brother Genmiao is better than Zhou? You're getting anxious? Why bother with such harsh words and curses? Lu Chuanxing immediately pretended to be delicate and weak, with tears in her eyes, making Lu Qinglin feel pity. The two looked like close friends sharing secrets. He sneered coldly. Watching their acting so deeply, she felt something was missing. Suddenly, she had an idea. She took Zhou back to the house and called over Xiao Fu from the neighboring yard, giving her some instructions. Xiao Fu found He's orders amusing and giggled, then hurriedly ran outside. Xiao Fu's actions didn't attract the attention of Lu Chuanxing and others at the door. They were still praising Genmiao and secretly mocking Xinghe, unwilling to leave for a long time. Lu Chuanxing was happily chatting with Lu Qinglin, blushing as she said that once Genmiao succeeded, she would definitely thank Lu Qinglin for his great help. Seeing her grateful and thankful expression, Lu Qinglin felt his effort was worth it, and his face was as bright as a flower. Suddenly, a voice interrupted between them. Brother Qinglin, what are you doing here? Lu Qinglin felt that the voice sounded familiar. When he turned his head, his face instantly fell. Leah, why are you here? His tone had lost all warmth and friendliness. He even took a step back, looking awkward and guarded. Leah felt her heart grow cold. She forced a smile and said, Brother Qinglin, are you here to see me? Didn't I tell you before that I've already moved out of the Sheng family's house? Before Lu Qinglin could explain, Lu Chuanxing stepped forward and sweetly asked, Brother Qinglin, who is this woman? Lu Chuanxing looked at Leah, who was dressed in ragged clothes and looked pale and thin. She felt a surge of superiority and sneered quietly. Lu Qinglin quickly said, Chuanxing, don't misunderstand. She's just my distant cousin. Hearing this, Li Ya's smile instantly faded from her face. Earlier, Xiao Fu had brought her a message, saying that Brother Qinglin had recently been close to a female guest from the Sheng family, and today she even came to talk to her. At first, Leah didn't believe it. How could her Qinglin brother be so attentive to another woman? But now, she had seen it with her own eyes. Qinglin was even trying hard to deny any connection with her in front of this woman. Leah couldn't hold back anymore. She started crying and making a scene, clutching Lu Qinglin. Brother Qinglin, don't you remember the vows you made to me? You said you would marry me once you passed your exams. How can you be involved with this shameless woman? Shut up, Lu Qinglin interrupted loudly before she could finish. Who said Chuanxing is shameless? Besides, those promises you're talking about are from many years ago, just childish games. Why bring them up now? Aren't you ashamed? I'm embarrassed for you. Hearing Lu Qinglin's firm and righteous words, Leah felt icy cold inside. She saw a stranger before her, completely different from the gentle, considerate, and noble brother Qinglin she once knew. But she couldn't bring herself to blame him or give up. If she pushed him too far, he might completely ignore her. How could she escape the hardships of the Lu family then? She knew she had to marry brother Qinglin. Li Ya's anger and frustration had nowhere to go, so her gaze finally fell on Lu Chuanqing. This woman was now comfortably living in Sheng's house, where she used to live, and she had even seduced her beloved man. Everything this woman had was something she once possessed and now longed for, but couldn't reach. It felt like a knife stabbing her in the heart. Fuming with rage, Leah watched Lu Chuanqing pretend to be innocent with a smile that was even more irritating. She couldn't hold back anymore. She rushed forward, grabbed Lu Chuanqing's hair, and slapped her several times. "You sly fox. Brother Qinglin used to like me so much. It must be your magic that stole his soul away." Today, she was determined to tear off this fox's disguise and let brother Qinglin see her true face. Lu Chuanqing never expected this crazy woman, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, to dare to attack her. Lu Chuanqing was almost overwhelmed, feeling like she was being ridden on and slapped. She had never felt so wronged. She immediately stopped pretending to be gentle and grabbed Li Ya's face, and they started fighting each other. The two women wrestled fiercely. The usually gentle and obedient appearance of both turned into wild fury. Sun Qinglin tried to step in and stop the fight, but ended up scratched across his face, leaving bloody marks. Mrs. Xiang was like a trapped ant, anxious and unable to step forward to break up the fight. She pulled Lu Gunyao back, afraid to get involved. At a critical moment, Mrs. Xiang even wanted Sheng He to come out and separate the two women. But Sheng He was busy drinking tea, munching sunflower seeds, and happily watching the scene with her child in her arms. Mrs. Xiang was so angry she felt like biting her tongue, but dared not provoke this fierce woman. She was afraid that if she angered her, she might get beaten up by everyone, making the situation worse. The fight between Leah and Lu Chuanqing grew louder, attracting neighbors from all around to come and watch. People couldn't help but point and laugh. "Oh my, the world is really changing. Two young women fighting so fiercely over a man. Yes, this is so embarrassing." Lu Qinglin usually seems like a refined scholar, but he ended up provoking two women at once. "Lu Qinglin, look at the trouble you've caused. If you didn't prepare two dowries, how could you handle this?" Across the street, Aunt Erdeng was visiting her neighbor. She was now proudly bragging that her son, Lu Erdeng, was finally going to marry his bride. "You don't know this, my son and Leah fell in love at first sight. They are very sweet together. Leah is very obedient to my son." Everyone could tell that Aunt Erlin was making up stories, and they were tired of hearing it. But Aunt Erlin's quick temper made others afraid to laugh or argue. They could only force a smile and wish the mismatched couple well. Suddenly, someone ran into the street shouting, "There's a fight at the county magistrate's gate. Come see." Hearing this, Aunt Erlin's ears perked up immediately. Two women fighting at the magistrate's gate? What a good show. It must be, because Sheng He caused trouble and got what he deserved. Aunt Erlin felt she was lucky lately. She didn't want to miss such an exciting scene. She quickly got up and followed the crowd to see the fight. When she arrived, she saw the area was crowded. She could hear two women shouting and fighting. Hearing the noise, Aunt Erlin got more excited. "Wow, they're fighting so fiercely. Sheng He must be badly beaten up." She pushed her way through the crowd eagerly. Someone almost fell over and turned angrily, saying, "Hurry up, we're on our way to a funeral." "Why are you in such a rush?" "Oh, it's Aunt Erlin." The person was angry at first, but when they saw Aunt Erlin, they burst out laughing. "Aunt Erlin, you came just in time. Your future daughter-in-law Leah is fighting with Miss Chun Xing. No matter what anyone says, she won't stop. You better go and talk to her." Aunt Erlin, who had been smiling with glee, froze when she heard Leah's name. Aunt Erlin quickly learned the truth. She never imagined Leah was fighting outside over a man. She was furious. Leah and her son's wedding was scheduled for next month, but she couldn't believe Leah was thinking about another man. Was she trying to cheat on her son? How embarrassing. Amid the laughter of others, Aunt Erlin angrily pulled apart the two women fighting and grabbed Leah to drag her home. Just like your mother, such a flirt. I've raised you to eat and drink well. I didn't expect you to be so greedy, eyeing what's in the bowl while still staring at the pot. Naughty girl. You should obediently stay at home and get married. From now on, you don't need to embarrass me outside. Just stay at home and serve my son, have children for him. Otherwise, I will make sure you regret it. Leah was already feeling very wronged. She didn't expect that in her anger, she would fight with Lu Chuanqing, which led to the old woman, Erlung, being called over. Let go of me.
Yvonne Marilu Erling.
Brother Qinglin, save me. Boo-hoo. Leah's frightened and crying voice was quickly silenced by Erlung. As she shouted, everyone strained their necks to look at the main person involved, Lu Qinglin. Only then did they realize he had already disappeared from sight. Lu Qinglin took advantage of the chaos to slip away, hiding in nearby bushes, afraid to move, worried that if he made a sound, he would get caught up in the earlier fight again. Lu Qinglin was a well-off scholar. When was he ever so embarrassed? He regretted not checking the almanac before going out, as he had run into such trouble. But at this moment, he still felt a faint sense of pride. Looking around the entire town, there were only a few men like him who had charm enough to make two women blush and get angry for him. Once he passed the imperial exam and became a scholar, countless women would surely be captivated by him. Lu Qinglin couldn't help but chuckle secretly. Just then, he heard the crowd of onlookers start to chatter. TSK, fighting over such a useless person. What are they so worked up about? Exactly. Lu Qinglin often relies on being a scholar, flirting with a few young women now and then. Not just Leah and Lu Chuanqing. I finally see clearly what kind of scoundrel he is. Hearing the gossip, Lu Qinglin almost felt like vomiting blood. He, a pure and honest scholar, was being looked down upon by these common folks. It was such an insult to his dignity. They didn't understand anything. It was clearly jealousy. This matter wasn't very big, but it ruined the reputations of Lu Chuanqing, Leah, and Lu Qinglin. All three became the talk of the town, a topic everyone discussed during their meals and leisure. The three of them no longer dared to show themselves openly and hid at home to avoid trouble. He finally had some peace and focused on building the academy. These days, Lu Chuanqing regrets being so impulsive. The carefully built image of an innocent little girl has been completely ruined. Her eyes have been red from crying for several days, and she still hasn't figured out why Li suddenly came to find Lu Qinglin. Mrs. Xiang is happy that Lu Genmiao got the admission letter, but she is still upset about Lu Chuanqing's ambiguous relationship with Lu Qinglin. Grandma, do you still not believe me? How could I like that shameless coward Lu Qinglin? I was just talking to him about Genmiao's studies. Lu Chuanqing acts obedient in front of Mrs. Xiang, like a little rabbit. When Mrs. Xiang shows displeasure, she quickly distances herself from any connection with Lu Qinglin. She never liked Lu Qinglin in the first place. She only fought back because she was angry at being slapped by Leah, not because of some lousy man. Hearing Lu Chuanqing firmly deny it, Mrs. Xiang's expression softens a bit. She speaks earnestly. You're already a big girl. You need to think about not only your brother, but also your own marriage. You should consider how to suppress that little troublemaker Xinghe and vent your anger. Actually, Mrs. Xiang's support for Lu Chuanqing isn't just random kindness. She has her own reasons. Lu Chuanqing is a lucky girl who can bring good fortune to the family. Mrs. Xiang also likes her young age, good health, and fertility. Moreover, Lu Chuanqing has no parents or backing, so controlling her is very easy. If she could marry her widowed son Xingji Yuan, she might soon hold her beloved grandson in her arms. It's just a pity her dull son is busy with official matters and doesn't come home often. She can't find a good chance to match them. Lu Chuanqing never expected Mrs. Xiang's plans. When she heard the word marriage, her mind immediately thought of the distant, calm, noble young Master Huai. Her face turned pink, Grandma, the man I want to marry must not be an ordinary person. He needs to be educated, kind, and most importantly, powerful. Mrs. Xiang didn't realize Lu Chuanqing's ambitions. Hearing this, she was overjoyed. Isn't that her county magistrate's son? Who in Dancer County could compare to her son in power and influence? It turns out that Spring Apricot had this idea a long time ago, so this matter is easy to handle. Mrs. Xiang remembered Sheng He, who was always oppressing them, and angrily said, "Before you get married, we must get rid of this troublemaker Sheng He, then we can live peacefully." Lu Chun Apricot didn't think much, and thought Mrs. Xiang wanted to stand up for her. She clenched her teeth and said, "Yes, Sheng He is really hateful. If we don't get rid of her, I will never feel at peace. But Sheng He is too clever, not like her mother Yang, who is easier to deal with. It might be hard to kill her." Mrs. Xiang had completely trusted Lu Chun Apricot, and her eyes gradually turned dark with malicious intent. Under the dim light, she looked like a wicked old witch. Her mother Yang? Grandma, you. Lu Chun Apricot suddenly sensed something was wrong when she heard Mrs. Xiang say this. She had heard that Yang died after a difficult labor and early birth, but now she realized it was not accidental. She uncovered a huge family secret. Lu Chun Apricot covered her mouth tightly, her eyes flashing with the same cruelty and excitement as Mrs. Xiang. "Grandma, I will listen to you. How should we deal with Sheng He?" Mrs. Xiang sneered. "You don't understand Sheng He. Although she seems strong, she has a fatal weakness. She is very lustful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been tricked so badly back then, running away with someone and having a child out of wedlock. So, the best way to make her willingly leave this family is to find her a man who can control her. Let her get married quickly, let her in-laws teach her a lesson, and make sure she never interferes in this family's affairs again." In the blink of an eye, it was time for Sheng He's caravan to prepare and set off for the western regions. This time, Sheng He took 5 times more ink and perfume from her space than before. Led by Sun Minshun, they drove mules, with Yang Yoji and Go Daqiang and other brothers escorting on both sides. They followed Wang Yuer's caravan and set out in a lively manner. Sheng He personally saw her brothers off outside the town, wishing them a safe journey. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from the path ahead. Sheng He looked up and was surprised to see Lord Huai, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, rushing over with guards from Bayan. Ning spun around and dismounted, then walked toward Sheng He. "You were originally supported by me. We also have a business partnership, so I naturally came to see you off." He raised his hand and handed Sheng He a lucky bag. Ning said, "This is from a temple I passed by while working outside these past few days. The locals say it's very effective. I also asked a master there to bless this bag for your caravan." Beside them, Bayan looked at his calm and composed master with frustration. "Clearly, you knew how much this girl Sheng He valued her caravan, so you hurriedly went to that temple to ask a master for a blessing just to give Sheng He peace of mind. Such a hypocritical man." Sheng He happily took the lucky bag and carefully tied it to the most visible part of the lead mule cart. She watched the mule cart walk steadily away, and a new hope quietly rose in her heart. Turning around, Sheng He saw Ningzheng standing behind her. Remembering that he had come specially to deliver the blessing bag, she decided to show her gratitude. She asked, "Huaixian, why don't you come to my house for dinner today? Let's celebrate the successful departure of the caravan. I'll cook myself." Before Ningzheng could agree, Bayan eagerly chimed in. Yes, I support that." He still remembered the coconut chicken he had at Sheng He's house. It was so delicious. Ningzheng tightened the reins and skillfully helped Sheng He onto the horse, then headed toward the town and the county magistrate's office. Sheng He was very happy to invite Ningzheng home for a meal, but after searching several times, she couldn't find Ji and felt a bit disappointed. Ningzheng patted Zhou's head and explained that he had come from the countryside, so he didn't bring Ji along due to the long journey. He promised to invite Zhou to the mansion next time. Zhou was delighted, and Bayan took him riding on a big horse. When Lu Chuanqing saw Ningzheng arrive, she hurried happily back to her room to tidy herself up. Ningzheng politely greeted Xiangshi but ignored the pretentious Lu Chuanxing and went to the kitchen to help Sheng He prepare food. Lu Chuanxing clenched her fists secretly, glaring with jealousy at Sheng He's back. Today, Sheng He planned to make a cold chicken dish, which was refreshing, spicy, and fragrant, perfect for the increasingly hot weather. Ningzheng obediently helped string skewers next to Sheng He. Sheng He didn't expect that her big boss was also a good man who knew how to cook. Very good, Hua Yi. With your hard work, Bobo Chicken will surely not let you down. Sheng He cheerfully patted Ningzheng on the shoulder, then carried the vegetable basin outside to wash the vegetables. Out front, Lu Chuanxing had been watching the activity in the kitchen. Seeing Sheng He and Ningzheng getting along peacefully, she felt her teeth ache with envy. When Sheng He left with the vegetable basin, leaving Ningzheng alone in the kitchen, Lu Chuanxing was overjoyed. She thought her chance had come. Quickly, she grabbed a cup of warm tea from the main hall and tiptoed into the kitchen.
Oh.
Hua Yi, how can you do such chores? Cooking should be done by us women. Men shouldn't get involved in such things. Hua Yi, sit down and have some water. Please don't blame Miss Sheng He. She's delicate and used to having others do the housework, since I usually cook at home. On the surface, Lu Chuanxing was trying to comfort Sheng He, but in reality, she was telling Ningzheng that Sheng He was a delicate, pretentious person who couldn't compare to her own kind, gentle, and caring nature. Ningzheng felt uncomfortable hearing her sweet, greasy words. He didn't look at her or accept the tea she offered. He simply said coldly, I don't know whether cooking is a woman's or a man's job. I only know that serving tea and water is done by servants. I'm not thirsty at all. Please leave. I didn't mean. Lu Chuanxing choked and looked embarrassed. She didn't know whether to stay or go. This was all wrong. In Lu Chuanxing's dreams these days, Ningzheng was always gentle and polite to her, smiling softly. His handsome eyebrows and eyes seemed like a whirlpool, pulling her in. She had been captivated and couldn't escape. A surge of anger rose in her heart. All these changes were because of Sheng He. It was her interference that made Ningzheng so distant from her. She clenched her teeth, feeling it was time to use her secret weapon. In her dreams, she and Hua Yi had truly become close. Hua Yi believed that Lu Genmiao was his long-lost nephew. Yes. She had to make Hua Yi realize she had a surprise brother she found by accident, so he would truly take an interest in her. Lu Chuanxing calmed her mind a little, then cleared her throat and spoke in a pitiful tone. Young Master Huai, you're right. I am insignificant in this family, like a floating plant with no roots in the water, with a troubled fate. The only thing that gives me some comfort is my younger brother, Lu Genmiao. Although I found him, he is quite talented. He likes studying and writes well. At just 5 years old, he was recognized by the teachers at Yunlu Academy in Jinjixian County and was about to become their top disciple. He will definitely pass the imperial exam someday, Lu Chuanxing spoke happily, expecting that Ningzheng was interested since he didn't reply. She grew bolder and asked directly, Young Master Huai, Genmiao is a poor child. I've always wanted to find his family, so he can reunite with his relatives. Young Master Huai, do you happen to have a missing child of similar age in your family? As soon as she said this, the atmosphere instantly froze. Just as Lu Chuanxing hoped to see Ningzheng's surprised and happy expression, Ningzheng suddenly looked up sharply, his eyes shining with a frightening light. He raised his hand and grabbed Lu Chuanxing's neck, lifting her up. Lu Chuanxing was stunned by Ningzheng's sudden anger, but she was caught by the throat. Her face turned red and purple, and she couldn't speak. She was completely terrified. What was going on? This scene in her dream was totally different. Where had she gone wrong? Ningzheng's face was cold, and his voice was so icy it seemed to freeze the air. Speak.
Who are you?
What do you know? Are you sent by them? This woman had just mentioned her brother deliberately, even revealing his age, and that he was found. What was her real purpose? Most importantly, she also asked if there were any missing children in his family. What did she mean? Was she trying to use him? Lu Chuanxing was completely stunned by this series of questions. She sobbed, using all her strength to shake her head and beg. No, 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 young Master Huai, I don't know anything. I was just asking casually. Really? Lu Chunxing felt her neck almost breaking. She had wanted to cling to this man, but now she only felt terrified. At that moment, she felt her pants grow warm, and then a smell of spread. She had soiled herself in fear. She was stunned herself. Lu Chunxing's heart sank, thinking it might be better to just end her life. Ningzheng saw how frightened she was and thought she wasn't one of those spies sent by the group, as she seemed too weak and foolish. Disgusted, Ningzheng pushed her hard, causing her to collapse onto the puddle of and coldly said, "Get out. Don't ever appear in front of me again."
Disgusting.
I've seen women like you many times. Just then, Sheng He walked in and asked, stepping on Ningzheng's words, "What happened?" "Lu Chunxing, do you have to be so disgusting? Why did you your pants? Hurry up and clean yourself, it was too much, especially in the kitchen." Lu Chunxing cried as she wiped the floor with her sleeve, then scrambled out of the room. Sheng He opened all the doors and windows, then rinsed the floor with water to get rid of the smell. She asked Ningzheng irritably, "What did she say to you? Why did you say you've seen many women like her?" Sheng He frowned, wondering if Ningzheng had met many women. Ningzheng clearly noticed Sheng He's displeasure. After thinking for a moment, she quietly explained behind her, "When I was young, I came from a noble family, but the people around me were all scheming, my closest relatives, my personal maid, and women who would do anything to get ahead. I've really seen a lot. So, Sheng He, I don't dare to trust others easily. Even if I have a simple meal, if I don't feel close or comfortable with someone, I wouldn't want to eat with them." Sheng He looked down at the dish she prepared, silent. So, was this her way of showing kindness? Despite the mess in the kitchen, Sheng He wasn't truly angry. She knew Lu Chunxing was just a troublemaker, and Ningzheng had done well. Her tea-tasting skills were perfect. She asked proactively, "What did Lu Chunxing say to you just now? Why did she make you so angry?" Ningzheng sighed softly and said, "Lu Chunxing suddenly came to talk to me. She deliberately threw dirt on you and even hinted that her brother was adopted, asking if I had any relatives missing a child. I clearly saw that her eyes were full of scheming. I dislike such people." Sheng He nodded, feeling a bit speechless. Lu Ginmiao and Lu Chunxing look almost identical. Saying they are not siblings is just nonsense. Do they really think others are blind? Then Ningzheng continued, "Actually, I haven't told you something before. Gigi has a twin brother born at the same time. Unfortunately, he had an accident right after birth and was lost. He is the child of my late older brother. His disappearance means a part of his bloodline is gone. I've been searching for him all these years." After hearing this, Sheng He felt a little sad and regretful. She softly asked, "Have you heard anything about that child all these years?" Ningzheng suddenly looked up. His handsome eyes, which earlier were cold when facing Lu Chunxing, now looked warm like a gentle spring. He looked at Sheng He and said, "Recently I found him. I am quietly watching over him." Hearing this, Sheng He's heart suddenly tightened. For some reason, she thought of her own child, Zhou Zhou. Looking into Ningzheng's eyes, her heart started pounding. But she bit her lip and didn't say what she was thinking. Lu Chunxing's face was already ashamed. She cried as she went back to her room, changing out of her wet clothes. Inside, she was furious at Sheng He, cursing her non-stop. Why doesn't Sheng He just die? Lu Chunxing realized that her life used to be smooth and easy. Whatever she wanted, she got. But since meeting Sheng He, her good luck seemed to have vanished. Everything started going wrong. Her noise disturbed the neighbor, the Xiang family. Xiang was a bit afraid of the tall and strong Ningzheng. When she learned he was close to Sheng He, she stayed inside her house, not coming out. Seeing Lu Chunxing angry, Xiang came over to ask who had upset her. Lu Chunxing wiped her tears and said, "Who else but Sheng He? If she hadn't seduced that Lord Huai, would he have treated her so roughly?" But she didn't dare tell Xiang this. It would make her seem too jealous. She knew Xiang didn't like girls who weren't obedient. Right now, her biggest support was Xiang, so Lu Chunxing was very obedient and respectful to her. Lu Chunxing knew that the most important thing for the Xiang family was to completely remove the two bloodlines left by the Yang family from Sheng's family. So she said, "Old lady, how can you let Sheng He flirt with that powerful Lord Huai? If they really get together, we might be crushed under Sheng He's foot. We might never lift our heads again in this life." Xiang was very upset to hear this. After all, Yang was dead, and she didn't expect that it would be left behind to torment her. It felt like a slap in her face. Xiang's face grew dark and fierce. She said, "Chunxing, don't worry. I've already arranged everything. I just called Guayu from Dasha village to come here for Sheng He's marriage match.
He's not an ordinary man.
He will definitely help us control Sheng He. I want Lord Huai to know that the woman working with him in business is actually a flirtatious woman, not trustworthy at all." Lu Chunxing was very happy. She knew Lord Huai's real identity. He was the famous war god, King Ding Huai. If she married him, her life of wealth and luxury would last for generations. Lu Chunxing secretly vowed to make Lord Huai fall for her. Sheng He quickly finished preparing the spicy chicken bowl and made a few cold dishes to go with the rice. She invited Zhou Zhou and Bai in to eat. Ning Zheng and Sheng He sat for a while, their moods improving from gloomy to bright. Just as they were about to start eating, they suddenly heard knocking on the door. The knocking continued. Sheng He didn't have time to see who was at the door before Lu Chunxing helped Xiang rush out. The visitor was a man named Guiyu from Dasha village, sent by Xiang to find a marriage match for Sheng He.
Guayu was not an ordinary man.
Unlike those who spent all day working in the fields, he was sent to a big town as an apprentice in a bricklaying shop. Unfortunately, he was not talented at bricklaying. Instead, he learned to be very flattering. Somehow, he became in the county town, serving wealthy women with power and money. Guayu's family had no daughters in 3 generations, only strong, righteous men. But with a little sway and charm, Guiyu managed to ruin the family's reputation completely. The worst part was, Guiyu loved gambling. After pleasing wealthy women, he would run off to gamble for days. Finally, after losing all his money, he couldn't go on and returned to Dashu village. But even when he came back, he couldn't handle farm work like carrying loads on his shoulders or by hand. Instead, he kept thinking of sneaky ways to make money. It's said that many young women and wives were tricked by him. It's not surprising because Guayu's looks are actually more handsome than most men. Plus, he never did farm work and spent his youth living comfortably with wealthy women, relying on his good looks. His hands are so soft, they look even softer than those of young girls. And he has a way of charming women that's quite skillful. That's why the Xiang family worked so hard to get him close to Sheng He. "Hey, little Gua, you're finally here." Sheng He just cooked herself today and made lots of delicious food. Remember to make her happy later. When Guiyu heard Sheng He cooked herself, he knew she valued him a lot, and he felt a bit proud. Xiang sure looked at Guiyu with satisfaction and excitement. "You young man are really handsome. You'll definitely make Sheng He fall for you." Guiyu was worried because he hadn't found a good family to support him and provide for his fun and food. That day, he heard that the old lady from the county magistrate's house wanted him to flirt with Sheng He. He eagerly agreed to this good opportunity. Sheng He was a big deal. Her father was the most powerful man in Wuchuan County, and Sheng He was well protected by that influence. Now Sheng He was completely different from before. Everyone in Wuchuan knew she could find water sources and run big businesses. Getting close to her was a smart move. His future was looking bright. "Old lady, I've heard about Miss He's reputation for being flirtatious even when I was in the big county town. Don't worry, I'll definitely win her over," Guiyu said confidently, flipping his hair back. Lu Chunxing, standing nearby, looked at Guiyu with some unease. Though Guiyu was handsome, he didn't seem very manly. Compared to Lord Huai, Guiyu was like night and day. Lia Chungxing kept urging insistently. Guiyu looked at Lia Chungxing's worried face and felt she was doubting his skills and charm. He felt a bit annoyed and retorted, "Miss, don't worry. I might understand women better than you do. Besides, Miss He is a very passionate woman. I can tell exactly what kind she is. Then he swaggered into the house behind the Yang family. Sheng He was setting out bowls and chopsticks. There were no bowls and chopsticks for the Yang family siblings, as Sheng He always followed this rule. No one dared to break it. Lia Chengxing, having just offended Ningjing badly, didn't dare stay outside any longer. She pulled her brother inside, covering her face. Mrs. Yang's face lit up with a warm smile, pretending to be a kind grandmother. She took Guiyu and introduced him to Sheng He. Here, look who I brought. Sheng He instinctively looked up, and her eyes widened in surprise. Wow, where did this greasy, delicate-looking young man come from? He looked so weak and unsteady. Guiyu took out his old tricks, deliberately pulling open his shirt collar, then bowed gracefully. Guiyu greets Miss He. Sheng He was stunned. Who are you? Have we met before? Mrs. Yang loudly introduced herself. Miss He, you're grown up now. Our life is getting better, and it's not easy for you to raise a child alone. I think it's time to find you a good match. Sheng He. This scheming old woman. Mrs. Yang secretly felt pleased and pushed Guiyu toward Sheng He. Miss He, this boy Gua is very caring and has a good personality. You two should get to know each other. And young Master Huai is here too, to witness this. Sheng He almost exploded. It was one thing to talk about her, but now she was involved with Lord Huai too. She awkwardly turned her head, feeling a bit embarrassed when she met his gaze. They had agreed to have dinner together, but now this new situation was ruining her mood. It was understandable to feel a little annoyed. Just as she was about to explain, Guiyu suddenly came over warmly, picked up Sheng He's bowl, and looked eager to serve her food. Guiyu didn't expect Sheng He to still be hosting other men at her home, especially looking so familiar with him. Most importantly, this man had an extraordinary aura. He looked like a noble young master. He secretly felt a bit of a crisis. No, he must first create a rift between these two people, then let Sheng He realize his cleverness, and finally, win Sheng He's heart. So Guiyu directly said in front of Ningjing, I've heard that Miss He used to be a free and easy person, often going to Dancing Pavilion just to get drunk. To be honest with Miss He, I am someone who understands this path, and I have already changed my ways. If Miss He is willing to accept me, I will serve her well and obey her completely. Only then did Sheng He understand the situation. So the wife from the He family had guessed the original's love of pleasure and deliberately sent a duck to distract her, making her careless? Sheng He couldn't help but sneer. Is it okay to punch 20 such men? Just as Sheng He was about to step forward to mock this effeminate young man, she suddenly heard Ning Zheng's cold voice behind her. Sheng He, did you used to go to Chu Pavilion to find a companion? No, I've never. No, that was something I did before. Sheng He was at a loss for words for the first time. The one who went to Chu Pavilion was the original owner, not her. She was about to be badly tricked. How should she explain this? Ning Zheng, hearing Sheng He's affirmation, turned with a dark face and strode out of Sheng's residence. Sheng He, oh no, I really angered this master. Now that things have come to this, the hot pot chicken can't be wasted. As for Ning Zheng, she'll go apologize once he's calmed down.
Wait.
Even if she used to go to Chu Pavilion to indulge, why would he be angry? Isn't that too controlling? Sheng He fell into deep thought. Bayan was outside feeding the horses when suddenly he sensed a cold, resentful aura behind him. He turned around and saw his master walking over with a fierce expression. Boss, why aren't you eating? Is the hot pot chicken Miss He made not good? Bayan asked softly. Ning Zheng muttered gloomily. This woman used to be too unreasonable, even going to Chu Pavilion to find a companion. Today she even dared to flirt openly in front of me. Bayan was stunned. He didn't expect Miss He to be so fierce. Remember, the young master's little brother, Cuckoo, was still in her hands. If she married someone else, what kind of negative impact would that have on the young master? Bayan looked around at his master and sniffed the air carefully. No. Why does it smell like someone spilled vinegar? He had to ask cautiously, Master, since things have come to this, you probably don't want to eat this meal anymore. How about we go back first, let Miss He reflect on herself, and let her clean up this mess. Ningjing shot him a sharp look. Who said I don't want to eat this meal? Ningjing wasn't really upset with Sheng He. He came out with a serious face intending to make Sheng He come out on her own, leaving the mess for her to deal with, thinking that once the Zhang family and Guiyu got bored, they would leave naturally. But Sheng He didn't panic at all when faced with his anger. Instead, she leisurely ate her bowl of chicken. Ningjing was quite speechless. While enjoying her chicken, Sheng He glanced at Guiyu, who was sitting obediently with his head lowered. Guiyu wanted to pick some food for Sheng He, but she directly scolded him with her chopsticks. Don't touch my food. I don't like dirt. Guiyu looked resigned, with tears in his eyes, which made Sheng He feel a little creeped out. Sheng He looked at Guiyu and said, Forget whether we can be together or not. I feel like you might be my sister. Guiyu asked, Miss He, what exactly don't you like about me? I can change. Sheng He sighed, Mr. Gua, what do you like about me? I can try to change too. At this moment, Ningjing, who had already left angrily, turned back. Sheng He was a bit surprised and quickly went to meet him. Master, why are you back? Ningjing stopped in front of Sheng He, glanced at the annoying Guiyu, and said gloomily, I'm not feeling well. You need to examine me. Sheng He was surprised. When he had previously lifted Lu Chuanqing by the neck and scared her into peeing herself, he didn't seem unwell at all. Seeing that Sheng He remained unmoved, Ningjing secretly signaled her, and Sheng He finally understood. She felt a little happy inside, so he hadn't abandoned her and was still trying to help her out. Okay, Master, your health is very important. I can't slack off. Come on. I'll give you a proper checkup in the flower hall, Sheng He said eagerly. Just as Sheng He was about to leave, Madame Xiang suddenly realized what was happening. She hurriedly stopped Sheng He. No, you can't. Little Gua is still here waiting for your word. Look how good he is to you. I think this child is a good person. Sheng He's gaze suddenly turned cold. Oh? It seems Grandma really likes him. He then called over Aunt Ho Hot and Little Fu, who were working at the door. Sheng He's sharp words were hard for most to handle, and he usually meant what he said. The third soul of the Su family was so frightened that he lost his spirit, shouting loudly, What are you talking about? How dare you ruin my wife's reputation? I'll tear your little brat's mouth apart. Ningjing quickly covered his chest, calmly protecting Sheng He behind him. Old madam, I don't want to get involved in your family matters. I'm not feeling well right now, and I've already charged for my medical advice here. If you delay my treatment, my guards might get worried and upset. His words carried a clear threat. Ningjing's voice was cold and serious, making Xiang shiver and step back quickly. I won't delay. Seeing Xiang finally dare not to cause trouble, Ningjing's face relaxed a little. Just then, he saw the man kneeling on the ground, looking pitiful, and said to Sheng He, Miss He, I already have feelings for you. I won't give up easily. As long as you're willing to look back, I'll be waiting right behind you. Hearing this confession, Sheng He clenched her fists tightly. Ningjing let out a long breath, feeling almost at his limit. He gave a meaningful look at Bei and at the door. Bei understood and nodded. Guiyu waited at Sheng's house for a while, but Sheng He didn't come out to see him. Feeling a bit bored, he knew that love couldn't be rushed. With women like her, you had to take your time, slowly win her over. So he said goodbye to Xiang and planned to come back tomorrow, when Sheng He was free. Not long after Guiyu left Sheng's house, he reached a small bamboo grove along his path. He was happily imagining the wonderful days ahead, trying to win Sheng He's heart. Suddenly, he heard hurried but orderly footsteps behind him. Before he could turn around, everything went black. He felt a rough cloth cover his head. Guiyu didn't have time to call for help. The next moment, a heavy fist struck his proud face. Kid, you think you can compete with our master for a woman? You should look at yourself first, Bei warned as he hit him. Stay away from Miss He next time. This is just a small lesson. If you dare to bother her again, I'll peel your face off and feed it to the dogs. Tell me, who told you to do this? What are you really trying to achieve? Guiyu screamed in pain, but no one heard him in the bamboo forest. He begged, Stop hitting me. It's the old lady, the Xiang family. She told me to Sheng He. I just wanted to cling to Sheng He's leg to avoid working so hard for decades. Wah wah wah. Sheng He took Ningzheng to a private small flower hall. She checked him thoroughly, but found no real health problems. This man's pulse was steady, his internal strength strong, and he didn't seem unwell, except his face looked a little dark. Ningzheng said, "You're not allowed to see the little courtesans anymore." Sheng He chuckled. Okay. I promise. She usually kept herself pure and only drooled over handsome photos on her space computer. She wasn't that reckless. Ning Zheng's expression softened a little. He took his wrist back from Sheng He's hand and said, "I'm fine now. I feel much better." Sheng He looked at him silently, then gave a rare, serious warning. "Your grandmother doesn't seem to care about you. Otherwise, she wouldn't put someone like Guiyu in front of you. If you really like him, you're just pushing yourself into trouble." Sheng He nodded and said proudly, "Don't worry, boss. I know what I'm doing. I don't like those overly clingy men. If I choose, it'll be someone strong and brave like you." Ningzheng coughed lightly, his face clearing up a bit. "You do have some sense. By the way, that Lu Chuanxing isn't an easy person either. Look at the mess in your house now. I don't know how you can stand it." Sheng He poured herself a cup of tea and took a slow sip. "My grandmother and the Lu siblings are like cockroaches in the kitchen. They always do small, nasty things. It's easy to catch their mistakes, but to get rid of them completely, we must be patient and take them down one by one." Sheng He's heart was calm, showing no sign of panic. Her eyes, bright as stars, carried a firm and determined look. Ning Zheng's gaze fell on her face, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Sheng He continued, "But that Guiyu is quite shameless. People like him are the hardest to deal with. I'll have to send someone to give him a warning." Ningzheng said, "No need for that." Sheng He asked, "Why not?" Ningzheng calmly lifted his teacup and took a sip. "Because I already had someone teach him a lesson. If he wants to stay safe and sound, he'll make sure to stay far away from you from now on." Sheng He gave him a thumbs up. "Master Huai, you never disappoint." The matter was finally settled. When Sheng He went to Dashu village to ask around, the villagers said that Guiyu had somehow accidentally fallen outside, ending up with a bruised face. He now stayed home all day, too embarrassed to go out. As for Madame Xiang, who had started the trouble, Sheng He didn't let her off easily. She scolded her harshly and gave her plenty of housework to do. From then on, Madame Xiang had no time to stir up more trouble. Lu Chuanxing had lost face in front of Ningzheng and stayed gloomy for several days. But after her younger brother Lu Genmiao started school, she seemed full of energy again, often bragging about how talented her brother was. One day, Sheng He received news that the waterway project in Jinji County had been completed. Magistrate Wang warmly invited Sheng He and her family to attend the celebration banquet. Not wanting to refuse his kindness, Sheng He gladly agreed and decided to bring her father, Sheng Jiang, and little Zhou along to join the lively event. On the day of the banquet, the entire county office of Jinji was filled with joy, and many townspeople came to join the fun. For people who lived off the land, the new waterway meant everything. Whoever helped them find water so their crops could grow strong was like a savior to them. Today, Wang Jiai dressed very formally. He specifically changed into a long robe usually worn only during festivals and holidays. He also wore a jade crown, giving him the elegant look of a young nobleman, graceful and refined. He also took part in the waterway project. In the past, people called him a useless official's son who only played with broken wood. But this time, his small invention made building the waterway much easier. It made him proud and confident, and both his father, officials, and common people now recognized his talent. Wang County Magistrate said that his son only achieved a small success and told him not to be proud. But in fact, he kept telling everyone about his son's achievement, carefully explaining from start to finish, worried that others might not realize it was his son's clever idea. Wang County Magistrate promised to personally award Wang Jiai a big red ribbon. Wang Jiai had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Of course, what he cared about was not the ribbon itself, but the people who came to see his success. His father said that Miss He and her family would come to the celebration today. Yesterday, Thinking about seeing Miss He made him so nervous he couldn't sleep.
He kept tossing in bed.
In the middle of the night, he even got up to put on his clothes, looked at himself in the mirror, then lay back down, afraid to wrinkle his clothes, so he carefully folded them. The servants thought the young master was crazy, staying up late and fussing over himself, expecting to get dark circles under his eyes. But surprisingly, the next day, Wang Jiai looked full of energy and happiness, like a blooming peach blossom. If Miss He saw him so spirited, she might even like him more. Right now, Wang Jiai was standing at the gate of the government office, greeting guests with Wang County Magistrate. He kept nervously looking down the street, eager to see that familiar, graceful figure. After about half an hour, just when Wang Jiai was starting to feel tired from standing, a familiar and sweet voice came. "Congratulations, Magistrate Wang, on your successful waterway transport." Hearing this voice, Wang Jiai immediately turned his head. Sure enough, Sheng He and his family had arrived for the feast. If his father hadn't gone ahead, he would have happily run over to Sheng He right then. Smeng He smiled and said, "I heard that young Master Wang's invention played a big role in building this waterway. Along the way, the common people have been praising young Master Wang a lot." Wang Jiai's face suddenly turned red. He scratched his head and shyly said, "It's nothing much. It's all thanks to Miss He encouraging me. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Brother Wang, I am Sheng Jiang, Miss Sheng He's younger brother. Nice to meet you." Seeing Wang Jiai keep talking to Sheng He, Sheng Jiang felt a bit annoyed. He stepped in front of them to get Wang Jiai's attention. Only then did Wang Jiai quickly return the greeting. At that moment, he noticed Sheng He was holding a small child, about 4 or 5 years old. Wang Jiai saw Zhu Zhu and couldn't help but pinch his soft little face, smiling to himself.
Wang Jiai is a man.
He doesn't know much about Sheng He's family or her past. He hasn't heard any gossip about her from other women. He thought Sheng He was just like other girls, waiting to get married at home. He even thought that Sheng He, being nearly 20, hadn't married yet because she was too outstanding and special. No man was good enough for her. So he smiled carefree and said to Sheng He, "Miss He, is this your younger brother? He looks strong and handsome." He gave a thumbs up. Zhu Zhu's little face fell. "Do you even realize what you're saying?" Sheng He didn't feel offended. She just chuckled and confidently introduced, "This is my son. His full name is Sheng Yinzhou, and his nickname is Zhu Zhu. He's usually very obedient and is my little darling." Hearing his mother's introduction, Zhu Zhu felt very happy. He nuzzled his fluffy little head against her hand, then proudly looked at Wang Jiai, who was frozen in place. Wang Jiai felt like a thunderbolt struck him. He almost broke apart.
"What?"
"Miss He, you have a son now." Wang Jiai's heart ached terribly. He almost burst into tears right there. What is going on? Which little rascal stole her heart first? His voice trembled as he asked, "Miss He, when did you get married? I've never heard about your marriage and you already have such a big child." Sheng He didn't know how to answer. After all, the original owner's past misdeeds are not something that can be explained in just a few words. Sheng He looked at Wang Jiai, who was shaken, and softly said, "Young man, you are still too young. It's okay to go out on the street more often and listen to some gossip." After speaking, he held his head high and led Zhou Zhou and Sheng Jiang into the hall, leaving Wang Jiai alone in the wind, looking disheveled. "Young master, it seems like pursuing Miss He is no longer possible." The servant behind Wang Jiai gently reminded him. Wang Jiai stomped his foot. "Shut up. Go out and find out who that scoundrel is that hurt Miss He." Talking about this makes my head hurt. It makes me so angry." The servant quickly went out to the street, asked around a few women, and soon learned about the unpleasant things Miss He had done in the past. Nonsense. Miss He must have been tricked by that scoundrel. Miss He is such a tall girl. She wouldn't do such foolish things. Wang Jiai listened as the servant repeated all the messy things Miss He had done and how her reputation was now ruined. He felt both sad and angry. "Young master, maybe we should forget it. Miss He's son is already so old. That's the truth. You should find a good girl to marry and become your wife." Wang Jai sat in his room, tears silently falling down his face. All these years, his heart was only with the wooden figures in his house. When he finally moved his heart, it was already for a woman who had a child. Wang Jai thought he was the saddest man in the world. Just as he was feeling down, the door was pushed open with a loud bang. Wang Jai's mother, Madame Wang, came in. Wang Jai quickly wiped his tears and asked unhappily, "Mother, why didn't you knock before coming into my room?" Madame Wang entered happily, saying, "Oh, my son, you've finally made your mother proud. You've outdone that little troublemaker from your father's house. Look outside." The celebration banquet is attended by important people from Jinji County and Hezhou Prefecture. These gentlemen all want to see you. These men all have precious daughters they cherish.
They want to introduce them to you.
Go to the front hall and greet them. When Wang Jai heard this, he pursed his lips and directly refused, saying, "I'm not interested, mother. To be honest, I already like someone. I can't be with other women anymore." When Madame Wang heard that her son liked someone, her eyes lit up. She quickly moved closer and asked, "You really like someone? Is it Miss Wu from Wang Mi store, or Miss Ma from the gold and silver shop? Just tell me. As long as you like her, I will prepare the bride price immediately and go with you to propose marriage." Wang Jai almost started crying. "Neither of them. Mother, please don't say any more. I just want to be alone for a while." "Oh, my son, what's wrong? Why are you so sad about liking a girl? Did she reject you? Tell me, I've been through this before. Maybe I can help you marry that girl." Madame Wang, having only this one son, felt her heart ache seeing him so gloomy and sad. Wang Jai hesitated for a moment, then finally forced himself to speak. "Mother, what do you think of Miss He?" When Madame Wang heard her son mention Xing He, she immediately started praising Xing He. "Miss He? Of course, she's a good girl, smart and hardworking. She helped us a lot by finding water sources for our county." That's a big blessing. Hearing his mother praise Xing He so highly, Wang Jai cautiously asked, "Mother, do you also think she's a good girl?" "Of course. She helped your father." Madame Wang said a few words, then suddenly felt something was off. "Wang Jai, what do you mean by that? Shouldn't you be telling me about the girl you like?" Wang Jai was a bit speechless. "Mother, I'm just talking to you about the girl I like. I like Miss He." "Boo-hoo." When Madame Wang heard this, she immediately covered his mouth tightly, her face changing. You rebellious son. Who you like doesn't matter. Why would you like Xing He? Do you know she already has a child?" Although Xing He was the hero who helped build the waterway, from a woman's perspective, from a future mother-in-law's point of view, Xing He was definitely not suitable. Marrying her into the family would cause chaos. Those little troublemakers in the house would be celebrating loudly and causing a fuss. Wang Jai felt even more upset by his mother's attitude and turned to lie on the bed. "I don't care. My heart belongs to Miss He now. I don't feel like meeting the guests outside. You're really going to make me angry. If your father finds out you're going to marry a woman who is pregnant before marriage and has a bad reputation, he might even break your legs." His mother scolded angrily and left in a huff. At the banquet, Xing He was feeding porridge and vegetables to Zhou when suddenly she sneezed. The crispy, oily peanuts on her chopsticks slipped and fell to the ground. "Who's talking behind my back?" Zhou muttered as he looked at the peanuts on the floor. Xing He looked at the fallen peanuts with a bit of regret. "Mom, what a waste," he said. "Sorry, Zhou. You can feed those peanuts to the dogs outside later." Xing He comforted him. Zhou was a careful boy who liked to save money. But he was right, although it was just a peanut, it was still very precious to the people of Wuchuan County and even the entire Hechuan area. Jinji County, as a large county in Hezhou, didn't hold back at this feast. Even though the portions of meat and vegetables were small, they still prepared chicken, duck, fish, wild game, and fresh vegetables. This showed how sincere County Magistrate Wang was about this banquet and how hopeful he was about the future. The common people thought the same. Now that the water from the mountain had reached the fields and they were irrigating day after day, even though there was no sign of rain, they still felt confident. The villagers came to toast Xing He and Sheng Ziyuan, expressing their gratitude. They now saw the people of Wuchuan County as if they were their own brothers. Indeed, giving a rose leaves a lingering fragrance. Seeing everyone happy and harmonious, Sheng He felt very pleased. After a long round of toasts, he suddenly felt something was missing. After thinking carefully, he realized he hadn't seen young Master Wang. This young man had been bouncing around like he was on fire today, but now he was nowhere to be seen. Sheng He looked around anxiously. Just then, he saw a woman in a pink silk long dress walking over with a bright smile. She was accompanied by a man around Wang Jiao's age. A servant saw the situation and quickly explained to Sheng He, "This is Aunt Yun from our county magistrate Wang's household, and she has a second son." Sheng He didn't know the other person's purpose and sat quietly in her seat, maintaining a calm appearance. "Miss He, Yun respects you." Aunt Yun gently brushed her sleeve and bowed politely. Sheng He stood up to return the greeting, but felt a bit strange. This Aunt Yun was just a concubine, so how could she be at such an official occasion? Looking at her outfit again, Sheng He realized this Aunt Yun was not simple. She was probably very favored in the household. Aunt Yun had a sweet voice and was quite beautiful, but her eyes had a slight upward tilt, giving her a clever look. She then sat next to Sheng He and, without hesitation, warmly took Sheng He's hand. "Miss Yun is a brave woman who has made great achievements in our Jinjixi County. Now, our grandfather can't stop praising you." Sheng He was originally having a meal with her son and didn't like being disturbed, especially not by physical contact, so she quietly pulled her hand back. Aunt Yun saw Sheng He's distant attitude and felt a bit annoyed. A poor girl from Danchuan County, thinking she's some noble lady? If she wasn't here for a favor, she wouldn't even bother to look at Sheng He. Aunt Yun suppressed her displeasure and adjusted her mood, then appeared gentle again. "I'm sorry to disturb Miss He's meal. I only heard our grandfather praising you every day, so I wanted to come and meet the distinguished guest." She then pushed her son forward and said, "This is my son, Wang Jiacheng. He's 2 years younger than Deshao and quite mischievous. Jia Chong, come, greet Miss He." Aunt Yun was indeed very favored in the backyard. Over the past 10 years, her prominence even overshadowed the main wife, and her son was also highly valued by Magistrate Wang. Her son, Wang Jiacheng, is 15 years old. Originally, his status in her grandfather's eyes was on par with the eldest legitimate son of the main household. Even Wang Jia liked to play with broken wood and often argued with the grandfather. In contrast, her son, though mischievous outside, was sweet-talking and often made the grandfather very happy at home. Recently, because of the waterway repair project, the grandfather suddenly took a liking to this eldest son and even supported his hobby of playing with wood, praising him constantly. The eldest son born to the main wife has become successful, and he is gradually gaining more influence in the backyard. Yun Nyang, who had not been suppressed for over 10 years, now has to bow her head. This makes Yun Nyang so angry that she can't sleep for a month. After investigating carefully, she found out that it was Sheng He who spoke a few good words about Wang Jiai in front of the master, which directly helped this young man turn his luck around. How could this be? Her precious son, Jia Chong, is the best. She is determined to help him get a good official position and wants Wang Jiai to be forever beneath him. A dark light flashed in Yun Nyang's eyes. She originally didn't care to ask Sheng He for help, but from the water source repair project, she saw that Sheng He was quite capable. Most importantly, the master valued him very much. If she could also say a few good words for her son in front of the master, maybe her son could regain some face and not let Wang Jiai be so proud alone. Wang Jiachong is a regular at the brothel and the Chu Pavilion. Of course, he has heard that Sheng He is a woman with a bad reputation, flirtatious and unfaithful, so he looks down on her very much. Only Wang Jiai, this naive fool who has never seen the world, keeps mentioning Miss He every day, afraid others won't know his feelings. If it weren't for his mother forcing him to come, he wouldn't even want to see this woman. But just as he looked up and his eyes met Sheng He's, he was instantly stunned. This woman is as cold and clear as a piece of jade, with beautiful and delicate features, like exquisite patterns carved into jade with gold. Miss He hello. Wang Jiachong is a handsome young man. He instinctively wanted to hold Sheng He's hand. Sheng He caught his gaze with the corner of her eye and sharply hit the back of his hand with her chopsticks.
Ah.
What are you doing? Wang Jiachong screamed in pain, clutching his hand and crying out. His eyes immediately filled with anger. Sheng He remained calm and composed. This time, she carefully picked up a peanut and placed it into her porridge bowl. Sorry, if you hadn't reached so close, my chopsticks wouldn't have accidentally touched your hand. In other words, mind your own dog paws. Wang Jiachong liked girls who were obedient and flattering him. Now, after Sheng He's rude behavior, he completely lost his good impression of her. Yun Yang, feeling upset that her son was wronged, also felt worse. How dare this country girl from the countryside treat her son so disrespectfully? However, she had something to ask for, so she put on a kind and gentle face. Oh, son, why are you so careless? Miss He is now a very important person, and we can't afford to offend her. Although Aunt Yun was smiling politely, Sheng He could hear the underlying sarcasm. Sheng He felt a bit speechless. She was sitting peacefully here when suddenly two annoying people appeared, fussing without getting to the point. Aunt Yun, do you have something to ask me? Sheng He finally asked. Aunt Yun, who was used to a comfortable life in the mansion, had never experienced what it was like to ask for help. Hearing Sheng He speak first, she happily said, Oh, Miss He, it's so refreshing to talk to a smart person. I heard you are working with my family's master, and you even arranged a task for our eldest son to help repair the waterway. Look, my son Jia Chong is also the master's son. Since that's the case, of course, we shouldn't favor one over the other. Jia Yi has already received a big red flower, and my son also wants to help the master. Miss He, maybe you could. Before Aunt Yun finished, little Zhou cut her off seriously. Aunt Yun, if this brother wants to help the master, he should go talk to the master himself. My mother is not the master. Sheng He almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Her child probably just wanted a good meal and was getting impatient. Although her words were simple, they made sense. Aunt Yun, my son is right. If Jia Chong really wants to help his father, why would he come to me? I don't know the worries of County Magistrate Wang. Sheng He almost showed her refusal plainly. Seeing Sheng He refuse, Aunt Yun grew anxious. No, Miss He. Everyone knows you are very close to our master. When you speak for us, it carries weight. Only if you say a few good words will my son get a good job, Sheng He sneered.
Wow.
This was their first meeting, and they came so confidently to use her? Sheng He thought for a moment and didn't outright refuse. Instead, she said, Helping Jia Chong find a proper job isn't impossible, but I need to know what Jia Chong is good at first. Hearing this, Wang Jia Chong immediately lifted his chin. I am good at bird catching and cockfighting. Just by looking at the bird's feathers, I can tell its quality, and with fighting, there's also a skill involved. From the way he spoke, I could tell he's been a spoiled rich kid for over 10 years. Sheng He quickly told him to stop. Young Master Wang, I am asking about your skills, not about how you waste your time. When Aunt Yun heard this, her eyebrows immediately raised high. Miss He, you can't be so biased. The eldest young master spends all day playing with wood, and you still praise him in front of the old master, saying he will achieve great things. My son is very clever, and he wins every cockfight. Why can't you say a few good words about him in front of the old master? Sheng He almost laughed out of frustration. County Magistrate Wang is a good official, honest in his politics, but when it comes to women, he seems blind. He married such a foolish woman. If Aunt Yun belonged to their Sheng family, she would have already slapped her mouth shut. Sheng He didn't want to cause trouble on such a good day, so he said, All right, don't worry. I will ask County Magistrate Wang later what worries he has that make young Master Ji Chong have to fight and dogs to relieve stress. Aunt Yun and Ji Chong. Aunt Yun realized that Sheng He just wanted to flatter the legitimate branch and looked down on their commoner family. She flicked her handkerchief and snorted coldly. I think it's better to forget it. We won't bother Miss He's kind words anymore. If you're unwilling, no one is forcing you. Hearing this, Sheng He's face immediately darkened. She had never been so wronged at home, and now outside, she was being insulted by a concubine? Just as Sheng He was about to get angry, her younger brother Sheng Jiang suddenly slammed his chopsticks down and stepped in front of her. "Aunt Yun, what do you mean? We're having a nice meal here, and you're making sarcastic remarks. Do you look down on us from Wuchuan County? Are you deliberately making things difficult for us?" With that, Aunt Yun's face turned pale. Currently, Jinji County, under County Magistrate Wang's leadership, had become allies with Wuchuan County. If she started looking down on Wuchuan County, she would be going against her husband's wishes. Such a serious accusation made Aunt Yun unable to bear it. She quickly stammered, "No, Sheng Jiang had already stood up. "You just want my sister to praise your son in front of the county magistrate, right? Now I will call Magistrate Wang over and have my sister praise him in front of Magistrate Wang." "Sheng He, good boy, as long as you're not embarrassed, others will be the ones feeling awkward, right?" Aunt Yun was already so frightened she didn't know what to do, and Wang Jiacheng didn't dare to look at people with that proud attitude anymore. You all just flatter my father, don't you? I am his most loved son. One day, when I succeed, I will definitely step on you all." Seeing his father still smiling and talking to Sheng Ziyuan with a big grin, Wang Jiacheng hurriedly said a harsh word, then quickly left with Aunt Yun. Sheng Jiang looked at their backs and spat fiercely. Bah! Who isn't the most loved son of their father? He really thinks he's something special. "Sheng He, are you sure your focus is in the right place?" Next to them, Zhou, who was seriously eating, raised his little face and carefully counted on his fingers. "Exactly, my mother is her father's most loved daughter. I'm the second most loved grandson, and you're the third, Sheng Jiang. Luckily, there are no dogs in the family, or he would be in the fourth position." After a satisfying meal and drinks, if Aunt Yun hadn't come to pick a fight for no reason, this banquet would have been perfect. The only small regret was that they hadn't seen Wang Jai again. No idea where he went. He hadn't even had a proper chance to congratulate him on receiving the big red flower awarded by his father himself. After dinner, the banquet was about to end. Sheng He planned to take a walk on the streets of Jinjing County to digest the food. It was rare for the family to gather together for a walk and chat. Who made them all so busy? On the street, Zhou was very interested in the calligraphy and painting supplies in a shop, while Sheng Jiang was watching the young fighters practicing boxing with envy. He even stood at the door and mimicked their moves slightly, looking excited and longing. Sheng He remembered that his younger brother had also read books, but he wasn't really interested in studying. When he was young, he often fought in school and didn't focus on his lessons. When Sheng Ziyuan asked why he wasn't studying well, he said that those kids were bad and that he was a child born without a mother, blaming himself for his mother's death. Hearing this, Sheng Ziyuan didn't dare to send his son back to school anymore. Instead, he early on trained him to become a constable in the government office. Sheng He felt a little sorry for her younger brother, Sheng Jiang. When Yangshi died in childbirth, how could she blame Sheng Jiang for it? Only the original owner, with her strange way of thinking, would believe that. Because of this, Sheng Jiang had been unable to lift his head in Wuchuan County for many years. But Sheng Jiang had never blamed his sister. In fact, he had always felt guilty and thought he was the one who caused their mother's death. In reality, he was just a child who had lost his mother at a young age. While Sheng He was walking with her family on the street, suddenly they heard loud noise nearby. She stopped and looked up. It was at the entrance of Yunlu Academy in Jinjixian. Yunlu Academy was built along the street, but after passing the archway, you had to walk along a small path to reach the main gate. At this moment, a group of people surrounded the archway. They were students from the academy. An older student was waving his hand and shouting loudly, "You may be young, but stealing and copying are unforgivable. The teacher already said, you don't need to come here anymore. Just stop bothering us." This was a matter at another academy. Sheng He usually didn't like to get involved in other people's affairs. She was about to leave with Zhou and her family. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from the crowd. "Bah, you call yourselves scholars? Can scholars talk nonsense like that?" My brother is clearly smarter than Zijian. He's a genius. Do you even deserve to arrange my brother? Step aside. I want to talk to your teacher. Hearing this voice, Sheng He immediately got excited. Wasn't this Lu Chuanxing, who boasted every day at home about her brother being a genius at Yunlu Academy? Sheng Ziyuan and Sheng Jiang also clearly recognized her. They exchanged glances and calmly walked over to observe the situation. Now that Lu Chuanxing was living at Sheng's house and had a good relationship with Xiang Shi, she was considered half a local of Wuchuan County. If something happened, they couldn't just ignore it. Most importantly, they were worried that Lu Chuanxing, who had no conscience, might turn around and bite back, causing trouble outside and pushing it onto Sheng's family. Sure enough, in the next second, Lu Chuanxing, with Lu Genmiao, shouted hoarsely, "You want my brother to drop out of school for no reason? I tell you, there's no way. Have you even tried to find out who we are? We are now living in the county magistrate's residence in Wuchuan County. Do you all know Miss Sheng He, the daughter of the county magistrate of Wuchuan? She and I are good friends. She just helped you find a water source. If you dare to offend me, you are offending Miss He and the entire Wuchuan County.
Can you handle that?"
With these powerful words, the people who had no experience of conflict looked angry and blushed. They respected Sheng He for finding water for the county and didn't want to oppose her. But the brother and sister were just causing trouble, and they couldn't leave without feeling upset. Suddenly, a clear voice was heard. "Lu Chuanxing, you are a girl who came here alone with your younger brother. We helped you out of kindness, and now you're causing trouble outside?" Everyone was drawn to the voice and looked over. To their surprise, Miss He appeared. The students saw Sheng He and bowed politely, showing respect and admiration, unlike the disgust they felt toward Lu Chuanxing. Lu Chuanxing saw Sheng He and her family suddenly appear. Her face changed, then she looked tearful. "Miss He, why are you here?" Then she knelt in front of Sheng Ziyuan, holding Lu Genmiao's knees and crying loudly, "Old Master Sheng, please help us. The people from Jinjixiang slander my brother and forced him to drop out of school. Please help us." Sheng He watched happily. Since Lu Genmiao started school, Lu Chuanxing has been praising her brother as if he's the best in the world. Lu Chuanxing wanted to rent a carriage to show off her brother, calling him Scholar Gong, as if their family was very proud. But now, just a few days later, he was kicked out of school. She was embarrassed to still be shouting here. More and more people gathered, and Sheng Ziyuan's face looked worse. His daughter didn't like the brother and sister, so he also disliked them. Their eyes weren't pure, and they caused chaos at home every day, disturbing the peace. It was okay if they caused trouble at home, but they also tried to please their mother, Mrs. Liu, and now they had brought shame outside. Tell me, what exactly happened? What did Lu Genmiao do to be kicked out? As the county magistrate, I will be fair and just, and I won't tolerate any injustice. Lia Chengxing still looked confident and proud, but the face of Lu Genmiao, who was holding her hand, had turned bright red. Especially when she saw that Zhou had also come, her heart became even more anxious. She wished she could dig a hole and hide. "Big sister, let's stop arguing. I don't want to study anymore." Lu Genmiao's heart was pounding, and she wanted to pull Lia Chengxing away. But Lia Chengxing didn't want to leave. She had worked hard to send her brother to Yunlu Academy, and her reputation as a top student had spread. She couldn't just give up on studying now. At this moment, the senior student of Yunlu Academy stepped forward. Regarding what old Master Xing said, "Our academy hasn't just expelled students randomly. Lu Genmiao is too much. He often disrupts class, affects other students, and even cheats and copies work. Old Master Sheng, you are also a scholar. Cheating and copying are serious faults for a student. It's a matter of character. He wasn't even a formal student here, so we believe it's right to expel him." They also showed evidence of Lu Genmiao copying work to Sheng Ziyuan. Sheng Ziyuan looked at it briefly, his face darkening. Yes, this assignment by Lu Genmiao is exactly the same as another student's. The date and handwriting suggest it was written earlier. Lu Genmiao did copy. Hearing this, Lia Chengxing immediately protested. "How is that possible? Old Master Sheng, Even if you don't like me and my brother, you don't have to be so unfair. My brother's entrance essay was so good, the teacher praised him right away. How could he copy? He's so talented. Why would he need to copy? These people are just jealous of my brother's talent and spreading lies. As Lia Chungsing's voice grew louder, Lu Genmiao lowered his head more and more. Zhou noticed Lu Genmiao's expression and frowned, staring at him as if thinking. Lu Genmiao felt Zhou's gaze. First, he felt guilty, then a wave of shame and resentment overwhelmed him. Why does this little brat get to laugh at him? It's all his fault. If it weren't for his paper on the desk, he wouldn't have taken it to the teacher at Yunlu Academy. If he didn't ride the ox cart to study every day, he wouldn't long for this cursed studying. Now, he was in such a difficult situation all because of Sheng Yunzhou, that little troublemaker. Lu Genmiao didn't want to lose face, so he loudly said, "Yes. My essay was written so well when I entered school. I don't want to copy others. I wasn't feeling well when I wrote that day, so I couldn't produce a good essay. That's why I looked at others' work. I have a perfect memory. I'm a genius. I just copied someone else's essay word for word. Why do you say I plagiarized?" His unreasonable words made the student who was working on his own essay in the academy burst into tears. "You, Lu Genmiao, I've never seen such a shameless person. Where do you get the nerve to say these things confidently?" Lu Chuanxing became even more excited. "My brother is right. I just copied your essay and handed it into the teacher. Why are you making such a fuss? Do you really think you're a literary star who can ascend to heaven just by writing one essay?" His smug look was really annoying to watch. In the past, Lu Chuanxing was naturally lucky, and her pretty face made people like her instantly. But at some point, everyone could see her arrogance and foolish scheming in her eyes. Even the most beautiful face looks ridiculous when paired with such a foolish mind. Zhou gently tugged at Sheng He and softly said, "Mother, I remember I lost a rough draft before. Maybe you can help me ask about it." Sheng He immediately praised her son highly. She also felt there was something suspicious about this matter. Just as she was about to mention it, she realized her son was thinking the same thing. Sheng He immediately stepped forward and politely said to the senior student of Yunlu Academy, "This young man, since Lu Genmiao said his essay was excellent when he entered school, I would like to see that essay." The students of Yunlu Academy saw Sheng He speak, so they immediately took out the essay that they had planned to return to Lu Genmiao. When Lu Genmiao saw the paper, he went crazy and rushed forward, shouting, "Why should I show you what I wrote?" His eyes flashed with hostility, ready to the paper, shove it into his mouth, and swallow it. But as he lifted his foot, he found someone grabbing his collar, making him unable to move. "Little kid, why are you so panicked? Since it's your masterpiece, what's wrong with letting others appreciate it?" Sheng Jiang grabbed Lu Genmiao by the arm, his narrowed eyes full of threat. Lu Genmiao's legs trembled with fear. Meanwhile, Sheng He had already taken the essay. She often helped Zhou practice writing, and although the paper was covered with erasures, she could still recognize Zhou's handwriting. Zhou spotted the essay and jumped with joy. "That's the one I lost. I finally found it." "You're lying. I wrote it. You have no proof it's yours." Lu Genmiao shouted stubbornly, even though he was clearly at a disadvantage. Hearing Zhou's words, Lu Chuanxing grew angry. Some people can't write their own essays, so they just claim others' work. How shameless at such a young age. Zhou stayed calm and didn't argue. Instead, he borrowed a pen from one of the senior students of Yunlu Academy and carefully rewrote the title of the essay on a blank space. The handwriting matched perfectly. Though still a bit childish and lacking strength, the strokes were elegant and confident. The students around couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Many were amazed. So this essay really was written by the little boy. Lu Genmiao must have stolen it. Before, people had praised the essay's fine handwriting, and some had even asked Lu Genmiao for advice. But he had rudely scolded them, saying his skills were too special to share with fools. Now it was clear. He had been pretending all along. The onlookers understood everything, and looked at Lu Chuanxing and Lu Genmiao with disgust. The senior student from Yunlu Academy bowed respectfully to Sheng He and said seriously, Miss He, your young master is truly talented and intelligent. I will report the truth to our teacher. If fate allows, I would be honored to become his fellow student. Zhou Zhou returned the bow with a scholar's salute, his small face serious. Thank you for your encouragement, big brother. But I already have a teacher. A teacher is like a parent for life, and I cannot betray my school. My teacher is very good. The senior student looked at the 5-year-old boy, impressed by his calmness and respect for his teacher. His gaze was no longer that of an adult toward a child, but one of genuine respect and admiration between equals. Thinking again about Lu Genmiao's frantic shouting and struggling, he looked like a monkey in the mud. Their faces were full of impatience. As for Lu Genmiao, he was never an official disciple of our academy, and from now on, he can no longer be part of our school. Old Master Sheng, he is currently staying in Wuchuan County. Please take him back and handle him yourself. We won't interfere anymore. Sheng Ziyuan nodded and ordered the guards to subdue Lu Genmiao and his sister. Sheng Yunzhou, what are you pretending for? You're the one who harmed me. You're just here to laugh at me. Lu Genmiao shouted desperately, then burst into loud tears. This can't be true. My sister said he would become a top scholar and enjoy life in the capital. How could he be driven out of the academy by these lowlifes? If he studied hard for a few days, he would definitely be 1,000 times better than Sheng Yunzhou. Seeing this scene, Lu Chuanqing finally snapped out of her confusion. She knelt down and begged, No, you can't let my brother lose his chance to study. Sheng He, go talk to them. My brother wants to be a top scholar. He's destined for greatness. Sheng He, tired of this brother and sister, looked at Lu Chuanqing, who was crawling at his feet. He kicked her and then raised his hand to slap her. Lu Chuanqing screamed painfully, then was pushed down by the guards. Still thinking about studying? Better to settle your future life first. Sheng He sneered. You think, after doing such shameful things, you can still live comfortably in my Sheng family? This time was different. Sheng Ziyuan, who also came from a scholarly background, knew how unacceptable plagiarism was among students. He definitely wouldn't tolerate Lu family's misbehavior this time. This is what you get for your own mistakes. Sheng He smiled slightly, took his son's small hand, and leisurely went home. As soon as Sheng Ziyuan returned to the county, he went straight to the government office to handle the case. He ordered Lu family siblings to be confined in Wu County within 5 days. Mrs. Xiang was originally waiting at home happily for Lu Chuanqing and her brother to return. When she heard the news, she burst into tears. Of course, she wasn't upset about Lu family siblings. She had already planned for Lu Chuanqing to marry her son and give her a big, fat grandson. Now, her dream of a big, fat grandson was completely shattered. Mrs. Xiang couldn't understand. It was just a matter of using a piece of that little troublemaker's writing. Why was it such a big deal? They didn't steal real gold or silver. It must be Sheng He causing trouble, just like her mother, able to fool Sheng Ziyuan easily. What made Mrs. Xiang angrier was Lu Chuanqing and her brother. They had been completely expelled from Sheng family and were now living on the streets. That night, Lu Chuanqing had nowhere to go. The foot massage shops in Wu County refused to take them in for the night. She could only find an abandoned thatched hut with her brother to stay in. Since experiencing the flood and losing her parents, Lu Chuanqing had become like a lucky charm. No matter how poor she was, she wouldn't end up like this. Someone kind would always come to help her. How did it come to this? Where did things go wrong? She whispered through tears, still unable to believe how far she had fallen. Lu Genmiao had been struggling all day. Though he was angry and sad, he was still young and tired easily. Big sister, I'm so hungry. Please make something for me to eat, he begged, rubbing his fingers. Lu Chuanqing had only this younger brother. Even if he made a big mistake and all her previous efforts and plans were wasted, she couldn't bear to see him suffer or go hungry. Knowing she had a lucky charm like fate, Lu Chuanqing made a wish. It would be great if someone brought me dinner to fill my stomach right now. Based on her past experiences, whenever she mentioned lacking food or clothes, magical coincidences would often happen to fulfill her wishes. But unfortunately, she waited for a long time and nothing happened. All she could hear was her stomach growling with hunger. At that moment, a wild cat suddenly jumped out from the windowsill with a swish. Lu Chuanqing was very happy, thinking the cat had brought her some delicious food. But unexpectedly, the black cat's eyes glowed faintly as it threw 2 dead mice in front of the siblings.
Ah!
Get away! Where did this wild cat come from? Lu Chuanqing screamed in fear, hurriedly shooing the disgusting cat away. Startled, the wild cat slapped Lu Chuanqing across the face, leaving her with a bloody wound. Lu Chuanqing covered her face and sobbed. Big sister, didn't you say you had good luck blessing you?
I'm hungry.
Why hasn't anyone come to bring us tasty food? Lu Genmiao, feeling unhappy, pouted and urged impatiently. Lu Chuanqing was very annoyed. Ever since she started dealing with that rude boy Xing He, her good luck seemed to have disappeared. She cried for a while, but there was no medicine to treat her wound. She irritably said to Lu Genmiao, "Why bother eating? Do you really think I'm a goddess from heaven? Whatever you want to eat, just get it. Just sleep, and you'll dream of everything." After saying that, she ignored Lu Genmiao and lay down on a bed of dry grass to sleep. Perhaps she was exhausted from today's fatigue. She quickly fell into a dream. In her dream, she saw a beautifully dressed child become a little prince. The child's figure and age looked very similar to her younger brother Lu Genmiao. He was holding a tall, handsome young man from Huai. No. At this moment, she should be scolding the war god King Dinghuai. Lu Chuanqing was excited. Without hesitation, she wanted to run toward them, but no matter how hard she tried, she kept getting farther away. She couldn't catch up. She couldn't run anymore, and she supported her knees, gasping for breath. At that moment, she felt someone pass by her easily and walk over to King Dinghuai. Lu Chuanqing looked closely and almost exploded with anger. Wasn't that Xing He, that little brat? Why does she have the right? Lu Chuanqing was about to rush over and tear her face apart when suddenly she saw King Dinghuai and the little prince turn their heads together. Lu Chuanqing froze instantly. The little prince held by King Dinghuai had turned into Sheng Yunzhou, that little rascal. How could this be? Lu Chuanqing was about to go crazy with rage. Mother and son Sheng He directly took away the bright future of their siblings. Big sister. Big sister, someone was pulling her arm. Lu Chuanqing looked down and saw her younger brother dressed in dull clothes standing beside her, calling her. He looked poor and ugly. You naughty child, what are you doing here? Lu Chuanqing was furious. She grabbed her brother and started hitting him. Are you just going to let them take away our wealth and happiness? You useless kid. Ow. Big sister, why are you hitting me? Lu Genmiao's voice suddenly grew louder in her ear. Lu Chuanqing woke up from her dream in shock. So it was just a dream. Lu Chuanqing rubbed her head and said painfully. She knew very well that her dreams usually predicted the future. This time, she had a terrible nightmare. So that's what happened. No wonder I've been so unlucky. Someone is stealing our fate. Lu Chuanqing clenched her fists tightly, trembling with anger. Someone is blocking our way. Big sister, what are you mumbling about? Were you fighting in your dream? Did you have a bad dream? Lu Genmiao rubbed his eyes and said sadly, You even hit me. Yes, I had a bad dream. Lu Chuanqing wiped cold sweat from her forehead and told Lu Genmiao, Genmiao, we are in big trouble. Then she told her brother everything about her past, how she could tell him everything openly. Lu Genmiao knew his sister's dreams were very accurate. When he heard that he would become a royal relative, he was very happy and proud. But her next words made his face turn serious. Big sister, so, I am the one supposed to become the little prince? Did Sheng Yunzhou steal my identity? Lu Genmiao's face darkened completely, and his eyes showed anger. Why doesn't he just die? Lu Chuanqing looked at the two dead mice and slowly exhaled. Genmiao, you're right. These two people deserve to die. The weather was getting hotter, and the crops in the fields were growing taller. The crops in Wuchuan County were full of life. The vegetable seedlings in the fields were lush and green, with large, juicy leaves. When cooked, they tasted salty and sweet, very delicious. This is not at all like the wilted, yellowing, bug-infested vegetable leaves from before, which tasted bitter and were even avoided by the pigs at home. Everyone knew it was thanks to Miss He. She is kind-hearted and shared good seeds with them, making farming much easier. Although the mountain spring provided a steady water supply and people's meals became slightly better, the entire county still had too many people. Sheng He knew drought would last a long time, and wasting water was not a good long-term plan. Recently, Sheng He has been researching ways to save water through irrigation methods. At the same time, the small school in Zaoer village is thriving. Children from nearby villages whose families can afford it are coming to study. Cao Chao's writing has been recognized by the teacher at Yunlu Academy, which greatly boosts the confidence of the children studying there. They all hope to become as talented as Cao Chao and earn praise from adults. The adults' faces are no longer anxious about their next meal but are focused on working hard in the fields, hoping for a bigger harvest this year. The once dull and poor county has become lively and full of hope, with the sound of reading aloud everywhere. The only ones feeling sad might be Lu Qinglin and Leah. Lu Qinglin initially eagerly recommended Lu Genmiao to the teacher, praising her diligence and eagerness to learn, but Lu Genmiao's ugly attitude was exposed, and Lu Qinglin was also affected. The teacher used to like him, but now he dislikes him, thinking Lu Qinglin and the Lu siblings are playing tricks on him. The teacher hates students who are smooth-talking, lazy, and sneaky. Lu Qinglin has now had bad luck, and no one knows when the teacher will forgive him and let him return to school. Leah's situation is even worse. She was forced by second aunt to marry Lu Erling, and she cries every day, feeling helpless and hopeless. Thinking about spending her next life with a fool makes her feel like she wants to die. The only thing giving her a little relief is that second aunt found a fortune teller to pick an auspicious wedding date, set for next month. She spends every day trying to find a way to escape, but now she feels hopeless. Her mother is too weak to take care of herself. Qinglin Gij has been lured away by that little troublemaker Lu Chuanqing, and as for the Sheng family, they definitely won't help her. Now she has no money and no power. Every day feels like she is boiling in a hot pot, suffering greatly. One day, Leah finished washing clothes for Lu's family, herself, and her mother under Erlung Aunt's watch. She finally could rest her waist a little. Lazy girl, I've been waiting here for a long time, and you haven't even opened your mouth to give me a sip of water. How will you be my daughter-in-law in the future? Erlung Aunt looked at Leah with dissatisfaction. Leah replied coldly, Brother Qinglin and I have been torn apart by you. I have no way out now, so I agreed to marry Lu Erlung. From now on, I will be your daughter-in-law. If you keep tormenting me, my health will suffer, and you won't get to hold your grandson. I believe there are better girls in the county who would be willing to marry your son. Hearing this, Erlung Aunt felt uneasy. Yes, what she wanted most now was a big grandson. Only by having a grandson could she feel proud in front of others. As a woman, she knew that a woman's body was delicate. Cold or heat could harm her. When she was pregnant with Erlung, it took a lot of effort to get pregnant. After giving birth to Erlung, she didn't know when she hurt her body and could no longer have children. All right, I've arranged for my son to marry a good girl. Since you've washed so many clothes today, take a break. I won't bother you this afternoon. Just cook dinner tonight, said Erlung Aunt. She thought, if Leah has children in the future and still has that stubborn temper, she would teach her a lesson, so she would understand the power of her mother-in-law. Did they really think their family was a big household? Want to set rules? How ridiculous. Seeing Erlung Aunt turn away with her big fan, Leah looked at her hands, which were almost raw from washing clothes. She felt hopeless about her life and sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, someone approached and stopped in front of her. Leah couldn't help but look up, and her face changed. "Is that you? Why are you here?" It was Lu Chuanqing, who had fought with her a few days ago. Leah wiped her tears and suddenly jumped up. "I'm here to see you," Lu Chuanqing said expressionlessly. Leah was initially cautious, then remembered a recent big event in the county. The Lu siblings, who lived in the county magistrate's residence, were expelled from the Sheng family for bad behavior, plagiarism, and theft. The county magistrate also issued a final warning, telling them to leave Wuchuan County within 5 days. Thinking about this made Leah feel satisfied. Although Brother Qinglin no longer wanted her, she was determined that Lu Chuanqing would not be able to be with Brother Qinglin either. The situation with Lu Chuanqing and her brother couldn't be good either. They were probably panicked and didn't know where to go now. "Do you want something from me?" Leah sneered. "Is it that you want me to give you half of my cowshed so you and your brother can live there?" Lu Chuanqing ignored Leah's mockery and said seriously, "Leah, why do you hate me? The one who really caused all this trouble is Sheng He. Why should we fight each other and let Sheng He enjoy the peace?" Leah didn't expect her to blame Sheng He, so she was caught off guard. "What do you mean?" Lu Chuanqing stepped forward and tempted her. "Leah, I admit I did flirt with Lu Qinglin because I wanted him to help my brother get into Yinlu Academy. If you're willing to work with me, I will tell him the truth about how I used him. He will surely see your good qualities again. Then, there's a chance for you and Lu Qinglin to reconcile. We can also push Sheng He, our common enemy, into total ruin." Faced with Lu Chuanqing's invitation to form an alliance, Leah didn't think it was impossible. Instead, she mocked. "Us working together? You've lived at Sheng's house for so long. Don't you know Sheng He's strength? Even if we team up with 2 more brains, we might not be able to beat him." Lu Chuanqing ignored Leah's words. "I didn't expect you to be so timid. Sheng He is just a woman. No matter how powerful she is, women's fate is in men's hands. She can't possibly turn the tables, right?" She knew Leah didn't want to marry Lu Erling. She came up with a good idea. "Do you think Sheng He and Lu Erling are a good match?" After saying this, she took out a small bag of powder from her purse and held it up to Leah. "Do you know what this is?" "Dream smoke powder. With this, we can make the whole Wuchuan County see the scene of the county magistrate's daughter and a fool together." Lu Chuanqing's eyes sparkled with madness. Leah was very surprised and quickly took a few steps back. "Do you know what you're doing? Even if we succeed, the Sheng family will find out and won't let us go. The last time someone tried to arrange Lu Erlin to marry Sheng Hicheng was her mother. Now life is so miserable. This Lu Chuanqing is really clueless." Lu Chuanqing, not knowing the full story, acted very indifferent. By then, the Sheng family will be in chaos. Sheng He might even take his own life after being insulted, and they won't have time to care about us. Anyway, I must do this, or I won't be able to relieve my anger. "Can you stop being so timid?" Leah looked at the powder in her hand, took a deep breath, and seemed to make a firm decision. She nodded in agreement. "All right, if we're going to do it, let's not delay. The Lu family is out working now. Only Lu Erlin is in the house. You can burn the smoke through the window into his room, and I will find a way to lure Sheng He here." Lu Chuanqing was already sure that Leah also hated Sheng He and would help her succeed. She said happily, "You're still smart. Once Sheng He and her worthless son are completely out of the picture, it will be my time to rise. When that happens, I will reward you." Leah looked at her with a complicated expression but said nothing and turned to leave. Earlier, Lu Erlin liked to cause trouble outside, staring foolishly at young women and wives, drooling as he watched them. Lu Lijun was really ashamed of him and forbade him from going outside. He also scolded Erlin's wife. Erlin's wife knew her son was no good and didn't want any trouble that could ruin Leah and her son's marriage. So, she ordered her son to stay inside and not go anywhere. Lu Chuanqing poked a small hole at the window, found a thin bamboo stick, and carefully used her nose to block her breath while inserting the smoked powder into the house. She didn't want to waste any powder. It was very precious, costing her 50 coins, which made her feel heartbroken. Soon, Inside the house, Lu Erlin's restless voice could be heard, like a fierce beast in heat, making people feel scared. Lu Chuanqing locked the door, and Lu Erlin couldn't come out, only occasionally hearing his uncontrollable low growls. At this moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside, followed by Leah's voice. "My mother suddenly isn't feeling well. Please, you must cure her." The voice was very sincere. If Lu Chuanqing and she hadn't planned this together in advance, Lu Chuanqing might have believed it herself. Lu Chuanqing hid by the window, her heart pounding. Soon, Sheng He's voice sounded again. "Why is your mother living in Lu's main house? Weren't you all living in the cowshed?" Leah paused briefly and answered cautiously, "I'm about to marry Lu Erling soon. My mother is staying at Lu's house to recover. Please come quickly. I'm worried she can't hold on." Lu Chuanqing was very happy. She didn't expect Leah to be so clever, bringing Shang He over so quickly. Now, she was just waiting to catch her in the act. Soon, she saw Shang He rush into Lu Erling's house. Without hesitation, she slammed the door shut again. She waited happily for Shang He's cries of distress, but after a long while, there was no sound at all. Her joy and anticipation turned into worry and unease. Why was there no movement? Suddenly, she realized she hadn't noticed where Leah had gone. She was gone, and she had no helper. Lu Chuanqing hesitated for a moment, then slowly crept to the door, squinting to look inside. "What are you looking at? Is it nice?" a familiar, faint voice asked from behind. Lu Chuanqing's whole body broke out in sweat from fear, and her heart sank sharply. "No, this can't be." Before she could turn around, she was kicked hard in the back, causing her to fall forward uncontrollably. The door was slammed open, and she fell heavily to the ground. Ignoring the pain in her legs and the choking smoke and dust, she didn't even think. She scrambled outside like crazy. It was probably too late now. The door was only a narrow. Shang He's beautiful face was turned away from the sunlight, revealing only a faint, high-up smile. At that moment, Lu Chuanqing finally understood. Shang He hadn't been fooled at all. She had been tricked all along by her own illusion. The door was completely shut, leaving her with only eternal darkness. "Open the door. Open up." Cough, such strong smoke. "Lu Erling, you fool. Let go of me. Don't tear my clothes." A desperate struggle sounded from inside the room, quickly turning into intimate, breathless sounds of two people. Sheng He stood coldly under the eaves. Leah nervously approached Sheng, not daring to speak. Leah felt very lucky. She knew Sheng was a very strong woman. Trying to oppose her was like inviting trouble. From the beginning, Leah told Sheng everything about Lu Chuanqing's plan. Sheng played along and followed Leah to Lu's house, letting Lu Chuanqing suffer the consequences. Sheng crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow at Leah. "You did well this time, showing you understand the situation. Do you need me to tell you what to do next?" Leah trembled and said, "I won't dare delay. I will spread the news now, so everyone will catch the cheater. Lu Chuanqing will never be called a shameless woman again." Leah was very happy inside. Seeing Lu Erdang with Lu Chuanqing, she no longer had to be forced to marry that disgusting fool. Sheng waved her hand, signaling her to go. Sheng stayed outside the house for a while longer. When the noise inside calmed down and she was sure nothing else would happen, she prepared to leave. Suddenly, a shadow flashed through the window and broke in. Sheng's sharp eyes immediately recognized the visitor. She was stunned for a second, then quickly rushed into the house. Ning Zheng rushed into Lu Erdang's room. The room was filled with smoke. Luckily, he had prepared in advance, holding his breath so the dust wouldn't enter his body. In the smoke, not far from the collapsed bed, two bodies, exhausted from fighting, were still tightly intertwined. This scene caught Ning Zheng's eye sharply. His heart felt like it was being stabbed with a sharp knife, hurting so much he could hardly breathe. After learning Sheng might have been set up, Ning Zheng hurried to save her. But he was a little too late. He couldn't believe it. He took off his coat to go and take her away. No matter what, he wouldn't allow anyone to see her in such a sorry state. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. A clear, familiar voice said, "Boss, what are you doing here?" Shang He looked at Ningzheng, whose face was still full of pain, in disbelief. She couldn't imagine whether he came to save Lu Chuanxing or Lu Erding, or if he hurried over just to watch the scene of the broken love affair that had already ended. When Shang He was feeling confused, Ningzheng's expression suddenly changed. His eyes showed hope of regaining something lost. "Shang He, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Before Shang He could finish answering, she was suddenly pulled forcefully into a strong, warm embrace. "I'm glad you're okay. Glad you're okay." Shang He heard a trembling voice above her, and Ningzheng seemed a bit excited and scared. So, he came to save her? Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Shang He wanted to tell Ningzheng to go outside first and explain everything slowly, but she suddenly inhaled a mouthful of dust and choked. In an instant, Shang He felt a little dizzy. "No way. Why are my legs so weak? I feel lightheaded." It was like she had drunk 5 bottles of fake wine. Her head was heavy, her body was unsteady, and she felt itchy all over. Ningzheng finally realized that he had been too excited earlier and had forgotten that Shang He, a woman without martial arts skills or internal strength, might get poisoned if she stayed in this smoky environment too long. When Ningzheng was taking Shang He home, she was already losing control. Her face was a bit red, and she kept snuggling into his arms, making soft noises. "Be good, stay still. We're almost home." Ningzheng had to hold her claws from grabbing him. Bayan saw his master being so close and flirtatious, not sure if he should step in to help. After thinking for a moment, he decided to pretend he saw nothing. He rolled his eyes and acted as if he was blind. Ningzheng quietly entered Shang He's house through the back door, avoiding others, and took Shang He back to her room. When he tried to let her go, he found she had already turned into a little octopus, wrapping herself tightly around him. "Let me go." Ningzheng looked at Shang He's blushing face, mumbling softly, and sighed helplessly. This woman was usually cold and smart, but he didn't expect her to be so adorable and silly sometimes. Just then, Shang He suddenly reached out and cupped his face, giving him a quick kiss on the lips. Ningzheng felt his lips suddenly covered with something soft and warm, and then his mind went blank. A blush spread from his ears to his entire face. Bayan on the side. "Oh my goodness. Should I gouge out my eyes now to protect my master's reputation?" When Ningzheng finally reacted, the culprit was still giggling and winking at him proudly. Ningzheng could no longer bear it. She felt things were about to get out of control, so she picked up the cold tea on the table and poured it directly onto Shang He's face to help her calm down. "Shang He, cold." Shang He shivered from the splash, shook her head, and became more alert. "Why did I come home?" Shang He looked around and recognized the place. Her gaze finally landed on Ningzheng's face, and she asked carelessly, "Huh? Boss, why is your face so red? Your lips are a bit red too. What did you eat? Did you forget to wipe your mouth?" Ningzheng's face turned even redder. She wiped her lips with her hand and realized it was the rouge she had applied earlier. She still had the nerve to ask. Beside her, Bayan felt awkward, toes gripping the ground, not daring to make a sound. Shang He looked confused. "Boss, are you okay?" "Ningzheng, shut up first." Taking this moment, Shang He recalled and finally remembered where things started to go wrong. She blurted out, "Boss, how did you suddenly appear at Lu Er's house? Were you here to save me?" Ningzheng's expression softened a little, and she nodded. "The secret guard told me you had an accident." Shang He was shocked. "So you've been sending people to follow me?" Ningzheng corrected her. "I was sending people to protect your safety." Shang He didn't understand why Ningzheng wanted to protect her. She wanted to ask more, but at that moment, a secret guard suddenly appeared from nowhere, kneeling in front of Ningzheng, looking anxious. "Boss, it's not good. Little Dian. Sheng Yunzhou has had an accident. Our secret guards can't reveal their identities, so we're here to ask for instructions." "What?" Shang He's face darkened at the news. Her mind was overwhelmed with chaos, but she forced herself to stay calm and asked, "What happened to my son?" Zhou was his hands and feet bound, and his mouth covered. He was thrown into a bouncing carriage. The carriage was covered with black oilcloth, hidden from the sky, with only a small window to ensure survival inside. Zhou didn't cry or struggle. He silently remembered the direction of the journey, his eyes fixed on the person in front of him. Today, after school, while waiting for the ox cart, Zhou saw Lu Genmiao lying on the roadside, weak and groaning. Lu Genmiao cried, saying he was chased out of Sheng's family, starving and desperate, eating something bad, and now his stomach hurt badly. He might die. Mother once told Zuzu that he must not ignore someone in danger. Although Lu Genmiao is a naughty child who once stole from him, he cannot just watch and let Lu Genmiao die. When Zuzu planned to take Lu Genmiao to see Mother, Lu Genmiao said he lost something given to him by his late mother and insisted on going back to find it, biting his teeth to do so. Zuzu had no choice but to help him search the woods. Suddenly, 2 or 3 strong men appeared out of nowhere, grabbing him tightly and locking him in a carriage. Zuzu then realized that Lu Genmiao had used his kindness and pity to secretly trap him. But it was already too late. No matter how much he cried or begged, it was useless. Lu Genmiao looked at Zuzu, who still appeared calm and brave, feeling very annoyed. He raised his hand to slap Zuzu's face, but was stopped by a big man beside him. Lu Genmiao, this isn't the first time you've helped us with our business. How can you be so careless? If you ruin this handsome boy's face, how will we sell him for a good price? Lu Genmiao and his older sister Lu Chuanqing had known these kidnappers for a long time. These kidnappers often moved from the south to the north, hiding along the way, so the Lu siblings had always worked with them. Lu Genmiao had already tried many times to kidnap other children like this. The kidnappers had specific requirements for their merchandise. They preferred older girls, and for boys, the younger, the better, complete limbs and a decent appearance, or they wouldn't dare to act quickly. The man called Dafu looked at Zuzu happily. Not bad. This kid looks better than any we've seen before, and he's the right age. I wonder which family raised such a lively child. He'll fetch a good price. Lu Genmiao heard Dafu loudly stop him and reluctantly withdrew his hand. He thought for a moment and said to the man, Dafu, this kid has been raised delicate and tender since he was little. He'll definitely sell well. My sister said we should stick to our usual plan, split the profits 80/20. The man pouted. You'll get your share later. If you keep bothering me, I'll sell you too. Lu Genmiao was a bit unhappy. If his sister were here, she could surely charm these big, silly men into submission. At that moment, the man driving the carriage suddenly shouted, Oh no! Someone is chasing us. They're on horseback. Lu Genmiao's face changed. She lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked out. Sure enough, she saw Sheng He riding quickly on a horse. Behind her, there were several strong and fierce men, each looking like troublemakers. They caught up so quickly. This shouldn't be possible. Lu Genmiao started to feel nervous. She quickly said, Hurry, shake them off. The man driving the carriage whipped the horse with a loud, and the horse neighed loudly. The black oilcloth carriage sped up, bouncing along the rough road, making everyone inside jump like fleas. Although Zhou didn't know who was coming, seeing Lu Genmiao's panicked look, she was sure it was her mother coming to save her. Zhou's mind flashed with her mother's image, and suddenly she felt strangely calm. Even though the carriage was shaking so much it almost fell apart, she was no longer afraid.
No.
Their horses are too fast. We're still pulling the carriage, and we can't get away. The man driving the carriage shouted loudly. Lu Genmiao was clever. She shouted, Let's rush into the woods. The wind howled loudly in her ears. Sheng He tightly held the reins, and Ningzheng urged his horse to run faster. Zhou must be in this carriage. After the driver saw we were chasing, he kept trying to avoid us. Ningzheng analyzed.
Bad.
They're heading into the woods. Sheng He was anxious and shouted. Ningzheng's eyes flashed. He suddenly pulled his horse into the forest path, flanking around. A few men looked back and saw the people and horses chasing them had disappeared. They thought they had finally escaped and relaxed. Suddenly, The horse let out a painful cry and collapsed with a loud bang. The men also fell flat on the ground. Ningzheng broke a branch from a tree in the forest, made a simple bow and arrow, and shot the horse, causing it to fall. Then he rushed forward to control the panicked fleeing men. Sheng He immediately went to check the carriage for Zhou. When she lifted the curtain, she found the carriage was empty. "Where's she?" Sheng He's hands trembled, but she forced herself to stay calm. Even though they were watching closely, those people still managed to escape. Looking down at the grass and the tracks around her, she quickly saw the clue. They've already moved. Over there. Let's go after them. Ningzheng gave a glance to the guards behind him. Take care of these people. The guards obeyed, and Ningzheng had already taken Sheng He to chase after Zhou. What Sheng He didn't know was that Ningzheng's tracking skills were the best in the entire Dazhao kingdom. In less than an incense stick's time, Sheng He saw the figures of 3 people. One of them was her own child. Before Sheng He could breathe a sigh of relief, her heart tightened because the man was clearly leading 2 children the wrong way. They were now being forced toward a cliff. Ningzheng's face also grew serious. He pulled on the reins, afraid to get too close, and the guards behind him slowed their steps. Don't come any closer, or I will jump off the cliff with these 2 children. Unexpectedly, the man didn't want to die. Although he spoke harsh words, he was actually very scared. When he looked down at the bottom of the cliff, his legs felt weak. These people, who were just common thugs, were mostly cowards afraid of death. Ningzheng didn't say anything and just hesitated for a moment before finally losing his composure. Good men, I was just following orders. I didn't mean to kidnap your child, he said, pointing at Lu Genmiao beside him. It's this little brat and his sister. They said they had a good item, and that's why we got involved. Don't kill me. If you're going to kill someone, kill him instead. Hearing this, Sheng He looked at Lu Genmiao with a cold, sharp gaze like an icy sword. Lu Genmiao felt a shiver run down his spine. Lu Genmiao remembered her plan with her sister. Wasn't her sister supposed to deal with her? Why was she still appearing here safe and sound? Ningzheng had already raised his bow and arrow. 2 sharp bamboo sticks were enough to pierce through the throat of the big and small. But Ningzheng said to the man, "Bring the children to me whole and safe. I can exchange Lu Genmiao's life for yours." The man was overjoyed, crying and laughing. You better keep your word. I really didn't hurt your child. Ningzheng nodded slightly. Then he grabbed the tied-up Zhou and moved toward a safe place. At this moment, Lu Genmiao, in her panic, suddenly burst with great strength. She grabbed Zhou's hand and pushed him toward the edge of the cliff. The man was so frightened, he collapsed to the ground. Zhou, unable to move properly, couldn't resist. He staggered a few steps and was about to fall into the abyss with Lu Genmiao. Kanji. Sheng He rushed forward like crazy. Lu Genmiao's eyes flashed with madness as he prepared to make one last fierce move, grabbing Kanji to back him up. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind rushing from behind. Lu Genmiao didn't have time to turn around. He felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck. Looking down, he saw a sharp arrow piercing through his throat. He clutched his throat tightly, his legs weak, and fell toward the cliff below. Sheng He had already reached Kanji and pulled him into his arms, looking somewhat flustered as he asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, mother. I'm fine." Kanji finally managed to speak again. In his mother's warm embrace, he felt a sense of peace he had never experienced before. Lu Chuanqing felt her whole body weak and sore. When she slowly woke up, she found herself completely covered in sticky stuff. The scariest part was that beside her was Lu Erling, snoring loudly and covered in fat. He was also like her. Lu Chuanqing couldn't believe it. She screamed and stumbled off the bed, starting to. "Oh, finally awake. Look at these 2 cheating lovers, so exhausted." A sharp voice of a woman came from the east window, followed by the laughter of others. "Oh my, I didn't expect this. I knew Lu Chuanqing wasn't a good girl from the start. Who would have thought she had such a taste, sleeping with that fool Lu Erling? Lu Erling is about to marry Leah. Now that this has happened, the marriage is probably off. Leah is lucky. Leah definitely doesn't want this. She was the first to find out and immediately spread the news. Revealing this pair of cheating lovers to everyone, Lu Chuanxing looked at Lu Erling, still sleeping peacefully after satisfying himself, then at her own body covered in bruises. She felt sick and almost went crazy. It was Sheng He and Leah who had plotted against her. Lu Chuanxing felt her mind go blank. Anger burned inside her, almost consuming her. What should she do now? What can she do now? She was ruined. She had nothing left. Meanwhile, Sheng He remained pure and high above her.
Ah!
It wasn't me. It was Sheng He. It was Sheng He. Lu Chuanxing screamed and wrapped herself in a cloth, acting like a madwoman. She rushed out of the Lu family amid the pointing and staring of the crowd. No one understood what she was saying, only that she seemed to be overwhelmed and out of her mind. As Lu Chuanxing left, Lu Lijing hurried home after hearing about the trouble. The house was packed with villagers eager to see what happened. Lu Lijing felt overwhelmed and worried. News had already spread that Lu Er had been secretly involved with a woman, and the gossip was harsh and unpleasant. Lu Lijing was an honest and straightforward man. He always handled official matters properly, never cheating or taking bribes. He couldn't understand how he had such a reckless grandson. He was foolish enough, but now there was this shameful trouble. Lu Lijing and his son didn't dare go inside to face everything. Just then, Aunt Air, who was outside, hurried back home in a rush. "Son, my son." Aunt Air was happy when she heard her son had a woman. She thought, who says my son isn't capable? Now everyone can see, my son still has some strength. She went inside and shook Lu Er awake. Lu Er opened his eyes, struggled to sit up, and grinned, saying, "Mom, I have a wife now." Aunt Air looked at her son with affection. "You're so grown up, no shame at all. Hurry up and put on your clothes and talk to Mom. By the way, where is your wife?" Realizing what was happening, Aunt Air started looking around the house. "No matter how shy, you can't hide forever. Come out and let me see your wife. Chuanxing He. Chuanxing is so wonderful." Lu Er drooled and smiled, full of fondness. When Aunt Air heard the name Chuanxing, her face suddenly fell.
What?
It's her? Isn't she supposed to be driven out of the county by the magistrate? That scheming girl must be trying to stay here, using you. Aunt Air didn't like Lu Chuanxing at all. She thought she was just a lucky charm, useless and always unlucky. She couldn't compete with Sheng He. But if her son was with Sheng He today, she thought, then her son wouldn't have to worry in the next life. It would be like bringing home a money tree. The foolish face of Second Aunt's foolish thoughts was seen by everyone, and they all looked at her with contempt. She's not ashamed, she's proud. Second Aunt really knows how to teach her son. Exactly, we should stay far away from the Lu family in the future. Otherwise, our girls might get hurt, and that would be terrible. Does anyone really think that Lu Chuanxian is a proper woman? She ran away long ago. She definitely won't marry your Lu Erlin. The villagers couldn't stand it anymore and spat at Second Aunt. Instead, Second Aunt lifted her head proudly and said, "What? Are you jealous that my son can sleep with a woman without paying a bride price?" "My son, shut up." Lu Lijing, trembling with anger, pointed at his careless daughter-in-law and scolded her loudly. "You disgraceful thing. You're bringing shame to the Lu family. How dare you talk back?" Lu Lijing covered his face and sobbed, then said to his son, "Kick out this wicked woman and her daughter. Let them leave the Lu family. That way, I can restore some of our family's honor. If I die, I won't be able to meet my ancestors." "No, father, are you crazy? My son is about to get married. Do you want us to leave the Lu family? And what about my grandson? Get out. Don't call me father. I've had enough of you too. I regret marrying you and having this evil child. Just leave and go back to Lotus Village." Second Aunt couldn't believe it. "Lu Qingtai, are you serious? You ungrateful thing. I worked hard for your Lu family, and this is how you treat me? You want to divorce me?" "Oh heavens, I can't go on." Second Aunt started crying and rolling on the ground. But everyone finally saw clearly that Second Aunt was not a good match for the family. They all supported Lu Lijing and Lu Qingtai. Such a woman should definitely not be kept. The Lu family's drama was still going on. Sheng He had already returned with Zhou Zhou. Sheng Jiang, who had been watching the excitement at the Lu family's door, saw Ning Zheng's cold face, Sheng He and the pitiful little nephew in Sheng He's arms, and immediately went over to ask, "What happened to Zhou Zhou? Why is he hurt?" Sheng He glanced at the Lu family and heard everyone talking about Lu Erlin and Lu Chunxian. Her anger eased a little. Today, Porridge was almost kidnapped by a thief and almost got into trouble. Luckily, Huai and I arrived just in time and saved her. Sheng He gently pats the small bundle curled up in her arms. "It's nothing serious now, just some minor injuries. I'll apply medicine when I get home, and she'll recover soon." Kidnapper? How could something like that happen? Sheng Jiang's heart aches with disbelief. "Sister, next time something dangerous happens, you must tell me immediately." The sad Porridge lifts her head and refuses to speak. "No, if I get kidnapped again, I want Mom to tell Uncle Huai first. I have a better chance of being saved that way." Then she opens her arms to Ningzheng. "Mom is tired of holding me. Uncle Huai, hold me." Sheng Jiang grits his teeth. "Am I the only outsider here?" Sheng He didn't tell her father and Sheng Jiang the full truth about Porridge's kidnapping. She only said it was an accident that caused some minor scrapes. She did this to avoid making them angry or feel guilty, and also because she didn't want them to seek revenge in a bad way. The people who hurt Porridge have already been punished. There's no need to mention or pursue it further. Killing is against the law. Ning Zheng's action was out of helplessness. Otherwise, Porridge could have faced unpredictable danger. Moreover, those traffickers and the wicked boy Lu Genmiao, who colluded with them, had probably harmed many children before. Their current fate was well-deserved. As long as this matter is never brought up again, and those evil spirits are sealed away forever, things won't become more complicated. "Boss, thank you today. If it weren't for you, I couldn't have rescued Porridge so smoothly." Sheng He bows to Ningzheng, her eyes full of gratitude. But inside, she still feels a bit puzzled. Why did he arrange for his men to protect her and Porridge? Feeling guilty, Sheng He finally asks, "Boss, you have people watching over me and Porridge's safety just because I am your business partner?" Sheng He was a bit stunned. Before she could respond, Ningzheng spoke softly. "Gigi is at the mansion. Only a few servants are with her. Since I've been away from home for a long time, she might come looking for me. I need to go back first." "Oh, okay. Don't worry, Zhou Zhou is fine. I'll take care of his wound later." Sheng He gently reassured him after sensing Ningzheng's concern for their mother and son. She then added, "There's no need to tell Gigi about this. She and Zhou Zhou are very close, and I don't want her to worry or feel sad." I understand," Ningzheng replied, pursing his lips. He then strode away from the Sheng family. On the main road, the street was buzzing with talk about Lu Chuanxing and Lu Erling. Ningzheng remembered hearing that Sheng He had gone with Leah to Lu's house, and that she might have been secretly plotted against by Lu Chuanxing. The thought almost drove him crazy. Fortunately, that woman was clever enough. Not only did she avoid harm, but she also turned the tables and made the villains suffer the consequences. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly remembered how that woman had choked on some smoky herbs and then fainted, only to hold his face and kiss him. Ningzheng, blushing deeply, led his horse forward slowly. Bayan held his breath and followed closely behind. Bayan thought to himself, "I can probably guess what's going on in the boss's mind right now, but I don't know the details, and I dare not ask. Hey, you're the young Master Sheng's friend, right? I heard you're a good person."
Wow.
"You look healthy and energetic." Just a few steps ahead, they met Sun Laonyang from next door. She was carrying a basket filled with fat, fresh vegetables, and she smiled as she handed a few to Ningzheng. "Don't worry, these are homegrown. Now that Miss Sheng has brought us water, our vegetable seeds are growing well. These cucumbers are perfect for stewing with meat. Your little girl loves to eat them." Last time, Gigi came to visit Zhou Zhou, and Zhou Zhou took her to Sun's house to find Sister Xiao Fu to catch sheep. Sun Laonyang specially cooked this dish to treat them. The little girl was so obedient, munching happily. No one at Sun's house knew that Gigi was Ningzheng's niece. "Thank you, Granny," Ningzheng said. He had never received such a simple yet warm gift before. He reached into his pocket and took out a silver note. "I don't have much to give in return. Please accept this, Granny." Old Lady Sun's eyes were a bit blurry. She thought Ningzheng just handed over a piece of paper. She tremblingly took it and looked closely, almost dropping her basket of vegetables in surprise. "Oh my goodness! Is this a silver note that those wealthy gentlemen used to buy things?" Old Lady Sun, who couldn't read, asked, "How much is this?" "Not much, just 20 taels of silver," Northen answered for his master. 20 taels. Old Lady Sun held the note as if she was holding a hot potato. She quickly jumped and returned it to Ningzheng. "I didn't even want a few coins for these vegetables. How can I accept 20 taels of silver from you?" Old Lady Sun spoke loudly, and her shout even drew out her daughter-in-law, Antigua Hua. After hearing what happened, Antigua Hua was stunned and refused to accept the money. Antigua Hua recognized this young man from Huai. She knew that he was doing business with him in the northern region. In fact, her husband was also working for this young man during his trip to the north. "Young Master Huai, we saw that you and Miss He are close, so we happily gave you these vegetables. We don't mean anything else, and we're not asking for money," Antigua Hua quickly said. You gave us too much. We feel embarrassed. Please take it back." For Ningzheng, 20 taels of silver was nothing. But for ordinary people like them, it was a huge amount they simply couldn't afford to lose. Ningzheng didn't refuse anymore. He gently said, "I accept your kindness, Granny." "Thank you." In his past life, deception and tricks were very common to Ningzheng. Even the gifts sent to him were often from people with their own motives, trying to flatter or gain favor. There was no pure kindness involved. Although the vegetables he carried were just freshly picked from the ground, still covered with dirt and dust, Ningzheng treasured them. He carefully held them close and rode away on his horse. "Are all young masters in the city like this?" Old Lady Sun watched his distant figure and muttered, "They just whip out 20 taels of silver notes easily, almost scaring me to death. But they treat a few vegetables like treasures." "Oh, Mother, that's because young Master Huai recognizes our kindness." Antigua Hua smiled happily. "I think this young Master Huai is really good. He looks nice, comes from a good family, and is close to our Miss He. Maybe they'll hit it off and become a lovely story." Hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Old Lady Sun suddenly thought of something. "Oh my. Indeed. Just now I saw Lord Huai coming out of Sheng's house, and his face was still red. Aren't they a good match? Miss He has a little boy, and Lord Huai has a little girl. If they really become a couple, they will have both sons and daughters." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were happily chatting when Sheng Ziyuan, just back from the office, tiredly huffed and puffed. "Grandma Sun, what are you two talking about outside my door?" "About having both sons and daughters." Grandma Sun and her daughter-in-law dared not tell the county magistrate what they just said. Grandma Sun was fiercely protective of her daughter and wanted her to stay at home forever. "Nothing much, haha, the water at home is boiling, I need to check." Grandma Sun quickly turned to leave. Aunt Ho Hot also hurriedly said, "Mother, wait for me. I want to see too." Sheng Ziyuan felt hurt. After more than 10 years, his old neighbors had secrets they didn't share with him. Sheng Ziyuan continued to walk home, panting heavily. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw Sheng Jiang leap out happily, shouting, "Dad, your eldest grandson was bullied. He got hurt and bled a lot." His face turned pale. "You must seek justice quickly." Hearing this, Sheng Ziyuan immediately threw off his fatigue and rushed into the house to check on Zhou Zhou. What happened? He had already treated Zhou's small wound. Zhou was not showing any other emotional or physical problems after being frightened and had just eaten a big bowl of pork rib rice. Now, he was lighting a candle to do his homework assigned by Mr. Xia. "Ah, Jiang, you love to shout." "Zhou is fine." He carried spicy fried chicken in one hand and stir-fried vegetables in the other, coming out of the kitchen to comfort her father. "Little Zhao is fine, just some superficial injuries. Kids heal the fastest. In 2 days he'll be fine." She then urged her younger brother, who was still bouncing around. There's also a soup simmering on the stove. You bring it over. Dad is back and we'll eat now. Sheng Jiang dared not disobey and quickly shut his mouth to go to the kitchen.
Oh.
Dinner's ready? What delicious dishes are we having today? Mrs. Xiang came out of the house, smelling the aroma on the table. Sheng, he looked coldly at her grandmother. When Zhou was injured, Sheng Jiang wanted everyone in the mousehole to hear about it. But Mrs. Xiang pretended to be deaf and mute inside the house, neither caring nor helping. Now that dinner was served, she suddenly acted lively, rushing to the table, picking up a big piece of ribs and stuffing it into her mouth with a fragrant smell. Mrs. Xiang knew Sheng Ziyuan was here, so Sheng he didn't dare be rude to her because, after all, she was Sheng Ziyuan's own mother. Mrs. Xiang looked coldly at Sheng He and deliberately straightened her back. Sheng He, what are you looking at? I plan to go back to the countryside in a few days. It won't bother you for long.
What?
Can't you eat a little more meat? Since the Lu siblings were driven away, Mrs. Xiang felt her days here were dull. Today, she learned that Lu Chuanxing had trouble at the Lu family, which made her even more worried. Mrs. Xiang had decided to return to her countryside life, where she wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing. Honestly, if it weren't for trying to marry Lu Chuanxing to her unworthy son, she wouldn't bother coming here to bother Xinghe. In the countryside, Sheng Ziyuan had hired someone to take care of her with his salary. No matter how poor others were, she always had fish and meat, living comfortably, eating when she wanted, dressing as she pleased. The villagers also respected her because she was the county magistrate's mother. They would help her with anything, working hard without complaints, even if she scolded or hit them. Mrs. Xiang's plan was working perfectly. Unexpectedly, Sheng He smiled and said, No, Grandma. Why do you want to go back? This is your home. You should stay here. Then she took a piece of meat from her bowl and, lowering her voice, whispered, Grandma, you should eat more here. After all, no one knows how long you'll get to enjoy such good food. Sheng He didn't want Mrs. Xiang to happily go back to the countryside. The big trouble at home was all caused by her. Sheng He still hadn't finished settling her accounts with this woman. Mrs. Xiang heard the hidden meaning in Sheng He's words and froze. Her hand trembled, and her chopsticks fell onto the table. Sheng He, what do you mean? Don't scare people. Mother, what's wrong? Sheng Ziyuan checked the porridge carefully, making sure he was fine, then sat down to eat. Seeing his mother look pale, he asked. Sheng He smiled and said, Grandma wants to go back to the countryside. I'm just persuading her. It's rare for her to come here, so she should stay a few more days, right? At least, she should celebrate Ah Zhang's birthday together, isn't it? Hearing the words, Ah Zhang's birthday, Mrs. Xiang's mind suddenly went blank, and a cold chill ran from her feet straight to the top of her head. Compared to Xinjiang's birthday, what made her more sensitive was that on the same day was also the memorial day for Yang's death during childbirth. Mrs. Xiang quickly turned her head and saw Sheng He's cold eyes fixed on her. That look was like watching a dying prey. Sheng He, this crazy woman, was very frightening. She seemed to know everything, and anyone in her hands never had a good ending. If Sheng He found out that Yang's death was caused by her own actions, she probably wouldn't survive. I'm going back tomorrow.
No. No.
I'm leaving right now. Mrs. Xiang couldn't even eat this meal. She pushed away her bowl and chopsticks to stand up, but Sheng He's firm grip on her shoulder kept her from moving. Mother, why are you making things complicated? The meal is served, and it's getting dark. How can you leave now and still keep your dignity? Sheng Ziyuan frowned with displeasure. Now that here is so sensible and filial, she even suggested you stay a few more days. Why do you want to leave immediately? Are you going against her wishes? Mrs. Xiang's heart was full of pain, but Sheng Ziyuan didn't understand. She was almost crying. Son, I'm leaving to save my life. Your daughter is too strange. She must want to kill me. Sheng He, although I think that too, why did you say it out loud? Couldn't you leave some suspense? Sheng Ziyuan looked at his clever and obedient daughter and was very annoyed to hear his mother's slander. Mother, what are you talking about? How could my daughter be strange? Even County Magistrate Wang next door envies me and says my daughter is very lucky. It was true. If it weren't for his daughter, there wouldn't be such a table full of good food. And the life in Ma County would not be so prosperous now. Shung-hee looked at Mrs. Seong with an innocent and worried expression. Grandmother, you're getting older, and your mind is easily confused and prone to talking nonsense. I am your granddaughter. How could I want to hurt you? Shang Ziyuan nodded in agreement. Mother, you just worry too much and scare yourself. You'll get sick if you keep thinking like that. Let's eat and rest early. Mrs. Seong was anxious and looked at the piece of meat Shang-hee had put on her plate. She couldn't swallow it. A cold feeling spread through her back, and she was truly scared. She now only feels regret. She wishes she had never fallen for Lu Chuanxing, that stubborn girl. Now, she and Lu Erdang have tarnished their reputation and disappeared without a trace, leaving her alone, deep in despair. Sheng Jiang was startled when his older sister said she wanted to celebrate his birthday. He felt a mix of shock and disbelief, wishing he could hide his face in his bowl. How could this be possible? In the past, on his birthday, his sister would either scold or hit him because his birth caused her to lose their mother forever. Now, his sister says she wants to celebrate his birthday? Sheng Jiang buried his head and hurriedly ate his food, afraid tears would fall and be seen by his family. Deep into the night, Sheng-hee finished washing Zhou Zhou and gently put him into a small bed, tucking him in carefully. Zhou Zhou was frightened today, having experienced kidnapping, chasing, and a cliff scare, even witnessing Lu Gunmiao being attacked and chased to the edge. Sheng-hee worried that his mind might be deeply traumatized. Sheng-hee prepared a calming tea for Zhou Zhou and told him, "Don't be afraid. Mother will always protect you." Zhou Zhou's eyes were shiny and dark. Because he drank the calming tea, he was feeling sleepy but still tried to keep his eyes open to listen to Sheng-hee. With Mother here, Zhou Zhou isn't afraid, the little boy said seriously, though his eyelids were heavy. I knew Mother would come to save me. Sheng-hee chuckled softly, affectionately touching the chubby face of the boy, then kissed his forehead.
Good night, Zai Zai.
Only then did the little boy feel at ease and close his eyes, quickly falling asleep. Sheng-hee originally planned to ask for a few days off for Zhou Zhou to recover from such a big ordeal. But unexpectedly, he refused, insisting on attending Mr. Xie's class. All right, other children get headaches just thinking about homework, but her child is a chicken child who doesn't need her to worry. With this momentum, she might even become the top scholar's mother. Sheng-hee checked all the pens, ink, paper, and inkstone in Zhou Zhou's small book box again. The child was frightened and panicked, likely to lose something, and if Mr. Xie didn't know, he might scold him. After finishing everything, Sheng-hee carried the oil lamp out of Zhou Zhou's room. Just as she closed the door, she turned around and bumped into Sheng Jiang, who was twisting and fidgeting. What's wrong? Why aren't you asleep yet? You're a Yamen officer, and you have to get up early tomorrow to go to the Yamen with your father. Sheng-hee urged the young man. Big sister. Sheng Jiang scratched his head, feeling both shy and a little scared. This year, will you celebrate my birthday? Sheng-hee nodded confidently. Yes, you're turning 18 soon. You're the oldest son and the main support of the family. Of course, I want to celebrate your birthday and give you a good wish. In modern times, turning 18 means becoming an adult. It marks the transition from a teenager to someone more independent and mature, a big birthday indeed. Hearing his sister's words, Sheng Jiang felt happy inside, but he also felt sad and lowered his head. Big sister, maybe we shouldn't. That day is Mother's Memorial Day. If it weren't for me, Mother wouldn't have died so young. I don't deserve to celebrate. Although he didn't remember his mother clearly from his sister and father's stories, he knew she was a kind and gentle woman. But his birth caused her death, and that has been a deep pain in Sheng Jiang's heart. Suddenly, Sheng-hee raised her hand. Sheng Jiang thought she was going to hit him and closed his eyes in fear, but he didn't move away. Unlike before, there was no pain or scolding. Her hand just gently patted his head, and her voice was very soft. Jiang, I used to blame your mother's death on you, but I was wrong. You were just a baby then, and you didn't have any intention to harm. Your mother's death was fate, and our bond is not very close. You can't be blamed for it. Besides, women face great danger when giving birth. Mother brought you into this world without regret. If she saw you suffering now, carrying the shame of her death, she would be very sad. Big sister. Sheng Jiang was usually a carefree boy, full of energy and not very serious. No matter how much their father favored Sheng He or how she scolded him, he always smiled and called her big sister. Even when he was very young, he would pull his little cousin Zhou around. But now, tears filled his eyes. At that moment, he truly felt he had a big sister. Having her was such a blessing. Sheng He couldn't stand such emotional scenes, so she quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about the past. We should always look forward. Tell me, what do you want for your birthday gift? When Sheng Jiang thought Sheng He wasn't looking, he quickly wiped away his tears. Men rarely cry, but luckily it was dark, so his sister probably didn't see anything. Sheng Jiang had been putting off accepting birthday gifts, but under Sheng He's insistence, his eyes lit up as he finally said what he truly wanted. Sister, since you're being so sincere, I want a martial arts manual. The kind that can make me a hero who travels the world with a sword. Sheng Jiang didn't like reading and barely knew any characters, but he loved folk tales about martial artists. Every time he got his pay, he would save a few coins to buy old storybooks from the market and secretly read them whenever he had time. Since then, he had dreamed of becoming a hero who could save others. When Sheng He heard what he wanted, she fell silent. This boy really knew how to make things difficult. Where was she supposed to find a martial arts manual? Even if she went to her secret space to buy one, no decent person would sell such a thing. Was she supposed to make one up herself? Sheng Jiang, seeing her hesitation, smiled awkwardly. Sister, I know martial arts manuals are rare. It's fine if you can't find one. You should rest early. I'll go back to my room. That rascal! Did he just underestimate her? Sheng He stood there thinking for a while, then came up with an idea. Confidently, she decided to get him a manual of her own making. She also thought of Madame Xiang, so while in her secret space, she not only prepared the manual but also bought a special medicinal powder called datura flower powder. From the original owner's memories, Sheng He knew that when Madame Yang was pregnant with her second child, she had been healthy and well. But after Madame Xiang moved into the Sheng household under the excuse of taking care of the soon-to-deliver Madame Yang, Yang's health began to decline. In the end, she became too weak during childbirth and passed away. Sheng He wanted to find out what Madame Xiang was really hiding. After leaving her secret space, Sheng He quietly approached Madame Xiang's window with the datura flower powder. Inside, Madame Xiang was fast asleep, snoring loudly. In the past, whenever Madame Xiang came to the Sheng family, she always stayed in the best room. But this time, her luck had run out. She was living in a small, shabby room next to the woodshed. Every day, she cursed Sheng He 100 times for being unfilial. Without making a sound, Sheng He blew a generous amount of datura flower powder into the room, then slipped away silently. At midnight, thick clouds covered the bright moon, and the entire Sheng family was shrouded in darkness. Everyone was asleep. Suddenly, a sharp scream came from the small room next to the shed. Mrs. Xiang rushed out in a panic, crying out, "Help! Someone's here. There's a ghost coming to catch my wife." Sheng Ziyuan was dreaming when he was startled awake by the heart-wrenching scream, jumping out of bed. Sheng Jiang, who was sleeping soundly on his back, nearly fell off the bed from the sudden noise. Sheng He also heard the scream, but she was not frightened. She calmly put on her coat and went outside, first glancing toward the porridge room. The calming soup seems to work well. Porridge room is farthest from Mrs. Xiang's small room, so she's probably sleeping peacefully now, no need to worry. The father and son hurriedly ran into the yard. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Mrs. Xiang with her white hair disheveled, trembling in the corner. A ghost is here to take my wife's life." "Mother, what's wrong with you?" Sheng Ziyuan saw her look and guessed she was just having a nightmare. He relaxed and stepped forward, asking, "Didn't you sleep well?" Mrs. Xiang saw her son and, like a lifeline, cried out, "It was terrible. Your dead wife came to find me. She wants my life." Hearing this, Shang Ziyuan's face darkened immediately. Mother, what nonsense are you talking? Even if my wife came back, she would come to find me, not you. Mrs. Xiang clutched her chest, trembling all over. I'm not joking. I was sleeping peacefully when suddenly I felt cold in my back, and the bed creaked loudly. I was instantly awake. Sheng Jiang asked, and then Mrs. Xiang's eyes grew more fearful, as if recalling something terrifying. Then I heard the door creak open. But when I looked carefully, the door was closed tightly, just like before I went to sleep. I thought it was my hallucination. I lay back down to sleep again, and then I saw a female ghost on the ceiling. She turned her head sharply, and it was Yang's wife from back then. Mrs. Xiang cried out in terror. Sheng He lowered her head and couldn't help but smile. Manhwa powder has a hallucinogenic effect. When someone stays in a closed space with a high concentration of pollen for a long time, their body and mind naturally start to hallucinate. During dinner, Sheng He deliberately mentioned Yang's death using Sheng Zhang's birthday, which made Xiang's nerves tighten. So, her most feared and cared about issue became a hallucination, frightening her greatly. Shang Ziyuan and Sheng Jiang didn't believe it much. They thought Xiang was just having a bad dream, sleeping vaguely, unable to tell reality from a dream. Xiang cried and insisted. You don't understand. She came to find me. She must be looking for me. Sheng He, who had been silent, finally spoke. Grandmother, even if my mother's spirit has returned, how do you know she's here to take your life? My mother is so kind and gentle. Even if she became a ghost, she would be a kind ghost and definitely wouldn't harm anyone. Sheng Ziyuan's eyes already had tears. He believed Sheng He's words and looked up at the sky. Yes, my wife is such a good person.
How could she hurt you?
Even if she wanted to take your life, she would be a wicked person who kills and causes chaos. But these words didn't comfort Xiang at all. When she heard kill, she almost exploded. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't. Xiang supported herself against the wall, nearly breaking down. That little brat, I can't find peace even after she's dead. Enough! Sheng Ziyuan finally couldn't stand his mother's constant slander of his wife, who had given birth to him and his siblings. Mother, even if my wife came back, she was so obedient and kind to you in her life, with no grudges or enemies. Why would she want to take your life? She's no longer in this world. Even if you see her, you should treat her better. Don't be so harsh as before. If she feels comfortable inside, she won't do anything to you. All right, stop making a fuss. Jiang and I have to go to the government office early tomorrow. Cough still needs to study. You should go to bed quickly. Don't cause chaos in this family anymore. Xiang still struggled and refused to go back to sleep. Sheng Ziyuan gently pulled and coaxed her back home. Xiang always felt like a gaze was watching her closely, making her uncomfortable. On the way back with Sheng Ziyuan, she suddenly turned her head and saw Sheng He standing in the dark, giving her a meaningful smile. Xiang's heart almost jumped out of her chest, and cold sweat broke out immediately. Oh heavens, is Sheng He a person or a ghost?
No.
She's even scarier than a ghost. Now, the Xiang family doesn't need Sheng Ziyuan to coax them anymore. She tiptoed back to her room and shut the door tightly. Sheng Jiang couldn't sleep because of all this fuss. He saw his older sister still standing there with a mysterious smile and asked confusedly, Sister, what are you smiling at? Sheng He raised an eyebrow and said, I think it's funny how Grandma acts. Sheng Jiang didn't understand what she meant and didn't know what would happen next in the family. He scratched his head, yawned, and went back to sleep. Early the next morning, everyone in the Sheng family started waking up one after another. Because of the trouble caused by Xiang last night, they didn't sleep well even when they tried to rest again. Sheng Jiang looked tired with big dark circles under his eyes. Sheng Ziyuan remembered his late wife that night, tears wetting his pillow, with red and black eyes. If Sheng He wanted to bother Xiang, the rest of the family would also be affected. Only little Zhu was full of energy, happily eating sweet potato porridge. Sheng He patted Zhu's head and cut a piece of egg pancake to fill his stomach. Where is Grandma? Why isn't she here for breakfast? Sheng Ziyuan asked. Now, Sheng-He was the most obedient granddaughter, smiling and saying, "Grandma usually sleeps until late morning. When she wakes up, I will make her breakfast again." Xiang couldn't sleep at all late at night. When she smelled the breakfast and was about to come eat, she almost spat blood when she heard Sheng-He's words. Sure, she loved sleeping in, but what was Sheng-He pretending for? Why would she go out of her way to make breakfast for her? Even if she did, she might have put arsenic in it. Hearing his daughter, Sheng Yuan felt very distressed. Here, Grandma is hard to please. After John's birthday, I will send her back to her hometown. No need. I've made up my mind. I'm going back to my hometown today. Xiang strode over, snorted at her son, and said coldly, "There are some unclean things in this house. I can't enjoy my food or sleep well. Hurry up and send me a comfortable carriage. I'm leaving immediately. I don't need anyone to serve me." The show had just begun. How could Sheng-He let Xiang leave so easily? Sheng-He still looked friendly and smiled at the Xiang family member, saying, "Grandmother, we are living well here. Why do you think you saw something unclean? And I heard that unclean things are afraid of strong yang energy. Our family has 3 men. If you go back to the countryside, you'll be the only wife left. What if that unclean thing follows you home? Can you handle it alone?" Xiang heard Sheng-He's words and shivered in fear, her face full of worry. Yes, if that dirty thing really came for her, wouldn't it be even harder for her to handle it back in the countryside? No. She decided to stay here and see what happens. Looking at the delicious breakfast in front of her, she didn't know if she was scared or just didn't sleep well. She ate a few bites lazily and then went back to her room to rest. Lying on the bed, tossing and turning, her eyelids felt heavy, but she just couldn't fall asleep. Xiang felt like she was being tortured. Soon it was evening. Xiang covered herself with the blanket, forcing herself to clear her mind and not scare herself. In the silence, she gradually drifted into confusion. Suddenly, the window made a creaking sound, like sharp nails scratching at the glass. Xiang woke up instantly. It was completely dark around her, but she clearly saw a white shape outside the window. She vaguely saw a strange smile.
Ah!
A ghost. Xiang cried out in fear and ran out, but this time everyone was prepared. They quickly rushed over and covered her mouth. "I saw Yang leaning on my window. Did you hear that?" "She was scratching the window loudly," Xiang sobbed. "Mother, aren't you talking nonsense?" Sheng Ziyuan said impatiently. "We're just watching you, making sure nothing happens. We haven't slept all night, just staring at your room." Sheng Jiang nodded. "Grandmother, it's proven that nothing happened." "Impossible. I saw it with my own eyes." To prove she was telling the truth, Xiang got up and staggered to the window to look for the scratch marks made by the ghost girl, but there was nothing there. Xiang froze in place. At this moment, Sheng-He came over pretending to check her pulse. "Grandmother, you're not seeing ghosts. Your mind isn't in good shape. You're too worried and can't tell reality from dreams." Sheng Ziwan frowned. "Mother, if that's the case, why do you keep thinking my wife will come to harm you? We have no enemies." Mrs. Xiang's face turned pale. She straightened her back. Who thinks that? I'm her mother-in-law. How could she dare to hurt me? It's all nonsense from Sheng-He, a quack doctor." The farce ended. Sheng Ziyuan, afraid of Mrs. Xiang this time, told her to sleep in his main room. He stayed in the next-door study, sleeping on the floor, to keep watch. Over the next few nights, even if Mrs. Xiang caused trouble, Sheng Ziyuan could stop her in time, so others could sleep peacefully. However, Mrs. Xiang couldn't sleep well or eat, and she grew thinner. She secretly found a village doctor, but the rural doctor didn't know about Western medicine powders. He only said she was mentally weak and advised her to rest in bed. Sheng-He overheard this and couldn't help but sneer. After a few days of torment, her mental state can't be good. She's haunted by her own fears, and it's her own fault. Sheng Jiang looked worried. "Sister, our family is elders and children. Grandmother also seems a bit mentally unwell. Can you handle everything? If you're too busy, I can ask for leave from the government office to come help." Sheng-He patted his head. "What are you thinking?" I'm the one managing the family money. If I take leave, I'll get less salary. Besides, Auntie Ho-Hot and Little Fu aren't idle. They have chores to do, so I don't need to worry about housework. I just cook sometimes. Auntie Ho-Hot and Little Fu are hired workers, paid 15 coins a month, and they happily do their work. Sheng Jiang chuckled. That's good. Sister, I'll go to the government office to report for duty. Wait a moment. Sheng He called him back softly. Tomorrow is your birthday. I've already invited some good neighbors and friends to come have a meal with you. You should also invite your close brothers. Birthdays should be lively, to bring you good luck and long life. Sheng Jiang was first stunned, then a wave of happiness flooded his mind. He felt like he was on cloud 9. In the past, whenever his birthday came, he wished he could skip the day altogether, afraid it would remind the family of his mother's passing. Seeing other children and families celebrating birthdays happily, he felt very jealous and secretly looked forward to this day. Unexpectedly, his happy moment finally arrived. Sheng Jiang said it was too much trouble, but his body was honest and hurriedly ran to the government office, inviting his brothers to join his small birthday feast tomorrow. The young men in the office knew about Sheng's family situation and found it hard to believe. Ah, Jiang, did the sun rise from the west? Your sister is throwing you a birthday party? Are you joking? Joking? No way. My sister said she will cook herself. She makes the best food. You're lucky to get to taste it. The young men only knew that Miss He was good at medicine and finding water, but they didn't dare praise her cooking. After all, Sheng Jiang often boasted about his sister, saying she could turn stones into gold just by stepping on them. Soon, on Sheng Jiang's birthday, 3 tables were set up in Sheng's small yard, 2 of which were borrowed from next door. Guests arrived as planned, filling the small yard with lively chatter and laughter, making it very lively. Today, Sheng Ziyuan was not the county magistrate but was acting as the father of the Sheng siblings, chatting happily with everyone and becoming more friendly. Why hasn't the birthday star come out yet? Old Lady Sun couldn't wait any longer and looked toward Sheng Jiang's room, causing everyone to become eager as well. Sheng Jiang had prepared himself mentally for a long time and tidied himself up carefully, making himself look very neat, even his hair. But he was still hesitant and took a long time to come out. Zhou couldn't stand it anymore. If he didn't stop him, his uncle would borrow his mother's rouge and powder to put on his face. Zhou, don't be shy. I need to save face too. Big men shouldn't act like this. With Zhou's help, Sheng Jiang was finally pulled out by the hand. As soon as he appeared, everyone cheered and clapped. Ah, Jiang has really grown up. Look at how energetic he is. Yes, this kid is growing so fast. It feels like just yesterday he was in my house wearing a diaper and asking for candy. Stop talking about that. It might affect his chances of finding a wife. Everyone laughed and joked, making Sheng Jiang blush deeply. The more they laughed, the happier everyone was.
Hey?
Where is my sister? Where did she go? Sheng Jiang looked around and couldn't see a Jia in the crowd. He hurriedly looked everywhere. Just then, the sound of a small cart rolling, gurgle, was heard. A woman dressed in a pink dress slowly approached. Everyone was curious about what was inside the cart, as they had never seen anything like it before. The item was made of 3 stacked cylindrical layers, covered with a white cream and decorated with a circle of flower patterns. On top was a large peach-shaped cake with the words, "Happy Birthday," written on it. There were also a few thin candles inserted into the cake. Sheng He gently pushed the cart in front of Sheng Jiang and smiled, saying, "This is called a birthday cake, made especially for you. You can make a wish when you out the candles. Maybe it will come true. If you don't tell anyone, it might work even better." Really? That's amazing. Everyone was stunned and very curious about the birthday cake. They all urged Sheng Jiang to make a wish quickly. Some guests also silently made their wishes in their hearts. Sheng Jiang closed his eyes and made a wish. Zhou sang seriously, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." This was a song his mother had taught him last night, and although the tune was a bit strange, it sounded quite nice. Everyone thought the singing was so joyful that they started singing along, all wishing Sheng Jiang a happy birthday. Sheng Jiang made a long wish. He kept his eyes closed, a smile on his lips, but his eyes were a little moist. Today, he probably felt like the happiest person in the world. When the candles went out, everyone cheered and presented their gifts. A chicken egg, a pair of straw sandals, a bunch of wildflowers. Although these were simple gifts, they represented the villagers' blessings. Sheng Jiang happily accepted them and personally handed out the cake to everyone. Old Granny's son hesitated, poking the cake with chopsticks, then took a bite. Her eyes lit up instantly. The sweet, delicate cream, the soft, moist cake, and most importantly, the juicy, sweet fruit and rich caramel nuts inside. Wow, this is so delicious. How did you make this? Granny's son, who had lived so long, had never tasted anything so fragrant before. Tears started to flow from her mouth. Ha ha ha. Granny's son, why do you have a white beard now? The neighbor, Mrs. Neo, pointed at her and laughed. Old Lady's son licked the remaining cream from her lips and glared at Mrs. Neo, saying, "You old woman, how can you laugh at me? Aren't you also growing a white beard? And your little grandson has grown too." Their teasing made everyone laugh again. The dishes in the kitchen were already prepared, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Sheng Jiang's brothers, sitting closest to the kitchen, couldn't wait any longer. "Food's ready." With a shout, a few women helping in the kitchen carried out the dishes. If the birthday cake was a small dessert before the meal, everyone enjoyed it for fun. But when the hot, fragrant dishes were served, they really made everyone's mouths water. Since Shanchuan County was still in a time of hardship, Sheng He didn't dare take too many ingredients from the space. He made simple home-cooked dishes mainly from vegetables grown in the fields. These dishes were plain but rich in oil and very fragrant when stir-fried, much better than the bland taste at home. Everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks and praised the food. "Hey, where's the old lady of the Sheng family? Such an important day, why isn't she eating with us?" Someone suddenly asked out of curiosity. Hearing this, Sheng He's eyes flickered with a dark light. Sheng Ziyuan explained to everyone, "My mother hasn't been feeling well these days. The doctor told her to rest in bed and avoid greasy food. The kitchen prepared a special meal for her." Everyone nodded in understanding, speaking softly so as not to disturb the old lady resting. After a quick meal, most of the food was finished. Everyone rubbed their stomachs happily. Just then, it seemed like there was a strange sound coming from the backyard. Everyone listened carefully. It sounded like a woman screaming, sharp and urgent, making it a bit frightening. "Mrs. Yang, you're already a ghost. Please leave me alone. I beg you, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." Sheng Ziyuan's face changed. He quickly stepped back toward the backyard. Sheng He looked worried and called out, "Something's wrong. My grandmother is sick again. Everyone help." This time, it seems serious. There was no reason to refuse. Everyone hurriedly rushed toward the backyard. People quickly found Xiang Shi, who was acting wildly, in the ancestral hall where Yang's tablet was placed. She had messy, grayish hair, was scratching herself crazily, and was banging her head against the ground. "Mother, are you crazy? What are you doing?" Sheng Ziyuan rushed forward to stop her from harming herself. When Xiang Shi saw her son, she seemed to see a lifeline. She threw herself into his arms and, with a frightened face, pointed at Yang's tablet, saying, "Yang's spirit really came to find me. Look, she's staring at me from there." Hearing this, everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. But when they looked up, there was nothing behind the tablet. "Mother, you're losing your mind. The doctor told you to rest well," Shang Ziyuan said, trying to take her back inside.
No.
"I'm not crazy." Xiang Shi was so scared she was trembling. She clung tightly to Sheng Ziyuan's clothes, crying and begging, "Quick, tell your wife. Tell her I made a mistake back then. I really know I was wrong, but I don't want to pay the price." Boo-hoo. Hearing this, Sheng Ziyuan's heart sank. "Mother, what do you mean?" Xiang Shi suddenly collapsed to the ground, crying uncontrollably, and said, "Back then, when Yang was about to give birth to her second child, I went to Datong County to find a fortune teller named Peng. I asked for a spell that would weaken the mother's strength during childbirth. Every time Yang ate, I used it on her."
Haha.
Sure enough, she couldn't do it. She couldn't give birth. By the end, Xiangshi had truly lost her mind. She was crying and laughing at the same time, dancing around wildly. Everyone was shocked. This was a serious murder case. They came to celebrate a birthday, and unexpectedly, they uncovered such a shocking crime, right in the county magistrate's house. Sheng Ziyuan's face turned pale. His heart grew cold. Mother, is what you said true? So my wife's difficult labor wasn't an accident, but something you deliberately caused. Xiangshi scolded loudly and slapped Sheng Ziyuan. Isn't it because of you, my disobedient son? That's why I did this. I wanted you to divorce that wicked woman and marry the daughter of the former prefect. But you refused. You even had children with this wicked woman. You're driving me crazy. She deserved to die. Why didn't she take her children and die with her? Shut up. Sheng Ziyuan could no longer bear it. He raised his hand and slapped Xiangshi. Mrs. Xiang staggered and sat down heavily on the ground, crying loudly and scolding Sheng Ziyuan for being unfilial. Everyone who saw this did not think Sheng Ziyuan was unfilial. Instead, they looked at the crazy old woman and felt a chill in their limbs. They never expected such a malicious mother-in-law, who personally caused her pregnant daughter-in-law's death. This is truly unforgivable. Sheng Ziyuan trembled all over. He struggled to support himself on the table and said slowly, "Someone, arrest this blood-stained old woman and bring her in for questioning." Mrs. Xiang was quickly taken away by the officers. The villagers saw that something serious had happened at the county magistrate's house. They politely excused themselves, tidied up the dishes and utensils, and left one after another. Sheng Ziyuan still stood there in a daze, with red eyes. He looked as if he had aged several years in an instant. The pain of his biological mother killing his wife was too much for anyone to bear. After a while, he let out a deep sigh, called a subordinate, and ordered, "Go find out if there is a fortune-telling woman named Peng in Datong County. If yes, try to find out if she gave Mrs. Xiang a harmful prescription 18 years ago." The subordinate hurriedly went to do as told. Sheng Ziyuan reached out and touched the memorial tablet of Mrs. Yang, as if stroking the soft cheek of his beloved wife. "Wife, you are the greatest blessing in my life. No matter who caused your death, I will avenge you." The atmosphere at home was heavy. Sheng He quietly pulled Xinjiang and Zhou Zhou away from the ancestral hall, gently closed the door, and let her father stay alone with his late wife for a while.
Sheng He was calm.
She had anticipated today's events. It was she who increased the dosage of the deadly flower powder last night, deliberately pushing Mrs. Xiang to reveal the truth about what happened 18 years ago in front of everyone. Originally, Sheng He didn't want to expose Mrs. Xiang's evil deeds on Ah Zhang's birthday. But today was also the memorial day for the innocent and kind Mrs. Yang. Her mysterious death 18 years ago should be avenged in front of everyone. Sheng Jiang followed his sister out, silent and gloomy along the way. Because of his grandmother's malicious intent, his mother never had a chance to touch him, see him, or say a word to him. Now he had lost his mother forever. Sheng He knew his younger brother was feeling sad. He reached out and gently patted the boy's head. "Today you're already a young man. Mother is watching over you from heaven, and she must be very proud of you. Big sister, do you really think Mother feels that way?" Sheng Jiang's tears fell suddenly. "Of course, silly boy. Mother risked everything to bring you into this world. She hopes you will protect our family well." Seizing the moment, Sheng He took out a gift from his pocket. "Here, this is a martial arts manual I got for you. It's called 5 Animal Frolics, written by a famous doctor named Hua Tua. Practice it every day, and you'll build a strong body. One day, you'll be the pillar of our family." Sheng Jiang laughed and cried at the same time, happily accepting the book. His eyes sparkled with determination. "Big sister, don't worry. I will protect our family. I will protect it too." Zhou Zhou, the little one, stepped forward with a small fist. "I'm the little family's main pillar." The siblings Sheng He and Sheng Jiang were amused by the serious look on the little one's face. Their eyes were filled with family warmth. When the villagers returned home, they didn't dare to talk openly about the county magistrate's family affairs, but they all sighed about the evil deeds of the Xiang family. They remembered how Xiang, the wicked mother-in-law, used to mistreat her daughter-in-law. Soon, news reached Sheng Zhiyuan that Granny Peng, 18 years ago, had indeed given Xiang a prescription. Sheng Zhiyuan showed the prescription to a doctor. The doctor looked at it and shook his head, pale with worry. This is a harmful poison recipe. Sheng Zhiyuan was already hopeless about his selfish mother. This time, he made a firm decision without hesitation. He cut all ties with Xiang, ending their mother-son relationship forever. Since Xiang was involved in a murder case with solid evidence, she was imprisoned for life. Finally, the family of four found peace again, free from the troublesome troublemakers. Sheng's family returned to a warm and happy atmosphere. Father and Ah Jiang paid their taxes every month. Zhou studied obediently. Sheng he stayed at home as the housekeeper and wife, thinking about ways to get rich. One evening, the family sat around the table for dinner. Sheng he served Zhou a piece of fish with spines removed and announced, "Remember when we made some money from trading in the northern region? I decided to buy a carriage for Dad to use when going to court or traveling." This decision made the three men in the family light up with excitement. "Does that mean we need to buy horses too?" Xingjiang was very excited. Who could refuse the temptation of riding a horse? Sheng Ziyuan was also a little hopeful, but after thinking, he still refused. "Daughter, your business of transporting goods in the northern region has just started. There are many places to spend money, so it's better not to buy a carriage. Your filial piety and my concern, I understand." A daughter with filial piety would surely see that he was tired from walking and would be considerate of him. Seeing that Shengjiang decided not to buy a horse-drawn carriage, he felt a bit disappointed and quietly asked, "How about we feed a donkey? A donkey cart is fine too." "No, that's not good." Sheng He shook his head. "Our Wuchuan County used to have no conditions, but since we successfully brought water here, we've gained some reputation in Hezhou. Dad, as the county magistrate of Wuchuan, you need to act like one. We need to show our dignity. When we go out, we can't let people look down on us. Look at the magistrates of Datong County and Jinjiai County. They look so impressive when they travel. They splash clean water on the streets and ride in luxurious carriages."
Don't worry, Dad.
"I know what size pants fit me. We can afford a carriage if we want to." Sheng Ziyuan. So, giving him a carriage was just to keep Wuchuan County's face? But never mind, this is also a way for my daughter to show her care for me. The family members were all stunned by Sheng He's words, and no one dared to argue. Zhou raised her hand and asked, "But Mom, raising horses needs a stable, and we don't have one?" Sheng He smiled warmly. "I've thought about this. Anyway, our house is already quite run down, so it's time for repairs. Right now, it's a dry season, but if it rains, it will rain heavily outside and lightly inside. So, the courtyard and the roof need new tiles. The ground in the front yard is soft, so it needs to be compacted again. It would be good to pour some rice flour slurry on it. I think paving with blue stones would be nice. We won't bother trimming the grass in the backyard. We can do it ourselves. There are too many neglected areas in the backyard, and we should make use of them. Build a stable, a chicken coop, and we can even organize 3 storage rooms."
Zhou cheered. "Oh,
"That's great. My little chickens will have a new home." The chicks she raised had grown quite big and were very naughty. They ran to the neighbor's son's house every day to lay eggs, which made son Xiaofu so angry that he chased them back every day. Sheng Ziyuan and Sheng Jiang were stunned and stared wide-eyed. That's like rebuilding most of the house. It must cost a lot of money, right? Sheng He felt confident. She held the silver coins left by her mother, the money for Dr. Huai, and the profit from her last trade, several hundred taels of silver in total. If needed, she still had the space market, where she occasionally bought building materials at low prices. It was quite cost-effective. Plus, once the house was halfway built, Uncle Ming Shun and her uncles would return from the Northern Territory with shining silver. So, the decision to renovate the house was made happily and easily. Early that morning, Sheng He had just sent porridge with the ox cart to school when the head of Wangtu village hurried over to see her. Wangtu village was remote and poor in land. Shang He bought it cheaply to store grain. Although Water Supply County had started bringing water to the fields, giving hope for a good rice harvest, it was still a time of famine. Unfavorable weather and natural disasters made it impossible to avoid food shortages. Other counties had stored grain from previous years in granaries, ready to help during emergencies. But Water Supply County's granaries were empty, infested with mice, and the grain was gone. That's why He kept storing grain regularly in Wangtu Village's granaries. Several warehouses were already full of rice, flour, and oil. Seeing Feng Zhuangdou rushing over in a hurry, He's heart tightened, worried something might have happened to her stored grain. Feng Zhuangdou, what's going on? Why are you in town? He asked quickly. Feng Zhuangdou saw He and immediately smiled. Miss He, good news. I came to tell you that some tenants want to rent our village's fields to grow crops. Renting out idle land was a good way to earn money. He relaxed and smiled, inviting Feng Zhuangdou inside to talk in detail. Feng Zhuangdou was an honest countryman. He had never been inside a government official's house and was so nervous he didn't know how to stand properly. It was already hot in early June. Feng Zhuangdou didn't want to spend 2 coins on a cart, so he left his home at dawn, just as the chickens crowed, and walked all the way to town, sweating profusely. Feng Zhuangdou, come in and have some water. He poured him a glass. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Come to my house and eat something. There are still some fragrant pancakes in the pot. He quickly cut them into large pieces, brushed them with salty sauce, sprinkled sesame seeds, and carried the plate to Feng Zhuangdou's front. Feng Zhuangdou has a thin face. He wanted to refuse, but when he smelled the rich aroma, his stomach started to rumble. He really hadn't eaten breakfast. He smiled warmly. Eat up. Feng Zhuangdou, you always work hard for me, and I appreciate people like you. As long as the grain in the granary stays safe, at the end of the year, I will give you a bonus and send you chickens and ducks. He, the fragrant pancake is just a pancake. There's no pancake the boss can't draw. Sure enough, Feng Zhuangdou, feeling cared for, almost started to cry. He pounded his chest and promised, Miss He, you are so kind. Don't worry, I will guard the granary tightly, so no flies will get in. He nodded with a smile. Feng Zhuangdou took a bite of the pancake and was instantly stunned. It was crispy outside, soft inside, and full of fragrant sauce. Oh my, I've never tasted anything so delicious in my life. Better than the meat we eat during New Year. While Feng Zhuangdou was eating, He started talking with him. Who plans to rent the land? What do they want to grow? Feng Zhuangdou replied, just some corn, beans, and such. We folks in the countryside don't have many skills, just strength. Now that we're bringing water into the fields, we want to harvest more, so we plant more. About 10 tenants have come, both men and women. They're honest and hardworking. Our Wangtu village is a bit remote, and the land here is poor, so the prices might not be high. But Miss He, don't worry. With me here, I will make sure the rent stays fair. He shook her head. I've looked at the land in Wangtu village. It's too alkaline and poor, so it's hard to get a good harvest all year. Renting it out for farming doesn't seem right. I can't let them work for nothing. Feng Zhuangdou immediately showed respect. He hadn't expected such a caring landlord.
But
isn't it true that a landlord also wants to make a profit? He suddenly had an idea and brightened up. She remembered that pig manure could be used as organic fertilizer to improve alkaline soil. Maybe she could build a pig pen there to raise pigs. Most importantly, piglets are valuable. They can be eaten or sold for money. In today's world, even if you have money, you can't always buy food. As long as she could raise pigs to grow big, she would make a guaranteed profit. He pretended to go relieve herself, but instead ran to a shabby room in the backyard. There, she spent 300 coins from her secret space to buy 6 little piglets and place the squealing animals inside the room. The piglets, curious about their new surroundings, snuffled around excitedly. He then bought a bag of pig feed from her space, scattered some on the ground, and let them eat. After finishing, she calmly returned to the main hall to continue talking with Steward Feng. Steward Feng, having heard the piglets' noises, asked curiously, "Oh, Miss He, do you keep pigs at home? I thought I heard them just now." "Just a few piglets," Sheng He replied casually. "A big businessman gave them to me as a gift when we were doing business. He said they were brought from another place and shared a few with me. But honestly, they're noisy all day, eat a lot, and grow fast. It's getting hard to keep them at home." When Steward Feng realized they were real piglets, his eyes lit up. "Miss He, there was a pig plague last year, and meat has been scarce all over Hezhou. If you can raise these piglets well, each one could sell for more than 10 taels of silver." Sheng He pinched her palm in surprise. She hadn't expected pigs to be so profitable, and her heart began to race with excitement. After thinking for a moment, Steward Feng said, "Miss He, it's indeed inconvenient to raise pigs at home. The space is small, and once they grow, the smell will be strong. If I may suggest, why not send them to the farm? There's already a pig pen there that just needs a bit of repair." This was exactly what Sheng He had in mind.
Perfect.
"Steward Feng, that's a wonderful idea," Sheng He said with a bright smile. "Didn't some tenants just come to the farm looking for work? I think raising pigs might be better than farming. Please ask if they'd be willing to help raise the pigs for me. I'll pay them wages. If the piglets grow well, I'll buy another batch in a few months and expand the business." Steward Feng quickly agreed. "That's great news. For us farmers, crops don't always yield well. Now that the pig plague is over, raising pigs is easier and less risky. I'm sure they'll be happy to do it. And the best part? They get to share some of the meat too. I heard that Miss He is very kind to her subordinates. Those who go to the northern region to transport goods are already being taken care of by Miss He before they even leave. She provides both money and food, which must make many people jealous." Feng Zhuangtou had a hearty meal at Sheng He's place and received such good news that he felt energized all over. "Miss He, don't worry. Once they agree, I'll have someone come to pick up the piglets immediately. I'll make sure they grow fat and healthy for you," Feng Zhuangtou said loudly. Seeing his enthusiasm, Sheng He knew he could trust him with this task. She specially arranged for a bullock cart to send him back to deliver the message and wait for his good news. Feng Zhuangtou quickly shared Sheng He's words with the villagers who were planning to rent land. The villagers discussed and immediately cheered up. Raising pigs is great. It's not as tiring as farming, and we don't have to take big risks. During these hard times, planting crops doesn't always bring a good harvest. Exactly. I heard that the county magistrate's daughter is quite generous. Several families in Zaoer village work for her, and now their lives are much better. Not to brag, but we're confident in raising pigs. As long as we avoid another outbreak of swine fever like last year, they'll grow fat and healthy. That afternoon, Feng Zhuangtou led the villagers to catch piglets. Sheng He instructed them on how to care for the pigs daily and set clear rules about their growth, weight, and quality. If they didn't meet the standards, their wages would be deducted. Before the swine fever last year, almost every household had piglets. Raising pigs was not difficult for farmers like them, so they quickly agreed. The piglets grunted and squealed as they were taken to Wangtu village. Sheng He nodded with satisfaction. Everything was going well: grain, rice, oil stored in the granary, vegetables and fruits grown in the fields. Now they were also raising livestock. If things continued like this, would there still be tragedies of families being broken apart and people fleeing in despair in Wuchuan County? No, it was unlikely. She could finally relax and feel at ease. In a good mood, Sheng He happily went to the kitchen to prepare some delicious dishes for her family, celebrating the first day of pig farming. As daytime noise gradually faded, darkness covered Wuchuan County. A fierce fire was burning relentlessly and greedily licking at a beautiful mansion on the outskirts of Wuchuan. Ningzheng looked coldly at the burning mansion, a faint anger on his face. The people in the capital are really reckless. They think that by sending a few animals, they can burn everything from the past and hide his remains in the fire? Dream on. The justice that must be served and the price those people should pay, he would definitely make them pay double. Bayan, leading a group of secret guards, approached Ningzheng with a serious expression and bowed. "Master, the thieves have all been caught. Please decide what to do. Ningzheng held the still sleeping Ji in his arms. The firelight reflected in his cold eyes. He softly said, "First, disable their hands and feet, then throw them into the fire to burn." Bayan waved his hand. The dark guards, as cold and sharp as black blades, received the order and turned to carry out the task. The fire continued to greedily swallow the mansion. After a few screams, the flames added a touch of blood red. "Master, although we've dealt with these bandits, the mansion is destroyed. The people from the capital have been sent here. Do you want to leave Wuchuan temporarily?" Ningzheng had not only built a residence in Wuchuan but also had mansions in various counties of Hezhou. He tugged at the small blanket covering Ji, who was sleeping on his shoulder, and gently covered her.
His voice softened.
"No need. I want to stay in Wuchuan now." Bayan hurriedly said, "Yes. I will go to Wuchuan immediately to buy a house that's ready for you to move in." Unexpectedly, Ningzheng once again refused. "No need to trouble yourself. I already have a suitable place in mind." When Ningzheng said this, his eyes were no longer as cold as before, but showed a hint of softness. Bayan felt a strange premonition and tentatively asked, "Master, the place you mentioned, could it be the county magistrate's residence?" Ningzheng shot a glance at Bayan, displeased. "What? Do you think I'm not qualified to live in the county magistrate's residence? Besides, I want to better watch over my little nephew, Zhou. Bayan, although you speak righteously, I have reason to suspect you've already had this plan in mind."
Bayan,
But the county magistrate's residence doesn't just have the magistrate. What if he doesn't agree to let you stay? Ningzheng, proud, said, "She's a doctor saving lives. If I get injured, she can't ignore it." Northen secretly glanced at Ningzheng's small scratch on his arm and thought, "Boss, with such a tiny wound, it will probably heal before we even reach the county office." Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Seeing Northen still looking troubled, Ningzheng simply carried Ji onto the carriage with a cold expression and said, "Just do as I tell you. Don't worry, I have my own way." The next morning, just before dawn, people came and went at the county office gate. Everyone couldn't help but look in that direction. Northen wished he could find a hole to hide in, feeling wronged as he looked at his boss and said, "Boss, is this what you meant by having a way? Is the plan really just to go to someone's house and beg for shelter?" Ningzheng sat calmly on the steps of the county office, glanced at Northen, and clicked his tongue. "What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to act weak and pitiful when you speak? If Miss here refuses to let us in later, just wait and see." Northen immediately shut his mouth, rubbed some dirt on his face to look like he had been robbed and beaten. Ningzheng was much more satisfied now, looking a bit sad himself, appearing quite pitiful. Meanwhile, Ji was still sleeping soundly on Ningzheng's lap, completely unaware that she had been turned into a homeless little girl by Uncle Wu. He opened the courtyard door as usual in the morning and was startled when she saw the scene. Goodness, who is this dragging their family along and blocking her door so early in the morning? Upon closer look, it was not a poor relative, but the dashing boss himself, though he looked a bit disheveled. He hesitated for a moment but asked cautiously, "Boss, are you bankrupt?" Northen, following Ningzheng's plan, suddenly threw himself in front of He with a loud, "Wow," tears and snot streaming down as he cried, "Miss He, last night some thieves came to rob our house. They were so cruel, they even set our house on fire. We are now homeless and came to seek your help." He didn't mention that he later burned the thieves and scattered their ashes. He just played the part of a weak, wronged, and pitiful person. Ningzheng still sat on the steps, his bloodshot eyes looking at He like a wounded big dog. The fatigue and vulnerability from a sleepless night combined with his handsome, cold face made her feel very distressed. "Bayan, boss, you are such a tricky man. How could this happen? Are you hurt?" He was a bit worried when she heard about this and quickly went over to check. She also felt confused. Normally, it shouldn't happen. The boss is very skilled in martial arts, and there are guards and secret guards around him. How could others bully him so badly? Ji is fine. We protected her in time. But when I was saving Ji, I accidentally cut my arm. It's not bleeding now, Ningzheng answered softly. Sheng He looked closer and saw it wasn't serious. She breathed a sigh of relief. She then looked at the many bags and belongings brought over, full of their things. She asked, "Boss, what do you mean by this? We want to stay here for a while." Ningzheng cleared his throat. "Both Bayan and I are men. We can find a place to stay temporarily.
But I worry about Gigi.
She's a young girl and delicate. I don't want her to suffer, so I came to ask you." Sheng He nodded thoughtfully and agreed. "Gigi is a young girl. She shouldn't be running around with you. I agree to let her stay at my house for now." Ningzheng paused. "And what about us?" Sheng He chuckled. "Of course, you can do whatever you want. Find your own place to stay. I don't run a shelter." Humph, she thought, her mind almost jumping out of her head. She knew very well that with Ningzheng's wealth, he could buy the street in Wuchuan County and live there. Why bother squeezing into her house? After finally driving away the Liu family siblings and grandmother, she had a couple of peaceful days. Now another big shot was waiting to be served. Ningzheng shot a sharp look at Bayan. Bayan immediately fell to the ground, exaggeratedly crying out, "Miss He, why does my chest hurt so much? It must be from fighting those bandits last night. One of them hit me and damaged my internal energy. I think I need to rest and recover. Please, accept me." And the boss, Sheng He, still firmly refused. "No. If you two men move into my house, what will the neighbors think? I am a person with principles." Ningzheng did not back down. Instead, he took out a stack of silver notes and handed them to Sheng He. "Only trust you in Yenchuan County, Sheng He. And I won't stay for free." Sheng He saw the thick stack of silver notes in his hand. He counted quickly, and his eyes lit up. His smile immediately became brighter than a flower. "Boss, you're so welcoming. Why are you still standing at the door? Breakfast is ready at home, hot and fresh. Come straight to the table. Ah Jiang, God of Wealth, no, Lord Huai is here. Quickly help Lord Huai carry his luggage." "Lord Huai, what do you think of this house facing north and south? If it's not good enough, you can sleep in my father's room. I'll ask my father to sleep in the side room." The difference in their reactions was huge. Ningzheng asked, "Dad, aren't you worried about us staying at your house? Won't that hurt your reputation?" Sheng He smiled generously. "Reputation? Women's things are useless. I've already shattered that idea 800 years ago. Bayan, putting up with your performance all morning really exhausted me." As expected, money can make miracles happen. Sheng He quickly told his family about Ningzheng and his group moving in. They accepted the news quickly. Sheng Ziyuan knew that Lord Huai had helped Sheng He a lot in business. When Sheng He was in trouble, he was willing to lend a hand. Sheng Jiang also felt grateful to Ningzheng because he had once helped Zhou Zhou. He believed that abandoning Ningzheng would be a great injustice. As for Zhou Zhou, he admired Uncle Huai for more than just a day. But they still couldn't underestimate the cleverness of the three men in Sheng's family. To be safe, the three of them carefully warned the little mother and daughter next door, Xiao Fu and her daughter, to keep a close eye on Sheng He, the only cabbage in their family, so it wouldn't be pigs that took her away. Gigi was sleeping peacefully in a soft little bed next to Zhou Zhou's room. The smell of breakfast woke her up. When she opened her eyes, her mouth was watering so much she almost dripped onto her pillow. She rubbed her eyes and suddenly realized something was wrong. This wasn't her room at all. What had happened? Ningzheng came in from outside, helping Gigi put on her outer clothes, and said softly, "Gigi, this is Aunt He's house. Uncle had a small accident, so Aunt He took us in." Hearing this, Gigi was so happy she couldn't contain herself. Her eyes curved into two little crescent moons. "Really? Then I can see Annie, he every day from now on. And I can play with brother Zhou Zhou too." Watching the child happily jump into the big family, Ningzheng shook his head and sighed. "You don't seem to care at all about your uncle's house being burned down." Because 3 new people suddenly joined the family, breakfast was a bit short. Sheng He had to go back to the kitchen to prepare another serving. Seeing how hard Auntie He was working, Gigi ran over quickly, acting like a little grown-up. "Auntie He, did Uncle give you money for meals and lodging?" Shenghe smiled and said, "Of course. Your uncle is very responsible." Gigi nodded seriously and said, "That's good. My uncle and Uncle Bei and are not as cute as me. They can't eat for free. Auntie He, you should ask for more money." Shenghe almost laughed out loud and gently kissed her chubby cheek. Our little Ji really knows how to care for others. The new breakfast was soon ready. Bei and Ningzheng didn't dare to be idle. They both conscientiously went to the kitchen to bring breakfast, chatting happily with their father and younger brother. Shenghe looked at the lively, warm family filled with laughter and warmth, and a small smile appeared on her lips. It's much more harmonious than I imagined. Just as everyone was eating breakfast, the slightly open courtyard door was suddenly knocked. Shenghe, feeling alert, quickly went over. At Ningzheng's command, he ran happily to open the door. He heard him greet, "Sufin, big sister. Why are you here? Have you eaten breakfast yet?" Hearing that Sufin, Go Daqiang's wife, had come, Shenghe hurriedly invited her inside to eat. Since giving birth, Sufin had felt very close and reassuring whenever she saw Shenghe. Even her chubby little daughter behind her kept drooling and giggling happily when she saw Shenghe. "Don't worry, Miss He. I've already eaten breakfast and my daughter has been fed too," Sufin said with a smile. Carefully, she took out 15 red eggs from her basket. "Miss He, if it weren't for you, my daughter and I wouldn't be able to stand here safely. These 15 red eggs are a gift for you. May they bring you good luck." Shenghe knew this was her kind gesture and didn't refuse. She smiled and graciously accepted the eggs. "Big sister Sufin, I also have had my faults before. Please forgive me. You and your young daughter are destined for great wealth and happiness. Your days will only get better." Sufin, the older sister, had long heard that Miss He is a very lucky person. She always speaks wisely, and she was very happy inside. She held Shenghe's hand and said, "Miss He, you are such a kind person. I will treat you like my own sister in the future. By the way, I have something to tell you. My chubby daughter just had her 1-month celebration, and in a few days, we will hold a full-month banquet. My husband has missed having a daughter for many years. Now that he finally has a little girl, he went to the northern region to trade goods and kept reminding me to hold a full-month celebration for her. Miss He, you are a great benefactor. Would you be willing to come and join us for my daughter's full-month celebration?" "Of course I would," Shenghe responded without hesitation when invited by Sister Sufin. She gently held the chubby little hand of the baby and said, "It's wonderful to bring good luck and long life to this little one." Sufin warmly invited the other members of Sheng's family. That was when she noticed there were 2 men and a young girl in Sheng's family. Wow, those 2 men look very impressive. Tall and strong, they look even more noble than the young masters raised by the wealthiest family in the neighboring county. And that rosy-cheeked little girl, she's so lively and adorable. If my daughter looked as pretty as her, I would go to the temple to thank the Bodhisattva right away. "Sufin, this is my guest. This is Mr. Huai, and Mr. Bei and is his subordinate. The little girl is Mr. Huai's niece, Gigi. Their family had some problems, so they moved into my house out of necessity. They will be staying here in town for a while, so I hope Sister Sufin can understand." Seeing Sufin's curious look, Shenghe quickly explained. Sufin loved her family and friends. Hearing Shenghe's words, she immediately understood. "Miss He, don't worry. These young masters and young ladies are distinguished guests from the county magistrate's office. We will show them respect. If the young masters, young ladies, the magistrate, Mr. Jiang, and Mr. Zhou have time, please come to my daughter's full-month celebration. I will prepare the best dishes to entertain our honored guests." Sufin's voice was sincere. Ningzheng waved his hand and asked Bei En to bring a small pouch. He took out about 10 coins from the pouch and put them into the baby's small cloth bag. "Meeting for the first time is like giving a small gift to the child," Ningzheng said gently, smiling at Sister Sufin. Ningzheng had learned his lesson. Last time, to thank old son from next door, he had handed over a large banknote, almost scaring the old lady. So he had arranged for Bei En to exchange some small silver and copper coins to carry with him. Now, they came in handy. Ningzheng casually glanced at Shenghe. How about it? Did I embarrass her? Sister Sufin, after sending the gift, was both surprised and happy, and felt a bit shy. Young Master Huai, you are such a decent person. I didn't bring a red egg for you. Villagers in the countryside are simple and honest. Giving gifts is always reciprocal. Sister Sufin felt a little guilty. He quickly tried to smooth things over. It's okay, Sister Sufin. Giving me a gift is like giving it to him too. Anyway, he's now living at my house. Later, I'll cook some red eggs for him to eat. Ningzheng thought this was very reasonable. He nodded happily and secretly gave Bayan a look behind him. See that? Now I hold a significant position in this family. I have face. Bayan quickly gave a thumbs up in agreement. After informing Sister Sufin, she moved on to her next household. By this time, Sheng Ziyuan and Sheng Jiang should be heading to the government office. He also took Zhou Zhou to the big locust tree to catch a bullock cart to the village school. Ji watched her older brother go to school, feeling envious. She tugged at Ningzheng's sleeve and asked pitifully, Zhou Zhou can go to school. I want to go too. Ji's early education was quite good. They even invited a well-known female teacher from Beijing to teach at their home. But unfortunately, her aunt had other matters to attend to and dismissed the teacher, sending her to this rural place. At first, she was very unwilling. But later, after meeting Aunt He and Zhou Zhou, her mood improved and she gradually got used to living with her uncle. Seeing Ji look disappointed, Ningzheng decided to find her a talented and virtuous female teacher. He was watering the flowers on the trellis when he heard Ji speak. He said gently, Ji, of course you can go to school. Our county has now established a proper school. The rules are that boys and girls who want to learn to read and write can go. When Ningzheng learned that this rural school even had a girls' class, a look of approval appeared in his eyes. Starting a girls' school means that girls can learn to read and understand, which is a good thing. However, most people still disagree with sending girls to school and studying with boys. They believe that a girl's main job is to marry and raise children. They think studying will make girls proud and give them the false idea that they can live without men. Some even think girls might believe they can support their families on their own. Ningzheng does not agree with these so-called common opinions. Women are also people, and they have unlimited strength. He once tried to promote girls' education, but before he could succeed, people in the capital destroyed everything. Ningzheng sighs, suppressing his disappointment and anger. He looks at Ji blinking and asks, Ji, do you want to go to school? Uncle supports you and your brother to learn. Ji thinks carefully for a moment, then nods firmly, with determination in her eyes. Yes, I've decided. I want to go. The little girl loves learning, which is a good thing. He quickly tidies up and prepares to take Ji to Zhao Air Village to ask Xie Xian if it's okay for her to attend school. When he takes Ji out, Ningzheng is already sitting proudly on a big horse, signaling He and Ji to get on the horse. He sighs but then pulls Ningzheng down from the horse. No, this won't do. First, riding together is unsafe, and besides, men and women are different. Riding a tall horse and showing off might not be a good idea. Ningzheng feels annoyed. We've ridden together before, so why does he dislike riding with me now? He says, the last time we rode together was an emergency. The cart broke down, and I was rushing to help a scholar. By the way, that scholar is Mr. Zhou, who now manages the whole school. Although Ningzheng is staying under someone else's roof, it doesn't mean he has no money. He thought of this and specially arranged a cart for Lord Huai. Ningzheng originally thought a cart was slow, but when he thought about seeing the scenery with He found it not so bad. He willingly got on the cart. The cart shook along the way. They didn't see much scenery, and Ningzheng almost fell asleep. After about an hour, they finally arrived at Zhao Air Village. Today's Zhao Air Village is very different from the past. Now, the only school in the entire county is built here. The village chief, an old man, believes that the whole village has been influenced by culture, so he cares a lot about the village's image. Even the archway at the village entrance was quickly rebuilt by the village's old carpenter. He also ordered some rough villagers to change bad habits, such as picking their noses, biting their nails, or swearing. He insisted these habits should not negatively influence the children. Because of this, villagers are very careful when passing by the school, worried about disturbing the children's learning. Seeing the villagers' respect and seriousness for knowledge, Sheng-He knew that choosing Zaoer village as the location for the school was the right decision. The school was converted from an old village temple. The tuition was half a silver coin per year, which was affordable. Children attending the school valued their opportunity to learn very much. Although they didn't understand exactly why they were studying, their parents had told them that if they learned well, they wouldn't have to farm in the future and they could eat rice and even have meat every meal. For these children who had been suffering from famine for years, this was the best news they could imagine. During the children's break, Sheng-He found Xie Xian. Xie Xian's leg injury had fully healed. Now, he was a confident and spirited Mr. Xie with a healthy complexion, handsome features, and a lively, elegant aura like spring breeze. Everyone knew that Mr. Xie was a fun and patient teacher, often smiling kindly, and the children liked him very much. When Xie Xian learned that Sheng-He was looking for him, he hurried over. But as soon as he saw Ningzheng standing beside Sheng-He, his smile faltered. Strange, this man seemed a bit familiar. Ningzheng also looked surprised when he saw Xie Xian. Could this Mr. Xie really be Xie Xian? The eldest son of a prominent family in Jiangnan, personally mentored by old Master Xie, the heir of the prestigious Manhwa Academy, and known as the top scholar of the academy. Yet he was teaching in this small village caught by Sheng-He as a teacher for the village children? How did he end up here from Jiangnan? Over the years, those corrupt officials in the capital, who are now the emperor's faction, have always wanted to connect with the Xie family. Even after Mr. Xie's grandfather passed away, they still wanted this Xie young master to become the emperor's little tutor, so they could use him to influence the scholars and serve the puppet emperor. They had worked so hard to get what they wanted, but they didn't expect to be here teaching the true heirs of the royal family. Xie Xian didn't recognize who the familiar-looking man in front of him was. He simply bowed and smiled at Sheng-He, saying, "Miss He, why did you suddenly come to the school? Is there anything I can pass on to your little brother?" "No need." Sheng-He quickly waved her hand. "I'm not here to find my brother this time." She then introduced Ningzheng. "This is young Master Huai. His niece, Zhizhi, is a good friend of your little brother and also wants to study here. We have opened a girls' school, so we want her to join. Would that be possible?" Xie Xian had already noticed the small girl who looked delicate and lovely. She seemed very charming, and there was a special kind of strength in her expression. She looked fragile, but not easily broken. However, Xie Xian sighed and said, "Miss He, although we have a girls' school, no girls from the village have come to study. No one has even asked about it. If Zhizhi comes to study, she will be the first girl student. Please consider this carefully. It was already rare for villagers to send their sons to school. Sending a girl, who would soon marry, was even less common. After all, they couldn't take exams or bring honor to their families." Sheng-He sighed. Many things were still too idealistic for her. She knew she couldn't just assume everything would go smoothly. "We have already decided. As long as the child is willing, she will be the first girl to attend the girls' school," Ningzheng said calmly. Zhizhi tugged at Ningzheng's hand. "Uncle Wu, my aunt told me before that I wanted to study. Because I was sick before, she didn't let me go. Now I am completely better, and I believe I can do it." Ningzheng gently patted her fluffy little head and then looked at Xie Xian. "Mr. Xie, I will trouble you to take care of my daughter. No need to thank me," Xie Xian said softly, taking Zhizhi's hand. "Come, I will take you to your first class and help you get familiar with the environment. According to the rules of Dazhao, students need to prepare a gift for their teacher when they enroll. The gift doesn't have to be expensive, but it should show respect. Besides, they also need to pay a tuition fee." Today, Sheng-He brought Zhizhi here to let Xie Xian see her talent and decide which teacher would instruct her. "I didn't expect that they would enroll directly, and it seems that Xie Xian is personally teaching him, which shows how much he likes this child." Sheng-He couldn't help but smile at Ningzheng. Sheng-He took Ningzheng around the small village, introducing him to the friendly and honest villagers. Aunt Manhwa didn't hesitate and baked her best lard cakes, giving one to each of them.
Eat.
The village isn't as poor as before. If you like, I can bake more for you. The village chief also praised the young master from Huai, who was willing to send his precious daughter to study. It was clear he was a caring parent. Many young women secretly came to look at Ningzheng. They had never seen such a handsome young man and felt a little excited. Go away, you shameless girls. Can't you see, miss, he's standing beside this young man? None of your business. An older woman approached and waved away the girl's admiration. She squinted, recalling her youth when she was quite charming. The young men in the village secretly admired her, and she was experienced. With her sharp eyes, she could tell that the handsome young man following Miss He had special feelings for her. Sheng He and Ningzheng left Zaoa village, but didn't go straight home. Instead, they went to Wangtu village. Sheng He was still worried about her 6 piglets and wondered if their pig pen was sturdy enough. Although the piglets were small and pink, they were stubborn and strong. They could break through weak wooden boards in just a few tries. When they arrived at Wangtu village, Head Feng was repairing the pig pen with some villagers. The piglets were resting peacefully, some already full, and lying down. Miss He, do you think we need to expand the pig pen? Head Feng asked after seeing Sheng He. He washed his hands and poured tea for her and Ningzheng. Sheng He smiled and said, I'm not an expert in raising pigs. You farmers are the real professionals. I shouldn't give orders. Head Feng and the villagers knew this well, but hearing Sheng He praise them made everyone smile. Sheng He told everyone, the main reason I came is to ask you to save the pig manure. I want to use it as compost for this field. The honest farmers, upon hearing this, quickly said, how can a young girl like he do such dirty work? We all know about composting. We clean pig manure from the fields every day. Sheng He smiled and shook her head. No need. Before composting, I need to do an extra processing step. The pig manure made into fertilizer will balance the land's alkalinity and truly solve the soil's problems. Feng Zhuangtou's eyes lit up when he heard this. Miss He, I didn't expect a young lady from a noble family to know about these things. Sheng He saw Feng Zhuangtou's admiration and Ningzheng's curious look, and she cleared her throat shyly. She only knew a little about farming, just some basic agricultural facts. Pig manure is an organic fertilizer that adds nutrients and organic matter to the soil, helping plants grow. But if the soil is naturally alkaline, simply adding pig manure won't improve it. It might make the soil more alkaline. Research suggests that adding quicklime could help improve the land. I only understand a little about farming, and I'm not very confident about the pig manure fertilization method. We'll have to try it to see if it works. Sheng He explained softly. Feng Zhuangtou hurriedly said, Miss He, don't worry. We will follow your instructions and gather all the pig manure. A villager brought chopped pig grass to feed the piglets, and Sheng He asked, Wangtu village is near a small mountain. Are there wild animals that might come to the piglets? We must ensure their safety, or all our efforts will be wasted, and the meat will go to others. Feng Zhuangtou stepped forward and assured Sheng He, Miss He, the mountain near Wangtu village isn't high, and the forest isn't dense. It's mainly an old bamboo grove. No large predators will appear. Sheng He looked around and saw that the surrounding nearby mountain was covered with a large bamboo forest. Due to drought and lack of rain, the bamboo looked a bit yellow and dry. Such a forest probably wouldn't have wolves, insects, tigers, or leopards.
Good.
Whether we can have meat for the new year depends on all of you. Sheng He smiled, gave some simple instructions, and then took Ningzheng home. With brother Xiao, brother Guo leading the way, Ji quickly adapted to life at the school. Ji is a smart child with an impressive memory. He quickly understood what Mr. Xie taught. Sheng He could see that Ningzheng, as the guardian, was very pleased with Mr. Xie. Sheng He thought to himself that Mr. Xie's speech and cultural knowledge didn't seem like someone who just became a scholar. Instead, he seemed to have deep experience and humility. Mr. Xie once said his family was from Jiangnan, but he kept other details to himself. Sheng He didn't want to pry into others' private matters, so even if he was curious about this person, he wouldn't trouble him as long as he didn't cause harm to others. The children's studies were not discussed, and soon it was time for Sister Sufin's daughter's full moon celebration. The others in the family didn't seem to have time, so Sheng He decided to go alone. That day, Sheng He simply styled herself, wearing a nearly new green casual dress. She only put up a wooden hairpin and picked 2 bright egg flowers from the flower stand to pin in her hair. Ningzheng happened to walk over and saw Sheng He looking at herself in a small mirror in front of the flower stand. He froze in place. The woman, with her lips painted bright red, stood in front of the flowers she carefully cultivated, comparing herself to the vibrant blossoms. She looked elegant yet bright, simple yet refined. Cough, Northen, standing nearby, couldn't help but poke his master and remind him, "Miss, he is already coming over." Ningzheng finally snapped out of his daze. His heart was pounding, but he remained calm on the outside. He spoke softly, "I'm ready. Let's go." Sheng He looked at him with curiosity. "Master Huai, are you also going to the full moon celebration? Don't you have business to discuss today?" Ningzheng and Sister Su Fin's family weren't close, so it seemed he was planning to shamelessly join others' gatherings. Ningzheng adjusted his clothes and nodded naturally. "I've taken care of my business. I happen to have time today, so I'll go with you." Sheng He hesitated but decided to let him come along, since he also gave a gift to the baby. It is clear that this young man really wants to become part of the people of Shangchuan County. Sufin's older sister's house is right in town, not far from Sheng's home. It takes only a short walk of about an incense stick to get there. When Sheng He and Ningzheng arrived at Sufin's sister's house, it was lively. Friends and family gathered together, filling the small yard with people, all chatting happily. At the gate of the yard, there was a small table. 2 people were writing in a gift register, recording the guests and the amount of their gifts. Attending a full moon celebration means giving a gift money, Sheng He reminded Ningzheng. Even in this poor countryside, you should give a little to celebrate the new baby. Of course, if you get married or the baby turns 1 month old, the host will also give a return gift. Getting married, celebrating the baby's first month. Ningzheng's eyes sparkled as he listened. He took out a small purse from his sleeve. "I've been ready for this a long time. Here, take it." Inside was half a tael of silver. In this small county, giving this as a gift is quite respectable. "You're giving this to me?" Sheng He looked a bit puzzled as the purse was handed over. "What do you want me to do with it?" "My gift represents the Sheng family. You should give your own gift." Ningzheng casually found an excuse. "Just help me give it too. I'm a businessman, traveling all over, with no fixed home. I probably won't have much contact with this family in the future, so I won't put my name on it." Sheng He thought for a moment. It was obvious he just wanted to join in the fun. He took the purse from Ningzheng, poured out the half-tael of silver, and added his own silver before handing everything to the elder, who was recording the gifts. The elder recognized Sheng He immediately. With a quick, he recorded it. Sheng He explained, "This young man's gift is included with mine. No need to sign separately. Just record it under my name." After finishing the gift record, Sufin's young niece, well-behaved and polite, led Sheng He and Ningzheng to their seats. Today, Ma Zi's wife also came to celebrate the full moon. She sat near the gift record table, chatting. When she saw Sheng He and a handsome young man entering together, her eyes immediately widened.
Wow.
Ever since the water source issue, I thought Miss He had changed her ways. I didn't expect her to still be hanging out with mysterious men all the time, she said sourly, scooping sunflower seeds from her plate into her pocket. Matzi's wife, please speak more kindly. I heard that this man is Miss He's partner. There was some trouble at home, so she had no choice but to move into Miss He's house. Miss He is very kind and understanding. How can you speak about her like that? Someone spoke up in defense of Sheng He. When they built the waterway, Matzi's wife was frightened by the tragic story of Hunter Wang. She didn't participate in building the waterway afterward. When they finally diverted water into the fields because her family didn't contribute labor, their land didn't get priority benefits. Because of this, Matzi's wife, who is very narrow-minded, always felt uncomfortable. She kept looking for a chance to show off and feel proud. Matzi's wife was very upset. She really thought Sheng He was someone important. It was bad enough that her family didn't benefit from building the waterway, But it was even worse that Sheng He directly chose Go Daqiang and Sun Minshun to handle the northern trade, without asking her. Did these people have the power of her husband? Sheng He clearly looked down on the Hu family. Mozi's wife couldn't listen to others' advice. She kept muttering and arguing. Did I say anything wrong? It's all obvious. You just don't want to believe it. Sheng He was sitting a bit far away. In the noisy environment, she didn't hear Mozi's wife muttering. But Sister Sufin, who was serving guests, heard her clearly. Sister Sufin was furious and shouted back, "What are you talking about? When I gave birth to my daughter, everyone was there. I know Miss He is my benefactor. Anyone who talks bad about her, I won't be afraid to punish them." Her words not only embarrassed Mozi's wife but also made some people who wanted to support her afraid to speak. Someone sneered, Mozi's wife, "Just say a few less words. It's your daughter's full moon celebration. Why are you talking about other things? Are you afraid people won't notice you?" Mozi's wife, feeling weak and powerless, couldn't argue with the others. She turned red with anger. If she hadn't also contributed a little money, she would have immediately slammed the table and left. Who cares about attending a girl's full moon celebration? It's bad luck. She still wanted to have several big, fat sons for her husband. Mozi's wife flicked her sleeve and turned away alone, secretly thinking, once the food is served, she will eat with full energy and make up for all the anger she felt today. Sheng He and Ningzheng sat in the VIP seats in the main hall. They were a little away from the argument, so they didn't hear what the people outside were arguing about. They thought the noise was just people joking. Sheng He didn't mind and quietly looked at Ningzheng sitting obediently beside him. He asked with a smile, "Huaixin, have you never eaten at such a banquet before? You seem a bit nervous." Ningzheng thought carefully and realized he had never tried a folk banquet before. In the past, the banquets he attended were held in grand halls decorated with gold and jade. He was in a noble position, with 10 or so palace servants serving him food behind him. High officials and nobles drank and toasted each other, and special people came to greet and toast him. But he never liked that kind of environment. Etiquette restrained him, rules bound him, and under the mask of civility, he didn't know what kind of unpleasant human hearts were hidden. Now he could freely choose his favorite dishes and put them in his bowl. And eat with someone he liked. Ningzheng turned his head and replied to Sheng He, "Yes, that's right. I've never eaten at such a banquet before. I think it feels pretty good. Food's coming." "Food's coming," called out the woman in charge of serving, as she brought steaming dishes to the table. The farm-style dishes were simple and unpretentious, but in these hard times of famine, people didn't complain much. They picked up their bowls and started eating. Ningzheng was a bit picky. After 2 bites, he didn't want to eat anymore. Sheng He noticed Ningzheng put down his chopsticks and silently thought to himself, "See? He insisted on coming with me, but now he's not eating properly. Is this what he meant by feeling pretty good?" Sheng He quickly grabbed some mincemeat mixed with rice and stuffed it into his mouth. "Braised dishes coming up," called out the woman again as she brought a plate of fragrant, carefully prepared braised food to the table. Sheng He sniffed the aroma of the braised dishes and felt it was somewhat familiar. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Instantly, he was energized. This familiar taste. Isn't it the flavor made by little sister Jean Hua? Sheng He had previously recommended her to work as a chef in a special catering team. Now it seemed she might have succeeded. "Master Huai, this dish tastes very good. Try it." Sheng He scooped a piece of braised food and placed it into Ningzheng's bowl. Ningzheng trusted Sheng He and agreed with his taste. He picked up the bright red, oily braised dish and put it in his mouth. After chewing, Ningzheng showed a little approval. "This dish is quite different. It's pretty good." Sheng He proudly lifted his head. "Really? I think so too. And I guess I know who made this braised dish." The meal was quickly finished. These days, people eat very fast. Sheng He ate until he was half full, and the dishes on the table were already gone. Among all the dishes, only the braised food received big thumbs up and praise for its taste. Sheng He was happy for little sister Jean Hua and also worried about her. After finishing the meal, he put down his bowl and ran to the back kitchen. The back kitchen was usually busy. Even now, when most guests had finished eating, the staff was still busy cleaning dishes and tidying up. Seung-hee looked through the busy figures and found someone he knew well. He smiled and said, "Little sister Jinhua." Jinhua was helping to clear dishes. When she heard his voice, she immediately turned around, and her smile appeared. "Miss He, I didn't expect to see you here. Why are you in the back kitchen? It's so messy and dirty here." Jinhua was very happy to see Seung-hee. She thought Seung-hee looked as beautiful as a fairy today and didn't want her clothes to get dirty. But she couldn't leave now because there was still a lot of work to do in the kitchen. She was a new worker and didn't even dare to talk to her friends. Just then, the host of the banquet, the owner of the place, came over with a smile and patted Jinhua on the shoulder. "Jinhua, your braised dishes are really good. They're becoming our signature dish. Just now, a few families wanted us to cater their wedding, and their first request was to have your braised food." "No problem," Jinhua replied happily. "As long as they like it, I'm happy." She then carefully asked the owner, "My friend is here. Can I go say a few words to her?" The owner looked in the direction Jinhua pointed and was instantly surprised. He didn't expect that Jinhua's friend was Seung-hee, the daughter of the county magistrate who was the most talked about person recently. The host hurriedly took the bowl from Jinhua's hands and kindly said, "Miss Jinhua, you can go now. I will arrange for someone to handle the work here." Jinhua nodded and said, "Today I missed a chance to help with the logistics. Someone else covered my shift, and I will give her the wages later." The host looked at Jinhua, noticing she was honest, smart, and skilled at making marinated dishes. He felt more fond of this orphan girl. "Miss He, why are you here too?" Jinhua happily ran over to Shin-hee, her face full of joy. "I listened to what you said last time, and I found a boss who specializes in catering. He tasted my marinated dishes and immediately agreed to let me join. Now I have a steady job." Jinhua spoke with affection, as if she was talking to her own sister, sharing her happiness about her life. "That's great." Shun-hee smiled warmly at Jinhua and gently touched her cheek. "But this job must be tiring, right? You look thinner." Jinhua didn't mind and swung her two big braids behind her. "Miss He, I'm not tired. I can support myself now, and I'm happy about that. During the day, I work with the cooks preparing banquet dishes. In the evening or when there's no business, I carry 2 buckets of marinated dishes and go door-to-door selling, just like before. Now I can easily earn about 30 coins, enough to save some money." Most of her savings were kept in a small safe. Sometimes she would spend 10 coins on meat to treat herself and Xian. Xian is not picky at all. He often praises my cooking skills. Jinhua's small happiness was obvious, and Shun-hee realized that, yes, Jinhua had indeed lost some weight, but she looked much more spirited. Her eyes sparkled like stars, full of life, completely different from when they first met. "Oh, Miss He, I'm so happy to see you that I almost forgot my big news." Jinhua suddenly exclaimed softly, then wiped her hands on her clean clothes. She took out a small cloth pouch from her collar and carefully opened it. Inside was a silk handkerchief. It was made of fine fabric, embroidered with a dragonfly playing among lotus flowers. It looked interesting and delicate. Jinhua smiled as she handed the silk scarf to Seung-hee. Her face was slightly red, like a cute red apple. "Miss He, this scarf is made from a popular fabric nowadays. I heard that young ladies in Datong County and Jinjing County also use this kind of scarf. It feels light and smooth on the face, and it doesn't hurt the skin at all. You've helped me so much, and I have nothing special to give in return. After earning some money, the first thing I bought was this scarf, hoping to give it to you as a gift. But I've been so busy lately that I haven't had a chance to give it to you. Luckily, I met you today. You must accept it." Seung-hee carefully looked at the scarf. It felt delicate to the touch, and even had her name embroidered on it. She felt a bit guilty about the money spent. This silly girl must have spent quite a bit. Originally, Seung-hee wanted Jinhua to return such an expensive scarf, but then she remembered that giving a handkerchief in ancient times symbolized close friendship, a very intimate gesture. She couldn't bear to refuse her kind offer. She simply flicked the scarf and asked with a smile, "Little Jinhua, Do I look beautiful with this scarf? Jinhua looked at Sheng-He, her dark eyes full of happiness, and praised. Of course, you look stunning, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She silently thought, Miss He looks so beautiful with this scarf. If I could find my 2 older sisters, I would buy such nice scarves for them too. Then Sheng-He carefully put the scarf into her purse. All right, I accept this scarf. Now I just wait for you, little Jinhua, to become the richest woman in Huzhou and support me. That's a bit exaggerated, Jinhua said shyly. But suddenly, she seemed to remember something, and a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. Sheng-He quickly sensed her mood and asked softly, Jinhua, is your pickled vegetable business not doing well lately? Are you worried? Jinhua was surprised. Could Miss He really know? Does this woman have mind-reading skills? But in the end, she admitted, yes, it's a bit difficult. The weather is getting hotter, and our pickled vegetables are spicy and flavorful. In hot weather, they don't help with cooling down and can be a bit greasy. Sales are getting worse. Last time, we couldn't sell all the leftovers, and the remaining pickled vegetables went bad. I feel so sorry. If this continues, I might lose money. Sheng-He fell silent after hearing this, as if she was thinking deeply. Goldflower couldn't help but ask, Miss He, do you have something you'd like to tell me? Sheng-He paused and seriously said, Goldflower, I think you can do more than just sell marinated dishes. Maybe you can expand your business by selling another item that complements it, which could help both sales. Goldflower frowned. That might not work. I can't do anything besides marinated dishes. Sheng-He smiled. That's okay. If you don't know how, I can teach you. You might not have heard of a dessert called double skim milk. It's made from milk and eggs. It's simple to make, sweet and smooth. There's a saying, sweet and salty are like perpetual motion. Marinated dishes are spicy and salty, while double skim milk is cool and sweet. They go well together. Sweet and salty. What kind of eggs? Goldflower didn't understand modern words very well. She scratched her head and was a bit confused by Sheng-He's words, but she understood the main idea. So, eating something salty makes you want something sweet afterward, right? Goldflower asked. Exactly, Sheng-He smiled. Sometimes, on hot days, when people feel tired of marinated dishes, a bowl of double skim milk can make them want to buy some marinated dishes to go with it. If you don't believe me, I can show you next time. You'll see how well they go together. Goldflower trusted Sheng-He completely. She quickly said, Miss He, I will remember what you said. But I feel a bit shy to ask for help. Sheng-He laughed and stood up. Goldflower, there's no need to worry. We're doing business. If you use my recipe to make money, you should pay for it. Hearing this, Goldflower's heart suddenly sank into her stomach. Buy the recipe? If it's good, I am willing to pay. But I don't have enough money right now to buy the recipe. Miss He, can I pay a deposit first? I will pay the rest once I earn some money, Goldflower asked. Sheng-He agreed happily. Of course. I can give you 3 days to try out the business. During these days, you can buy from me and see how well it goes. If you think this business is good, we can sign a contract. I will teach you the secret recipe exclusively. You pay the first part now, and within 3 months, you need to pay the rest. Goldflower's heart was already excited after hearing this. In business, you need to be brave enough to try. There are gains and losses, and Jinhua is not afraid to take risks. She agreed quickly. Ningzheng was still sitting patiently at the table, waiting for Sheng-He to return. Sheng-He had just told him he was going to meet a friend, and it's been more than a cup of tea time. Why hasn't she come back yet? This is too unreasonable. How can she leave him alone here? The mighty war god, King Dinghuai, felt a little sad inside. The hidden guards also saw their prince's loneliness and felt sorry for him quietly. Guards, poor prince. Oh, sir, you are very handsome. Are you the one Miss He brought? He looks a bit difficult to approach. Maybe we shouldn't go near him. I heard he does business with Miss He, no wonder. Just looking at him, I can tell he's rich. The common people whispered among themselves. Ningzheng isn't good at talking, so he ignored them and sat at the table like a cold, proud iceberg. His strong presence made others avoid him. But Ningzheng was getting more annoyed. He started to suspect that Shung-hee hadn't come back to pick him up because she forgot about him and went home alone. Just then, Shung-hee appeared around the corner, smiling happily. She was walking with a young girl, and they looked very close. Ning-jung let out a breath of relief. Luckily, she didn't leave him behind. But leaving him alone in this unfamiliar place for so long still made him angry. However, if she could go for a walk with him in the evening to relax and digest, he might give her a chance to be forgiven. Ning-jung, the proud old man, was making this plan. When Shang-hee came over, Ning-jung said, "If you could stay with me." Before he finished, Shang-hee cheerfully interrupted, "Lord Huai, after we finish eating, we should go home. You can follow me. Later, I need to discuss something important with my sister Jean Hua. Don't bother us, okay?" She then held Jean Hua's hand, greeted Sister Sufan happily, and left cheerfully, heading straight home, not noticing Ning Zheng's frustration. Ning's Henk. Handak Dempe. The secret guards continued to feel sorry for the prince who was turned away at the door, even crumpling a small piece of paper and tossing it in front of him. "Prince, our secret guard brothers will always stay by your side and follow you to the end. Please don't be sad over a little woman." Ningjing opened the paper ball, looked at it with a blank expression, and then gave the guards a look that said, "Mind your own business." He then coldly threw the paper away and stood up firmly, following Sheng-hee. The guards. Sheng-hee went straight to the kitchen upon returning home. She took out fresh milk, sugar, whipped cream, and egg whites from her space. Everything was ready, and she began making double-layer milk pudding. First, she put the milk and cream into a clean pot and heated until it started to bubble. Then she poured it into a small bowl, skimming off the foam while hot. The heated milk was set aside. She cracked an egg into a bowl, keeping the egg white, and added some sugar. She mixed the egg white and sugar well. Next, she carefully scooped the milk skin from the small bowl and set it aside. Then she poured the milk into the egg mixture. She didn't pour all the milk at once. She kept a little in a separate bowl. After the egg white and milk were fully mixed, she poured the mixture back into the small bowl. As the milk skin floated up with the milk, Sheng-hee placed the bowl into a steamer. After steaming for about an hour, she cooled it in a well at the wellhead for another hour. Jinhua was already curious about this soft, white thing. Bayan couldn't help but drool. Ningzheng, though still maintaining a cool attitude, kept glancing toward the wellhead. The three of them patiently waited for an hour. Sheng-hee finally announced it was time to eat. Jinhua couldn't wait. Carefully, she scooped a spoonful.
Wow.
Such a strange, wonderful texture. She put it in her mouth, and a rich, milky aroma hit her. The cold, smooth texture melted instantly in her mouth. "This is so delicious." Jinhua couldn't help but give a thumbs up, feeling like she was one step closer to becoming a little rich lady. Bayan held his small bowl, reluctant but drooling. In the end, he took a final bite, feeling instantly happy. The cool, icy sensation was addictive. Ningzheng ate very politely, taking only a small sip. His handsome face showed a look of surprise. He wiped his lips with a handkerchief and gave a brief comment. "Not bad." Shang-hee smiled warmly. "Do you like it, Master Huai? If you do, I can make it again for you tomorrow." Bayan, standing nearby, looked envious. "Boss, please tell her you like it. I want to eat that soft, sweet double-layered milk pudding too." Ninks Henk Gokedliktli. The bit of resentment he had felt earlier toward Sheng-hee had already faded.
Well,
"I do like it. But since there's only a little today, I want Zozo and Gigi to have a taste too." "Alright, I'll make a big batch tomorrow, so everyone can have enough," Shang-hee replied cheerfully. Jinhua had already tasted the pudding carefully. She thought it would definitely sell well. But she felt a little uneasy. As a simple village girl new to business, she didn't know how much she should pay Miss He for the recipe. After all, it was delicious and unique. Surely it must be worth a lot. "Jinhua," Sheng-hee said gently, "if you want to try selling this pudding, I'll give you a fair price. The total is 48 taels of silver, 10 as a deposit and 38 later. For the next 3 days, you can take 1 bucket of pudding from me each day for trial sales at 30 coins per bucket." After 3 days, if you still want to continue, prepare the 10 taels, and you can pay the rest within 3 months. Only 48 taels? Jinhua was surprised. Miss He, this recipe is worth far more than that. Sheng He smiled. You couldn't afford thousands of taels anyway. To be honest, I'm selling it cheaply because I have other plans. The profit I hope to gain from working with you is much more than 48 taels. Her eyes shone with confidence, full of quiet strategy. Jinhua trusted her sincerity and suddenly felt full of courage. She was ready to give it her all. All right, Miss He. For the next 3 days, I'll sell the pudding and marinated dishes in different towns. If sales go up, that means we've succeeded. I'll definitely buy this recipe. Jinhua nodded firmly. Years later, whenever Jinhua thought back to this moment, her eyes would fill with tears. Because it was from this very day that the gears of her fate began to turn, leading her to a life she had never dared to dream of. But that, of course, is another story. 3 days later, in Wuchuan County and nearby towns, a simple-dressed girl with a large braided hair bun wrapped with a headband carried 2 insulated wooden buckets covered with reed mats. She walked through the streets shouting, "Hey, Jinhua, you're finally here. The double-layer milk you sold yesterday was so delicious. My kid has been asking for it all day. My child is the same. He keeps pestering me to make it, but I don't know how to do such delicate work." Exactly. The braised dishes paired with this double-layer milk are really amazing. As soon as Jinhua appeared, about 10 households gathered around her. Most of them held 2 bowls, one for the braised dishes and the other for the double-layer milk. Jinhua greeted them with a smile, took their bowls, and served them braised dishes or scooped large portions of double-layer milk. A bowl of braised dishes cost 6 coins, and a bowl of double-layer milk cost 8 coins. This price was too high for most people in Wuchuan County, but in nearby towns, many residents still had enough money to enjoy these treats. Especially when the 2 foods were paired together, the sales of braised dishes increased, and the cool, refreshing double-layer milk was especially popular in early summer. In a day, she could earn about 300 coins, nearly half a tael of silver. Jinhua had never dreamed of earning so much before. Today was the 3rd and final day of the trial sale. Jinhua had already made up her mind about this business. She was determined to secure this deal, believing it would bring a huge change to her life. A bucket of braised dishes and a bucket of double-layer milk sold out after just an hour. Jinhua silently counted the money she had saved over these days. She still needed 5 taels of silver to buy the recipe for the double-layer milk from Sheng He. Jinhua couldn't help but sigh heavily. Who should she borrow that 5 taels from? Her mood fluctuated wildly. When she returned home pulling 2 empty buckets, she saw Xie Xian waiting at her door. The handsome young man, dressed in a simple blue linen shirt, still looked elegant and refined. Standing in front of the thatched house, he didn't seem humble at all. Jinhua's eyes brightened. She hurried over to him, smiling. "Ah, Xian, why are you here? Why aren't you teaching your students?" Xie Xian did not speak. He simply took out a neatly folded piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Jinhua. Jinhua looked closely and was instantly stunned. 10 taels of silver? Xie Xian, are you lucky today? Where did you get so much money? Recently, you've been saying you need a deposit to do business with Miss He, but you don't have enough. I have a jade pendant I've carried since I was a child. I pawned it at the shop to get some cash to help you out, Xie Xian said softly. Jinhua knew he was helping her solve a problem. Her heart warmed, but she also felt a bit sad. Xie Xian, this is your jade pendant, a very precious thing. It was probably given to you by a caring elder. I don't deserve it. It was you who found me in the mountains. Without you, I would have died long ago. Xie Xian looked at Jinhua with bright, dark eyes. Jinhua, in my heart, you are worth it. Jinhua's face grew a little hot, but she was not a shy girl. Since Xie Xian had done so much for her, she couldn't let his kindness go to waste. 10 taels of silver quickly solved the deposit problem. Xie Xian, once I earn enough money in the future, the first thing I will do is buy back your jade pendant, Jinhua said firmly. Xie Xian smiled and nodded. All right, Then I'll look forward to Jinhua's success. Jinhua took the 10 taels of silver and hurried to Sheng's house in town. He was at home, discussing repairs for Sheng's house with a few bricklayers. Seeing Jinhua rush in, he handed his work to Ningzheng and went to greet her. "How is it? Little sister Jinhua, have you thought about my business proposal?" He asked with a smile, handing her a cup of tea. In the small flower hall, Jinhua drank the tea in one gulp and then boldly slapped down 10 taels of silver. "Miss He, I must have this deal." He examined the silver note and smiled. A good merchant not only needs the ability to seize business opportunities, but also the courage to do business, the strength to manage subordinates, and the wisdom to handle cash flow. He knew that 80 taels of deposit was a lot of pressure for Jinhua now, but he wanted to test whether she would give up when faced with difficulty. Although he didn't know where Jinhua's 10 taels of silver came from, as long as she didn't steal or rob, she had passed the test. Of course, this was only the beginning of the test, as she still needed to repay 48 taels of silver within 3 months. This would test whether she truly had enough strength to keep this business going. "Have you thought it through?" He asked finally. Jinhua nodded firmly. "I'm not just trusting Miss He with this business. I also calculated my own costs and believe I can make some money from it." He smiled slightly. She had already prepared the contract, 2 copies, for both of them to sign and seal. "Then I wish Jinhua's business great success." Jinhua carefully kept the contract, then eagerly went with He to the kitchen to learn how to make the special double-layer milk pudding. Milk, sugar, and eggs are not hard to buy, but they are a bit expensive in this era. He had already told Jinhua about her channels, which could supply these ingredients at lower prices. These channels come from her space, where items are usually 2 to 3 times cheaper than market prices, making it very cost-effective. Jinhua learned quickly. In less than 2 hours, she had prepared a bucket of double-layer milk pudding for the next day's sale. The whole kitchen was filled with a sweet, milky aroma. Even the bricklayers planning to repair Sheng's house couldn't help but sniff and say, "Wow, what's that smell? It's so nice." This batch of double-layer milk pudding was larger than usual. It was placed by the well to cool, but the cooling effect was a little weaker. He suggested that Jinhua go to the ice shop in town to buy some chopped ice. This would improve the taste of the pudding and prevent it from spoiling in the hot weather. Good idea. Storing ice was no longer difficult in this era. Buying some ice didn't cost much, and Jinhua happily agreed. Having completed this important task, He planned to invite Jinhua to stay for dinner as a small celebration. Just then, Aunt Yang from Zaoa village hurried over in a bullock cart, knocking loudly on Sheng's door, seeming to have urgent news. "Aunt Yang, what's the matter? Did something happen?" He quickly welcomed her inside, poured her a cup of tea, and asked her to sit down and speak slowly. "Oh dear, something big has happened." Aunt Yang gulped down her tea and looked anxious. "Miss He, villagers from Dasha village suddenly caused trouble at the school gate, demanding to withdraw their children. Mr. Xia and the village chief agreed to refund the tuition fees, but the villagers of Dasha village still refused to stop and even asked for compensation. If they don't get paid, they will keep causing trouble. Miss He, don't you think this is just unreasonable fuss? Their loud shouting makes it impossible for the teachers to teach normally and has attracted many onlookers." He's face darkened. This is clearly just troublemaking, deliberately damaging the school's reputation. The school's reputation among the people isn't well established yet, and their disturbance will only make the villagers think badly of the school, discouraging them from sending their children there again. Some more aggressive people might join in the chaos. "Little Fu, call my dad and Aunt Yang, and let's go to Zaoa village to see what's happening,"
He said to Aunt Yang.
When He and Ziyuan hurried to Zaoa village, they saw a row of villagers from Dasha village sitting outside the school gate. Unlike what He expected, they weren't shouting or acting aggressively. They just sat quietly, looking honest, and not seeming to want to fight. Next to them were dull-looking children, with dark eyes fixed on the school gate, their expressions showing a mix of longing and hope. Only one person was loudly scolding. "Chen, you said you couldn't guarantee all the kids would pass the imperial exam. So how can your village still have a school?
Bah.
Refund the tuition and give compensation. This person was the village chief of Dasha village. Over the years, Zaor village has been known as the poorest village in Wanchuan County, with Dasha village ranking second. Both villages are equally poor and struggling. Poor people often have short tempers. The former village chief of Dasha used to be very timid and spoke softly in front of others. But today, he boldly criticized Zaor village's village chief right in front of everyone. Zaor village's village chief, Chun, was not willing to back down. He frowned and said, "Village Chief Shah, you're just being unreasonable. Every child's future is different. Even the best school, Manhwa Academy, can't guarantee everyone will pass. If you keep causing trouble, I will report you to the officials." Chief Chun originally wanted to calm down the arrogant village head of Shi village, but after saying that, he became even more energetic, reporting to the officials. Isn't that just because you want to climb high on Miss He's branch? Ganging up to bully others.
What's so great about that?
I tell you, the people of Dashi village are not easily scared. Whether it's the county magistrate's daughter or the magistrate himself, we Dashi villagers are not afraid of trouble, the village head of Shi village loudly declared. The villagers of Dashi village still knelt on the ground, expressionless, showing no excitement, and only responded with a few words. Chief Chun almost lost his temper. You can insult our village, but you dare to mock Miss He secretly and openly? That's just too much. The face of the Shi village head showed no fear. He was confident and felt extremely proud of standing his ground. He now also has a backing. How can he compare to these common villagers? Sarcastic remarks? Who knows if your village has a good relationship with the county magistrate's daughter? She's the one who helped you build the school and is supporting you? You probably received many benefits secretly. With that arrogant attitude, even the usually patient Chief Chun couldn't help but want to punch him and knock his face crooked. But Chief Chun thought he shouldn't be so impulsive, or it might cause bigger trouble. Just as he was about to swallow his anger and endure, suddenly someone rushed out beside him and kicked the Shi village head to the ground. "You shameless scoundrel! How dare you spread rumors about my daughter's character? I'll beat you to death." Sheng Ziyuan usually appeared as a gentle scholar, but he would turn aggressive instantly if someone crossed his bottom line, like someone bullying his daughter or speaking badly about her. The Shi village head was kicked down, grimacing in pain. He wanted to fight back, but with the magistrate arriving, he swallowed his anger. However, the resentment in his eyes almost burst out. He stood there angrily, without saying a word. At this moment, Shang He was speaking softly to the kneeling villagers of Dashi village. She said gently, "If you and the children choose to withdraw from school, the school will not stop you, and I will ask Mr. Xie to refund all your tuition fees. But the teachers at the school are qualified, and they have not harmed the children's physical or mental health. Therefore, I believe that compensation is not justified." A few simple words explained everything clearly, making the curious onlookers feel it was reasonable. The villagers of Dashi village also nodded in agreement. We don't really have any objections. We're just going to take the child now. The villagers of Dashi village are honest and simple people. They dislike conflicts and were already fed up with the village chief embarrassing himself outside. They wanted to leave immediately. But as they moved, they heard the village chief's stern voice. "Stop. Do you think I gave you permission to move?" Fearing confrontation with the county magistrate, the village chief directed his anger at Sheng He, the young girl. He strode over to Sheng He and loudly said, "Miss He, I advise you to stop using your official power to pressure people. Today, I demand that the school compensate us. What if the county magistrate's daughter comes? What if the magistrate himself shows up? I am speaking for the common people, fighting for our rights. Do you really think you can do anything to me?" Although the villagers thought the village chief's words were a bit much, they still felt grateful because he was speaking up for their interests. Shang He looked at the arrogant man who kept causing trouble and couldn't help but sneer. "I remember last time we discussed the school location. The village chief didn't dare to say a word. What's changed? Are you suddenly feeling brave after eating something bold?" Shang He's words were sharp. The village chief was angry, but only snorted dismissively, keeping his head high. Shung-hee then spoke loudly. Before coming here, I heard that people from Dashi village were causing trouble. I specifically asked about the village chief's name. I heard that you have a good relationship with the magistrate of Datong County. No wonder he doesn't take us seriously. When the village chief heard Shung-hee mention the name of the county magistrate directly, his heart skipped a beat. Yes, he was just a small village chief, but he knew the magistrate of Datong County personally. He had even been approached by the magistrate's assistant, Master Du. The magistrate of Datong County was a very kind man. When he first met him, he handed him a beautiful, large silver lock. He had never seen such a treasure before. When the heavy silver lock was finally placed in his hand, he felt a real sense of its value. Not only that, the county magistrate of Datong County also gave him an official admission letter, clearly written with his grandson's name. They only asked him to do one thing: to completely ruin the school in Zar village so that it could no longer operate. The village chief of Shi almost fainted on the spot from excitement. This was like a gift falling from the sky, hitting him directly.
It was also divine help.
He had long disliked the sycophantic attitude of Zar village. If it weren't for their flattery, Shung-hee wouldn't have built the school in such a poor place. Zar village even wanted to surpass their Dasha village and make the entire county's economy the worst. When the county magistrate of Datong said he needed a small favor, the village chief of Shi hurriedly agreed. The money from the silver lock was enough to support his family, and if his grandson could attend the county school, it was like stepping halfway into the ranks of scholars. In the future, he would be eligible for government rice rations, so even in bad years, he wouldn't have to worry about food. Remember, the county school of Datong had a history of dozens of years, far more impressive than any shabby Zar village school. Now that he had the backing of the county magistrate, it wouldn't be long before his family was different from these ignorant and foolish common folk. That was why the village chief of Shi dared to boast. At first, he felt a bit guilty, afraid that others would find out about his deal with the county magistrate. But such matters, the county magistrate of Datong would probably be more cautious about, so he had nothing to fear. Yes, I know him. Magistrate Een appreciates me greatly, and we hit it off immediately. Although our statuses are different, Magistrate Een treats me like family. Is there any problem with that? The village chief of Shi boldly boasted. Oh my, I didn't expect the village chief of Shi to know Magistrate Een. No wonder he dares to challenge our county magistrate's daughter. What kind of skills does he have to gain Magistrate Yin's favor? His luck is incredible. Luck is one thing, but look at how proud he is. His eyes are almost rolling out of his head. He's just acting tough at home. The villagers watching the scene had mixed opinions about the village chief of Shi, but their looks were different. He clearly felt their gaze. These were looks of someone who didn't dare to reach too high, which made him feel very proud. Oh, I see now. Shung-hee smiled slightly and softly said, Since you have such a good relationship with Magistrate Een, no wonder the village chief's grandson can get a free pass to enter the Datong County School. When these words were spoken, the crowd, who had been watching the fun, suddenly erupted in noise. Even the simple and honest villagers from Dashi village became excited. Village chief, haven't you always told us that studying is useless? Why are you still sending your grandson to school? Exactly. You've been telling us not to let the children study, saying they get more unruly the more they learn, and that once they catch the scholar's air, they can't work the land properly anymore. In the future, they'll just be useless people who are neither high nor low. Yes. Now you're sending your grandson to study again. Are you playing us? Are you afraid our children will surpass your grandson and become successful scholars first? Hearing these words, the village chief instantly got angry. How dare these villagers speak to him like that?
Bah!
What do you mean, afraid you'll become successful scholars? Can our children compare to your dirt-poor kids? My great-grandfather was a scholar. My grandson can go to the Datong County School to study, and he will definitely pass the exam and become a successful scholar. With your bunch of dullards, studying is useless. Even if they study, they'll just end up farming and paying taxes for us. The village chief was so proud he blurted out everything in his mind. At first, everyone was silent. Then suddenly, mud was thrown right into the village chief's face. "This is too disrespectful. We used to respect you as our village chief, and now this is how you treat us. So, this has been your plan all along. No wonder you persuaded us to drop out. You're so wicked, using us like donkeys. Look at village chief Chin. He treats the villagers carefully and tries to improve the village. How do you compare to him? Don't think we don't know about the dirty things you've done." These words were like a knife stabbing into the village chief's chest, making him so angry he almost spat blood. These ungrateful people. Although he had embezzled some public money from Dashi village and seized some land over the years, those were small matters. He hadn't committed any heinous crimes. He also wanted to develop the economy and make life in the village, especially for his family, better and better. But these dullards only knew how to farm and dig the land. Completely useless. Can he really save the entire village all by himself? This is unbelievable. He is now a prominent figure in front of the county magistrate of Datong County. How could he tolerate such unfair treatment? These poor farmers actually dare to insult him. Village head Sha wants to rush over and argue with his fellow villagers to show them who's boss. But at that moment, he finds himself restrained by a group of officers. One kicks him hard in the knee. "What's going on?" Village head Sha cries out in pain and kneels down frightened. Shungha crosses his arms and raises an eyebrow, giving orders. This person is suspected of colluding with outsiders. Search him and see if he's hiding anything secret. Village head Sha didn't expect Shungha to be so unreasonable. Without hesitation, they force him to the ground in front of everyone. Suddenly, he remembers something. His face turns pale, and he struggles desperately. "Wait, let me go." But before he finishes speaking, he is searched all over. One officer quickly notices something. According to Miss Ha, a silver lock was found on this person, the officer loudly announces, even showing everyone the silver lock from his pouch. He's the village head of Sha village, and he's carrying such a beautiful silver lock. I heard only wealthy families own such things. Colluding with outsiders.
Oh.
Could it be that he received something from the county magistrate of Datong and came here to cause trouble? After all, Datong County doesn't like others to be better than them. Maybe you're right. How could the county magistrate of Datong know the village head of Sha village? There's definitely something suspicious. You ignorant farmers, how dare you accuse me like this? I will have Magistrate Een arrest all of you and give you a good lesson. Village head Sha roars. I already said, I was talking happily with Magistrate Een. We hit it off immediately. The silver lock he gave me is just a small gift. What's so special about it? You're all just a bunch of simpletons. Really? Sheng Ziyuan sneers coldly and says, I checked before coming here. Magistrate Een doesn't even know the village head of Sha village. You're lying. Sheng He is also merciless. I wanted to give you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Take him away. He must have stolen the lock from Magistrate Een and is now pretending to be powerful with us. Arrest this thief and give him 20 big hits. Such quick and firm judgment made village head She panic suddenly. How could Magistrate Een not recognize him? Clearly, he was the one who asked his assistant to find him and invite him over to discuss an important matter. But then he thought, yes, he was just used by others. Magistrate Een wouldn't admit any connection to him to prove his innocence. This really put him in a bad spot. Village head She felt a fire of anger burning in his chest, and his mind was a mess. Fine, since they ignored him, he wouldn't hesitate to expose Magistrate Een, the unjust man.
Wait.
No, I'm not a thief. I have more to say. She struggled. Sheng Ziyuan waved his hand, signaling the guards to release him. Now, village head She knew he was scared. He cried and knelt before Sheng Ziyuan, saying, Honorable Lord, I truly know I was wrong. I didn't steal anything. I am willing to tell everything about what happened. I was also ordered by Magistrate Een. He then explained how Magistrate Een bought him and how he came to the school to cause trouble, trying to destroy it. His words about Magistrate Een no longer sounded proud, but full of insults. Sheng Ziyuan's face darkened after hearing the story. But she knelt at Sheng Ziyuan's feet, kowtowing repeatedly, and asked carefully, "Sir, I've told everything I know. I really didn't steal anything. Can you please not punish me?" Sheng Ziyuan nodded. "Of course, I won't give you 20 big hits." She was overjoyed, kowtowing and thanking him. "Thank you, sir. Thank you." But before she could be happy for long, Sheng Ziyuan said, "Conspiring with outsiders to disturb the peace of this county, 40 big hits. Put him in jail and hold him for 3 months." "What?" She froze in place, her eyes half-dazed. Finally, the truth about Xi's case was clear, and everyone clapped happily. It seems that reading more books is necessary, or else you might be fooled by such fools. I almost believed his lies. That's right. I really thought the village chief of Xi village was so capable. I had already planned several ways to flatter him, but I never expected him to be such a person. Ugh. The villagers watching the scene looked down on the unconscious village chief. Meanwhile, the villagers of Dashi village were holding their children and handing them over to the teachers. They kept apologizing, saying, "Sir, it's our fault. We believed some bad words from the village chief. We don't know how to read or judge right from wrong. Please give our children another chance to continue studying." The teachers sighed, looking at the innocent children. Although they were still angry inside, they finally agreed, saying, "Let's forget about it this time." But this must not happen again. The villagers cheered happily. Of course it can't happen again. Our village chief is no good. When we go back, we will discuss with everyone and make sure to replace this troublemaker. Finally, the farce was over. Sheng He heaved a sigh of relief and looked back into the crowd. He saw a tall figure standing under the shade of a tree, with a handsome side profile. Ning Zheng was not involved in the chaos, but without him, Sheng He wouldn't have been able to handle everything so quickly. It was Ning Zheng who sent people to investigate and found out that the village chief of Xi village was bought off by the county magistrate of Datong County, even tracking down the stolen silver lock. Sheng He wondered why a merchant's subordinate had such power. Maybe it was because Ning Zheng had traveled extensively in the past, building connections that allowed him to thrive anywhere. Ning Zheng, who had been waiting for the situation to end, noticed Sheng He's gaze and turned to look at her. The early summer sunlight filtered through the trees, casting scattered light on his deep eyes. He smiled slightly, making her heart flutter. Sheng He didn't realize her heart was beating a little faster. She just felt that when she turned her head and saw him standing behind her, no matter how big the storm ahead was, it didn't seem so scary anymore. Although they had dealt with the troublemaker village chief, Sheng He still felt it was a bit risky. So she gathered her father Sheng Ziyuan, Xie Xian, village head Chen, the village teachers, and even invited Ning Zheng. Everyone gathered in the village chief's main hall to discuss the school reform. Running a school is not something that can be done in a day. Although the main conflict involves village head Xi, I realize that we also have underlying problems. Village head Xi is right when he says that among the many students in the school, only a few are likely to pursue official careers. Most people in Wuchuan County are common farmers who have farmed for generations. Our education should focus on practical skills, not just blindly teaching children the 4 books and 5 classics to become great scholars, which is unrealistic. Xie Xian frowned and asked, "Miss He, do you mean we should reduce the size of the school?" He shook his head and replied, "No, quite the opposite. We should expand the school so that most people can learn useful skills. For example, how to drive away locusts, how to treat sick plants, and how to make fertilizer. For children with talent for studying, the teachers and Xian can provide more detailed training, helping them absorb more knowledge to prepare for the future. Everyone has their own choices and paths. Education should be open-minded like that." Everyone listened and nodded in agreement. Although the children are on different paths, they all have bright futures and can pursue better lives. However, the teachers quickly realized a big problem. "That's not right, Miss He. While you're right that we should teach children practical skills, we don't know how to do those things ourselves, like driving away locusts, treating sick plants, or making fertilizer. Since the teachers in the school can't teach practical skills, we need to hire skilled craftsmen from various trades to be teachers and pass on their skills." He listed these skills as courses: agriculture, arithmetic, craftsmanship, embroidery, cooking. These courses are closely related to daily life and will definitely be useful for the children when they grow up. He and others began a large-scale recruitment across the entire Hezhou prefecture. Sheng Ziyuan strongly supported this and even allocated funds to pay the teachers for their hard work. However, Wuchuan County's economy is not very strong, so the payment was modest. Although these skilled craftsmen have rich experience, they have never experienced being teachers in a school before and are very curious about what it's like. Recently, Zaoer Village has been very lively, with many experienced teachers coming to ask about enrollment. Xie Xian was very patient with each teacher who came to apply. He explained that becoming a master requires selection, testing, and training, and only then can one become a qualified teacher to pass on their skills and help children learn survival skills.
Bah!
Teaching apprentices, and they might starve the master. Plus, if so many apprentices come at once, who would want to work without getting enough to eat? Exactly. My skills are passed down from my family. Even a wealthy girl couldn't buy them. Don't expect me to pass this unique craft to others. Most people were just here to watch the fun and showed their disdain, while also bragging about how good their memory was and how high their status was in the industry. Xie Xian was not upset by these people. He just smiled slightly and didn't argue. But sometimes, different voices could be heard from the crowd. I've been in the bamboo and wood business all my life. I want to pass it on to the next generation, but I haven't found a suitable apprentice. Zaoer Academy seems like a good place. Yes, I'm not afraid of teaching apprentices and starving the master. My master once told me that to succeed in an industry, the first thing is to grow the team. Sir, I want to sign up. I do leather work. I'm just a rough guy. I studied a few days when I was young. I've always thought that teachers are like the sky for students, so high. I've lived most of my life just wanting to know what it feels like to be a teacher. At this point, Zaoer Village became very lively. Coincidentally, Jean Hua's double-layer milk pudding business opened, and she took this good opportunity to set up a big stall, weaving into the crowd with a big smile. She was not afraid of hardship or tiredness. Her small figure was like a fish, weaving through the crowd with a wooden bucket, walking and shouting. Double-layer milk pudding. Smooth, tender double-layer milk pudding, icy and cool double-layer milk pudding. At first, people didn't know what it was, but Jean Hua was not stingy. Whenever someone asked, she was happy to take out a bowl for them to try.
Cold. So sweet.
And it has a milky aroma. Delicious. It melts in your mouth, and it feels so good to eat. This was my first time visiting Wuchuan County. I didn't expect such a small, rundown place to have such delicious food. When I go home, I must tell my family about it. The early summer sun is already quite hot and dry, especially when people gather in the sun to talk, making their mouths dry. Having a bowl of double-skim milk is very refreshing and soothing for the throat, which feels so comfortable. Soon, almost everyone in the square has a bowl of double-skim milk. Jinhua's family ran out of bowls, so they borrowed bowls and spoons from the village women. After today's business, they will wash and return the utensils. Xie Xianzheng was explaining the school situation to an experienced teacher. When he saw the lively, energetic figure in the crowd, a small smile appeared on his lips. Although many people in the 8 counties of Hezhou Prefecture looked down on the small, unknown Zaoer school, about 100 people still signed up to become teachers. That was quite a lot. Sheng He and Sheng Ziyuan reviewed the list of applicants. After testing, they selected over 20 people for the next training stage. The main goal was to teach them to follow teacher ethics, be disciplined, set a good example, and learn proper teaching methods. Sheng He also helped improve their professional skills. For example, some experienced farmers who grew crops very well. Sheng He shared advanced farming techniques, like fertilizer recipes and scientific breeding methods, which hadn't been invented yet in this era. He encouraged them to study and teach students more efficient farming methods. At first, the farmers didn't believe Sheng He's words. But after trying them out, they realized that the daughter of the county magistrate of Wuchuan was not an ordinary person. She knew so much, including things most people couldn't understand. It turned out that Shenghi's idea of teaching students farming was not just about traditional planting, but about a big reform. When you officially become teachers at the school, I will come regularly to train you and share some important knowledge about your profession, Shenghi said. As soon as she finished, everyone responded enthusiastically. During these days of training, Shenghi always shared new methods that were different from traditional ways but more effective. Everyone admired her greatly. Miss Ge, I finally understand why the school is offering these new courses. Before, I thought I was just here to do farm work, and I was so bored I felt like I would burst. Now I realize I was so foolish. You, Miss Ge, have a much bigger vision. Yes, Miss Ge. Last time you taught us sewing techniques. I used them myself, and I found them very clever. They saved me a lot of time and effort. Exactly. Miss Ge, next time you come to train us, I hope you can teach me again. I feel I am not skilled enough and might not teach the children well. Mr. Xie told us about teachers' ethics.
What was that word again?
We must not mislead the children. Shenghi smiled warmly as she looked at the almost teachers sitting below. Someone excitedly said, Miss Ge, everything you do for the people, we see it all. When it comes to true dedication, it's you. Hearing this, Shenghi waved her hand gently. Actually, she only learned these techniques from the computer in her space. They were all from the experiences of those before her, valuable knowledge left behind. Shenghi didn't dare take credit for these achievements. But the more she stayed humble, the more people thought she was modest. Even their admiration and respect for her grew deeper. Although it was a bit rushed, after a few days of training, these new teachers officially joined the Date Tree School. The village chief held a lively welcome ceremony to celebrate the school's reopening and the new teacher's arrival. One of the teachers, named Tian Yukai, specially wore a blue cloth long gown today, probably trying to imitate the teachers who teach writing and calligraphy in the school. Unfortunately, the gown didn't fit well, and the stitches were crooked. On a dark, strong man, it looked a bit funny and out of place. He probably forgot that he was a teacher of farming, often working in the fields. Wearing a long gown made it harder for him to work and looked a bit silly. Everyone watched and couldn't help but laugh. Oh, talented Mr. Tian, you really are talented. This gown looks great on you, like a different person. You seem very cultured. Tian Yukai didn't catch their teasing. He puffed out his chest and shook his gown proudly, looking even more confident. Everyone laughed again, and even the students couldn't help but cover their mouths, trying not to laugh out loud. Today is not only the start of a new school year, but students also choose subjects based on their interests. For example, those who want to continue their family farming will study agriculture. Those aiming to become shopkeepers or accountants will focus on arithmetic. Some students will learn crafts like leatherworking, bricklaying, or bamboo and woodwork, depending on their choices. Girls may choose subjects like fabric, embroidery, or cooking. However, there is a rule in the school. No matter what subject they study, students must learn to read and do basic math, and they must take exams regularly. After announcing these rules, the officials found that everyone had no objections. This time, the parents and villagers all smiled happily. They never thought about their children taking the imperial exams to gain fame. It seemed too far away. Now, learning a craft with experienced teachers makes them feel secure and hopeful for their children's future. Mr. Xie, we entrust the children to you. Please take good care of them. If they don't succeed in the future, we will still remember your kindness. Some villagers even shed tears. This educational reform was largely thanks to Miss He's ideas. I was just helping her. I don't want to take credit, Xie Xian softly said. Hearing this, the parents hurried over to Shenghi, expressing their gratitude. Xie Xian's gaze fell on Shenghi, who was happily talking with the villagers. He was very curious about her. Shenghi was just a girl from the countryside. She knew medicine, ran a business, and even managed the school. Xie Xian considered himself from a noble family of scholars, inheriting a century-old school from his grandfather. For some reason, he had a faint feeling that this small school of hers would grow big someday and surprise everyone. Jinhua's double-layer milk pudding business had already started expanding beyond the village entrance. Most of the sales were handled by a few elderly women she trusted. Jinhua paid them 30 coins a day, and 10 people were selling the pudding. At first, Jinhua worried they wouldn't sell enough, but experience proved otherwise. Demand was so high it was hard to keep up. The reputation of Zar School quickly spread. Many students from neighboring counties, especially Jinjixian, which had the closest ties to Wuchuan County, came to sign up for the school. In particular, during these first few days of the new term, Zar Village was bustling like a big festival. Many parents with children came to visit the school. For ordinary people, reading and writing are not the most urgent needs. Learning a skill is more important. Shenghe, Shengziyuan, Xiexian, and village head Chen were all worried about this. It was clear that the small, broken-down temple was no longer enough. There were too many students, and the classrooms were too few. The school needed to expand a lot. However, Jinhua Tianxiao was all smiles because she was focused on making money. The more people there were, the more money she earned. Especially the children, after school, would go to the village granny or aunt to buy a small bowl of double-layer milk pudding. The student price was 4 coins for half a bowl, and most students could afford it. There were also parents who came to pick up their children and teachers who were busy giving lessons. The villagers also came and went. The double-layer milk pudding business suddenly became very popular. Some villagers in Zar village saw how successful the pudding was and started their own businesses. For example, Aunt Yang made pork fat pancakes in a large iron pan. But even though she sold a few, her business was nowhere near as good as the pudding. Zar village was a small, unknown place. Over time, more and more people from counties in Hezhou Prefecture heard about it. Jinhua took this rare opportunity to expand her business to other counties. Zar Village's double-layer milk pudding. Zar Village's spicy marinated dishes. Jinhua traveled through the streets shouting. Many villagers stopped to talk to her, asking about the school, and bought a small bowl of pudding or marinated dishes for a few coins, chatting with Jinhua. Jinhua was a great talker. She not only described the benefits and popularity of the school enthusiastically, but also promoted her pudding and marinated dishes. The villagers, who were also thirsty for conversation, tasted her pudding. Instantly, they found it refreshing and delicious, exclaiming how wonderful it was. Soon, Jinhua's double-layer milk pudding became well known in the area. In the blink of an eye, several weeks had passed since Zar School opened. Under the strict management of Xiexian and village head Chen, the school was now well organized. Not only were the students eager to learn, but the new teachers who had just started also worked very hard. They were originally just simple villagers who couldn't even read a single character. Suddenly, they became teachers to the students and were looked at with respect and admiration. Sometimes, people even greeted them on the street. This feeling was incredibly satisfying. Because of this, they worked even harder, not wanting their reputation to suffer in any way. Some even started secretly competing to improve themselves. During the day, they would go to ask Mr. Xie for help with learning to read. Late at night, they studied by candlelight, secretly deciding to surpass the younger students so they could earn even more admiration. The learning atmosphere in Zaoer village grew even stronger. Sheng Ziyuan and Sheng He began drawing plans to expand the school, hoping to have bright, spacious classrooms for the students soon. In Wuchuan County, due to the trouble caused by the village chief of Dashi village, the situation turned out to be a blessing. It opened new ideas and the school business became more successful. While the people of Wuchuan County were happy and proud about this, the county magistrate of Datong County looked very gloomy for several days. Even his close aide, Du Shirya, dared not make a sound around him. The office of the magistrate of Datong County. Madam He, the wife of the magistrate, was leaning on a beautiful couch, gently swinging a silk fan. She asked the servant inside, "Did you buy the double-layer milk today?" A young maid stepped forward nervously and replied, "Madam, the double-layer milk has been bought. It's kept in the kitchen with ice water, and I also added rose silk ice as you ordered." Madam He was about 18 or 19, very pretty, and the youngest wife in the household. She was also the most favored by the master. Although she was beautiful, she had a bad temper. Recently, she had developed a liking for small snacks like double-layer milk and wanted to eat it every day. Once, when the maid failed to buy it, Madam, he slapped her 3 times. Stupid girl, why did you go to the kitchen to make it? Do you think I want to serve it myself? Madam, he scowled. The maid was afraid of being hit, so she hurried to the kitchen. When she finally handed over the double-layer milk with trembling hands, Madam He's expression softened a little. The maid let out a sigh of relief and muttered to herself, "This Madam He really thinks she's some noble lady. She used to be just a fallen woman who escaped from a brothel, and now she's pretending to be the mistress." But there was nothing she could do. With the household's favor, even the main wife couldn't do anything to her. Aunt He happily enjoyed her double-skin milk when suddenly, Magistrate Een walked in looking upset. Seeing Magistrate Een, Aunt He quickly put down her bowl. Her proud and bossy expression disappeared, and she looked sweet and obedient. "Sir, why are you here?" Then she leaned into his arms as if she had no bones. With her beauty in his arms, Magistrate Een felt much better. "Oh, never mind. It's just that the Zaoer school thing has been bothering me. I can't stand how the poor folks in Wuchuan are so proud. A few days ago, Magistrate Een sent Master Du to find the village chief of Dasha village, to bribe him to cause trouble at Zaoer school's entrance. But things didn't go as planned, and instead, it helped the school's reform." And he blinked charmingly and picked up a cold bowl of double-skin milk to feed Magistrate Een. He hurriedly waved his hand. "No, I don't like sweet things. Only young girls like you enjoy this." And he pouted and tried to feed him, but Magistrate Een liked her stubbornness. He took a sip of the milk. As he tasted it, he was truly surprised. The cool, smooth milk combined with the sweet scent of roses was delicious. Sweet, but not too much, refreshing the mind. "What is this? Did you make it yourself?" Magistrate Een asked, scooping a few bites with his own bowl. His earlier worries seemed to melt away. And he felt proud inside.
See?
As long as she made the effort, she could easily cheer up her husband's anger. "Sir, you're joking. You issued the order not to let me into the kitchen because of the smoke. How could I make this? It must be some commoner trying to earn a living by making something new for us to try," and he giggled happily, looking pampered. "Although this doesn't look special, it tastes wonderful. Who made this double-skin milk?" "Tell them to teach our cooks," Magistrate Een asked. The young maid hesitated and didn't dare answer. This was a good time to make the husband happy. Unexpectedly, the maid was so clueless. Aunt He, displeased, urged her. "Are you tongue-tied? Come on, tell me, what kind of person makes this kind of thing for business?" "Yes, she is a woman from Zaoer village in Wuchuan County." As soon as these words were spoken, Magistrate Yin's smile instantly turned into anger. He suddenly slammed the bowl in his hand onto the table and slapped Madam He. "Fine, fine, fine. A double-layered milk pudding, and now even you want to cause trouble for me?" Magistrate Een could no longer tolerate hearing the words, Wuchuan County Zaoer village. Madam He covered her face and cried, "No, I really don't know. I won't eat this anymore. I won't dare to eat these things again." Magistrate Een pushed away the crying woman and was about to go to the front hall when someone reported, "Sir, the prefect is here to see you." Hearing that the prefect wanted to see him, Magistrate Een didn't hesitate and quickly put on his official hat to go to the prefect's office. The prefect was also looking for him because of the situation in Wuchuan County. Wuchuan was developing more and more, but he, as the prefect, couldn't benefit at all. It was really unfair. Again with the water diversion and opening a school. "None of this has been approved by me. What does Sheng Ziyuan mean? Is he trying to act independently? Does he not see me as the prefect?" The prefect was very angry. When he was setting up the school, he had secretly made things difficult for Wuchuan County. He didn't expect that not only did they manage to get by, but they even started to thrive. Wasn't this a slap in his face? Seeing this, Magistrate Een quickly stepped forward to comfort him. "Sir, don't worry. Wuchuan County has been poor for a long time. It's not like our Datong County, which you personally helped build." The prefect calmed down a bit and finally nodded. "That's true. I heard that Wuchuan County School was originally going smoothly until some villagers, unaware of who, were influenced by a foolish person to cause trouble. But unexpectedly, this backfired and gave Sheng He inspiration for reform. Bah, how unlucky. I don't believe they will always have such good luck. As soon as he said this, Magistrate Een broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't expected the trouble in Dashi village to be known by the prefect. He nervously thought, luckily the prefect doesn't know that the foolish person behind it all is him. Fortunately, the prefect didn't pursue the matter further. He changed the subject. All right, let's put an end to this matter here. By the way, I recently learned that a mysterious master craftsman has come to our Hezhou prefecture. He is very skilled, and the tools he makes are passed down through generations. Even the former emperor praised him highly. This time, we must seize the opportunity. Maybe this is a good chance for us to get promoted and make money. Deputy Magistrate Een nodded quickly, but he was secretly doubtful. Master? Such a divine person doesn't appear easily. He didn't see the master himself, but a few days ago, he met an old man who looked very thin, wore torn clothes, and seemed a bit eccentric. The old man came to his office claiming he had made something good for the people and asked if he wanted it. Een spat in disgust. What? Some crazy old man pretending to be a divine figure and polluting his eyes? He immediately showed his authority and drove the old man away with a few whacks. Thinking of this, Deputy Magistrate Een solemnly told the prefect, "This master craftsman must be a reputable and honorable person. I will send someone to find out his whereabouts and try to have him work for us, so we can finally dominate Wuchuan County." The new Zaoer school had just opened, and in the first few days, everyone was a bit unaccustomed, sometimes causing chaos and confusion. Sheng He stayed in Zaoer village to mediate problems and came up with solutions to prevent everyone from getting too anxious or upset, helping everyone do their work smoothly. Sheng He was a treasure in Zaoer village. The villagers felt at ease when they saw her. She was the backbone of the whole village. Now, with everyone working together, they finally got through the busy period, and life began to return to normal order. All the teachers gradually became more skilled at teaching, and the students slowly got into the learning atmosphere. After school that day, Sheng He told Xie Xian and village head Chen that starting tomorrow, they would need to manage Zaoer school themselves. Xie Xian and village head Chen knew Sheng He had worked hard these days and insisted on inviting her to a small celebration dinner in Zaoer village. After all, the benefits the school brought to the village were beyond what everyone had imagined. When it was time for the celebration, everyone responded enthusiastically. Sheng He saw this and couldn't refuse anymore. She happily agreed. They started right away. Men fetched water, chopped firewood, caught chickens and ducks, and carried meat. Women chattered as they prepared vegetables and cooked rice. The children felt the joy of the adults and played happily in the open space. In the small village, everyone gathered together, and the atmosphere was lively. Jinhua heard that Sheng He was going to stay for dinner, so she decided not to do any business that day. The double-layer milk pudding she prepared yesterday was shared with everyone as a small dessert before the meal. Our Jinhua has really made us proud. We're just waiting for you to make big money and help our Zaoer village get rich, an auntie joked happily. From now on, we'll call you Hidongjia. Jinhua blushed and said, "It's not me who will lead us to wealth, it's Miss He. My double-layer milk pudding recipe was given by Miss He. Actually, she secretly hoped to do big business someday and become a big boss." Jinhua's eyes fell on the slender figure in the yard, smiling and talking kindly with everyone. She felt very secure with Miss He around. With Miss He here, what couldn't be possible? The money she earned these days from selling double-layer milk pudding and marinated vegetables was beyond her wildest dreams. If she ever became successful and a big boss, the first person she would thank would be Miss He. Sheng He was chatting casually with the women cooking, and as they talked, they mentioned cooking. Everyone was surprised to find that Sheng He knew a lot about cooking steps, ingredients, and methods, even coming up with many strange but nice-sounding names like yellow braised chicken, sauce duck, and Beijing-style shredded pork. Seeing the admiration in the women's eyes, Sheng He couldn't help but show off her cooking skills a little. She even secretly made a dish of cola chicken wings, taking a bottle of cola from her space. In ancient times, her cola chicken wings were one of a kind. Others wanted to learn, but she dared not teach them. She only made it occasionally to satisfy everyone's appetite. She washed the tender chicken wings, scored them on both sides, blanched strips and cooking wine to bring out the aroma, then fried them in healthy green rapeseed oil until golden and crispy. She added soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and oyster sauce. Finally, when no one was paying attention, she secretly poured a bottle of cola into the pot and simmered it for 15 minutes. She sprinkled sesame seeds on top. The aroma was so tempting that even children from the neighboring village were drooling. Oh wow. I've been cooking around the stove for most of my life, but I've never smelled anything so delicious. I'm drooling just thinking about it. Aunt Yang watched Sheng. He played the cola chicken wings, her mouth watering as she kept staring at the wings. She really wanted to taste what it was like. Chief Chen walked over and saw Sheng He serving food with an apron. He felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, Miss He, I was planning to invite you to eat, but why are you already helping out? These lazy women really have no sense. You should sit and rest over there. And Yang Hua pouted unhappily. Chief Chen, your wife said last time that you might burn the kitchen if you cooked a meal. How can you call us lazy? The women all agreed. Exactly. Now when we go out, everyone says the women of Zaoer village are the hardest working. Chief Chen knew he couldn't defend the women, so he quickly chuckled and walked away. The food was served quickly. The large banquet tables were so tempting that everyone was drooling. Just as they were about to start eating, a few children hurriedly ran from the village entrance. Oh no! Sister Jinhua found someone again. Xie Xian, standing nearby, was surprised. How did Jinhua find someone again? Soon a villager carried someone into the village. Everyone was guessing, was it a handsome man like Mr. Xie or a beautiful woman? But the result made everyone silent. A tattered old man was brought in. His white hair and long beard were tangled and knotted, looking quite rough. Miss He, I found him already unconscious, Jinhua said, her face sweaty. Xie Xian carefully handed her a towel. Sheng He examined the old man's wrist and quickly concluded, weak energy and blood, no strength. He was faint from hunger. She was about to give him an acupuncture treatment when the old man suddenly moved. Soon, he sniffed the air deeply. Smells. So good. The old man, dazed, crawled up from the ground. To everyone's surprise, he seemed to come back to life. He staggered to the table, grabbed the dishes, and started stuffing food into his mouth. Wow. This is so delicious. I haven't had such good food in a long time. Sheng He and everyone else stared. She had wanted to advise him not to eat too much at once, to avoid indigestion, but the old man ignored her. He devoured 3 bowls of rice and finished a plate of cola chicken wings, even licking the bones clean. The children nearby couldn't help but drool as they watched. The younger one suddenly cried out, and he made delicious chicken wings. You bad grandpa, boo-hoo. The old man finally finished eating and felt more energetic. Hearing the children crying, he felt a bit embarrassed. Stop crying, stop crying. Here, this is for you. He handed a small silver fish to the child. Everyone was stunned. Wow, that was quite a generous gift. They thought the old man, dressed in tattered clothes, was poor and starving. But it seemed he was actually wealthier than anyone present. Sir, have you encountered any trouble? Why are you so hungry? The villagers found the old man at the village entrance and needed to understand what was happening. The old man was still happily gnawing on a chicken leg, his face full of satisfaction. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and said, Trouble? The trouble is I'm too picky. I refuse to eat ordinary food. I'd rather starve than eat it. Everyone was speechless. Could someone really starve themselves into fainting? Who cooked this meal? It's so delicious. The old man licked his lips, still craving more. When they looked at the dishes on the table, their faces changed. These dishes were all made by Miss He herself. They had been looking forward to eating them, but hadn't had the chance yet. You little old man, you eat too much. All these dishes are made by Miss He. We're too precious to eat them, and you've shown off all your luck. Aunt Yanghua drooled as she sniffed the lingering aroma in the air. Are you Miss He? You can call me Cui Laomu, the old man said sincerely. He immediately spotted Sheng He among the crowd. She was indeed more striking than ordinary people, with charming features that weren't overly seductive, but gentle and elegant. Chui Laomu earnestly made his request. Miss, would you like me to be your cook? I'll pay a high price to hire you. The villagers looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Old man, do you know who she is? She's the daughter of the county magistrate, a person cherished and protected. How could she work as a cook for an old man like you? Shang-He smiled and shook her head. Elder, I'm afraid I'm not suited to be a cook. I still have many things to do. Old Chui was a straightforward man. He shrugged slightly in regret, but didn't insist. He handed Shang-He a few small silver fish. Here, this is for your meal. I'll be going now. The strange old man muttered as he walked away. Humph. Don't want to cook for me? I'll find my own way. Everyone thought the old man was a bit odd, but since he had left payment, no one minded much. This small episode didn't affect the cheerful mood of the feast. With Miss He there, everyone in Zaoer village was especially happy. They ate plenty of fish and meat, drank the sweet local wine, and felt light-hearted. Such lively village feasts were rare in Zaoer village, held only for big events or good harvests. A few years ago, during the famine, the villagers couldn't even afford a proper meal. But now, after just a few months, they could host a feast without worry. When did things start getting better? It seemed to have begun after they met Miss He. The once poor and quiet village had become lively and full of hope. When the noise faded and night fell, the tables were cleared, and Shang-He prepared to go home. After school, Zhou and Gigi hadn't gone home right away. They stayed in the village and joined Shang-He for dinner. Now, Shang-He held one child in each hand. Seeing the darkening sky, she felt a bit worried about walking home safely. But as they reached the edge of the village, they saw flickering lights ahead. When they got closer, Shang-He smiled, and the two children cheered. Uncle Huai, you came to pick us up. Uncle Wu, Gigi wants to ride the big horse. Ningzheng sat tall on his horse. Under the moonlight, his face looked calm and bright, his features touched by a soft glow, handsome and gentle. When he saw the two children running toward him, warmth filled his eyes. Then his gaze fell on the woman walking gracefully toward him. He sighed helplessly. This woman, still out so late with two children. How could he not worry? If he hadn't come himself, he wouldn't have felt at ease. She really made him wait half the night. She never let him stop worrying. Next to them, Bayan secretly watched his master's expression. Master, what is going on with your spoiled, helpless, and secretly sweet smile? Jinhua and Xie also noticed Ningzheng's proud and shy expression and couldn't help but smile at each other. Shang-He quickly came over, smiling warmly. Huaiga, why are you here? How long have you been waiting? Ningzheng calmly replied, Not long, just arrived. It had only been about an hour. Seeing her and the children happily playing in the village, he didn't want to disturb them, so he quietly enjoyed the night breeze here. Bayan thought to himself, You seem to be enjoying that romantic night breeze, while I am just feeling lonely. Seeing Bayan's miserable and resentful look, Shang-He knew Ningzheng had probably been waiting for quite a while. She softly said, Next time you come to pick me up, just come find me directly. You've already eaten with me before. Hearing her friendly invitation, Ningzheng was momentarily stunned. Then, his ears turned slightly red. Luckily, it was nighttime, so others couldn't see. Ningzheng couldn't help but bite his lip, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He obediently nodded at Shang-He. Okay, you should get on the carriage now. We're going home. Shang-He nodded and got into the carriage behind her. Since Gigi was a bit weak and catching a cold from the night breeze was easy, she also sat in the carriage with her. Meanwhile, Zhou sat in front of Ningzheng, a small bundle protected by him. The little one was riding a big horse for the first time, looking nervous but excited. Ningzheng flicked the whip, and the strong horse galloped away. Shang-He stood at the carriage window, waving goodbye to Jinhua, Xie and the villagers. Riding in a carriage was very comfortable. After returning home, Shang-He decided that buying a carriage should be a priority. But to Shang-He's surprise, early the next morning, Ningzheng had Bayan bring two big horses. Their coats were shiny, and their legs looked strong and healthy. Huaiga, did you get these horses? Xingjiang was the first to get excited. He looked at Ningzheng with admiration and happily circled around the horses. That means I can ride horses now. Xingjiang was so happy he couldn't wait to try riding immediately. Zhou had just woken up. When he heard the noise in the yard, he happily ran outside. However, what made him even happier was that Uncle Huai directly gave him a small horse. The small horse was of the same breed as the big horse. Although it looked still young, it was clearly a spirited and stubborn horse. The more spirited and stubborn a horse is, the more obedient and loyal it becomes once tamed. This is a sign of a good horse. Look at you, two cousins. You act like you've never seen anything before. It's just a few horses, and you're so happy your mouths can't close. Step back, all of you. Sheng Ziyuan said seriously. Xinghe, Dad, I know you're in a hurry, but please don't rush. First, lower one of your legs from the horse's back. Suddenly, the family had 3 horses, all given generously by Lord Ning with a big wave of his hand. Everyone was happy, but then they looked at the 3 horses with worried eyes. Sigh, fixing up this broken house is tough. The blueprints were just handed to the bricklayer, and the prices and materials haven't been negotiated yet. He felt a bit helpless. These horses might suffer. We don't have a stable for them to stay in. Ning Zheng's lips curved into a slight smile. These horses were fierce war horses, thick-skinned and strong, able to roll in the sand and charge through sword and blade fights. Even if they were exhausted from a fierce battle, or went several days and nights without food or water, they wouldn't die easily. The horses he chose were capable of fighting alongside him. How could they be so delicate? Raising horses isn't that complicated. Just keep them in the backyard, feed them some hay regularly, and take them out for a walk now and then. They'll be very happy, Ningzheng said softly. He nodded, then thought of something. Yes, we have horses now, but we don't have a carriage harness. We need to make one. Few people in Wuchuan County ride horses, let alone have carriages. If we want to buy a carriage harness, we have to ask around in the neighboring Jinjing County. While He was thinking, Ningzheng said, You don't need to worry about making the carriage. I've already arranged for someone to build it. It should be ready in about 10 days. Ningzheng had already given 3 horses, and now he was proactively arranging for a carriage. He felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, I'll pay for the carriage. Sheng Ziyuan and Xingjiang hurriedly agreed. That's right, that's right. Young Master Huai, you've already helped us so much. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Ningzheng not only did not feel happy, but his handsome face also darkened. Xinghe, he gets upset when he can't spend money. Ningzheng sighed, looking a bit wronged. I live in this house and don't see myself as an outsider. I just want to do something for this family. You all are so polite to me. Ban. Oh, the feelings have cooled. Sheng Ziyuan and Xingjiang, surprise. Where did this money god come from? That's not what they meant. He couldn't do anything else but try to comfort the proud Master Huai, who treats you as an outsider. Isn't it because we care about your money? Master Huai, if you want to pay, who dares to compete with you? All right. One person is willing to fight, the other is willing to suffer, and anyway, it's good not to spend her money, the money hoarder. Ningzheng didn't really get angry. His expression quickly brightened. He explained, The master I hired to make the carriage cover is a very talented person. He moves around a lot, and I haven't even seen his true face. He is skilled in woodworking and mechanical arts. The things he makes are clever, practical, and durable. So, the carriage he made looks just like a normal one, but in critical moments, it can protect you and the children. Some of the weapons Ningzheng used on the battlefield were also made by this master. Unfortunately, since the emperor brother died and the new emperor took the throne, this master has been harassed multiple times, trying to be recruited into the court as a lackey. But the master refused the new emperor's offer and disappeared from everyone's sight, becoming even more elusive. Now, only some vague legends circulate about him in the martial world. He didn't know how powerful this master was. At this moment, all she could think about was, so, The carriage cover made by this master must be very expensive, right? But Sheng He was also quite curious. She wondered what kind of magical mechanisms this master might hide inside the carriage. Just then, the door suddenly knocked loudly. Sheng He, being closest to the door, stood up and went to open it. Old man? Sheng He looked at the old man in front of her with some disbelief. Why are you here? I just wanted to ask if your family has eaten yet. I'm a bit hungry. The old man scratched his head with one hand, holding a broken bowl in the other, with a pair of chopsticks on top.
Wow.
He even brought his own eating utensils. Old Master Hua is a friendly and outgoing person. As he speaks, he leans forward, smells the air, and his eyes light up with a green glow. It smells so good. I can't wait anymore. Sheng He feels a bit speechless. They are not close, so why does this old man keep sticking to her? The main thing is this old man eats quite a lot. Old Master Hua senses Sheng He and the others hesitating. He says, I'll go get something. Wait for me a little while. Then he turns and runs off with the broken bowl. Soon after, he comes back carrying a pile of strange wooden pieces and holding a stack of drawings. He carefully says, Miss He, don't worry. I won't eat your food for nothing. This is a small gift for you. Sheng He is a bit confused by this eccentric old man. She finally opens the drawings in her hand, and her expression changes immediately. Although this old man looks messy and untidy, the hand-drawn sketches are very neat and well-organized. Every line is clear and sharp, each number is precise, and the steps are very careful. This is not something an ordinary person could do.
Sheng He is surprised.
Sir, where did you get these things? Could this old man have stolen them? Old Master Hua looks expectant, his eyes shining. I took them from my house. Miss He, do you like them? If you do, you can come to my house and take more. I have plenty. By the way, I just moved next door. My stomach isn't good, so I came here just to get a free meal. Ning Zheng and Bei An's expressions change drastically when they see the drawings and the pile of wood the old man is holding. Ning Zheng quickly walks over to examine the wood carefully, and his thoughts become even firmer. Aren't these all tools invented by the famous master that have been lost? How many people have been longing for these? Even though Ning Zheng has a strong mental state, his hands trembling slightly as he holds the tools. No, these are not just lost tools. They are improved versions. So, the old man dressed in dirty, messy clothes, who is wagging his tail and begging for food in front of Sheng He, is actually the legendary master? Ning Zheng and Bei An, as insiders, are both shocked when they see this. No, he knows that many powerful people are eager to gain the trust of the common people and speak confidently in the court, but they often cannot get what they want. He, on the other hand, simply gave these precious and amazing farming tools, even the blueprints, to Sheng He as if he was giving away ordinary vegetables. Ning Zheng thought, it's a pity he spent a lot of money to find an old man to make a carriage, but he is so eager and attentive. Meanwhile, Sheng He immediately recognized these tools. Rake, gourd seed planter? Old man, did you make these? They are really impressive. Hoeing is done during the rice plant's tillering stage to loosen the soil and remove weeds. Look at this. Using these toothed rakes to push and pull in the fields can loosen the soil and clear weeds. If we add fertilizer, it can also help break down and absorb nutrients and prevent stubborn seedlings from failing to grow. Sheng He picked up another tool and explained carefully. This thing is also very useful. Farmers need to loosen the soil before planting, and this can do that. This gourd-shaped thing is the most amazing. It's called a gourd seed planter. It's very convenient for planting beans, as it controls the seed spacing. Using this method to cover the seeds with soil is perfect for these drought and famine years, helping retain moisture and resist drought. Sheng He spoke clearly and even named the tools precisely. Everyone was stunned. Even Cui Laomu widened his eyes. He hadn't explained the functions and uses of these tools to Sheng He before. How could she seem to have seen these things before? She knew more than he did. Old Humu was so excited. Miss Sheng, you actually understand these tools. True friends are hard to find. I'll give these to you, and I won't feel like I'm losing out. Shang-He smiled shyly. These are farming tools from history books, and they've been used up to now. Many inventions in later generations are based on these tools. It's hard not to recognize them. Unexpectedly, in this fictional era, these tools were actually made by this old man. Of course, Shang-He couldn't reveal that she traveled through time, so she pretended to be modest. I was just guessing out of curiosity. If I said anything wrong, please correct me, Grandpa Chui. After the introduction, Shang Ziyuan was the first to get excited. So, these tools can make farming much easier for ordinary people? Can we promote these time-saving, labor-saving tools in our county? Old Chui waved his hand impatiently. I already told you I gave these to Miss He. If you have questions, ask her. Although Shang-He felt a bit embarrassed to accept such valuable gifts, she still carefully made a decision on behalf of Old Chui. The purpose of these inventions is to be passed down for generations and benefit all people. Hearing this, Old Chui was momentarily stunned, then his eyes filled with tears. That's right, that's my original wish. If it weren't for those people in the capital being so terrible and forcing him to do things that go against his conscience, he wouldn't have had to run away and end up here.
All right.
Let's do as Missy says. Pass it down for generations and benefit all people, Old Chui said loudly. Yuan quickly, respectfully said, Old Chui, please come in. We just happen to be about to have breakfast. If you don't mind, join us. Hearing this, Old Chui's spirit lifted and he carefully asked Shang-He, Miss He, may I come in and eat? Shang-He smiled warmly. Of course, you've given us so much. After Old Chui entered to eat, Shang-He noticed that Ningzheng and Bei and looked strange. Master Huai, what's wrong? Your face doesn't look well. And Bayan, are you scared by something? Why do you look so dazed? Bayan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Is it really possible? The top master craftsman of Dazhao was easily taken down by you. Wawa, this woman is too scary. Old Chui picked up his small, battered bowl and ate his breakfast eagerly. It had been a long time since he had a delicious breakfast, and he couldn't stop eating. Ziyuan couldn't finish his pancake and put it into his stomach. Sheng Jian couldn't finish her porridge and poured it into her mouth. Even the Peppa Pig custard buns that Shang-He and Gigi prepared for school were all eaten up. Shang-He looked at the drawings in her hands and fell into silence, thinking about whether this deal was worth it. With his way of eating, she would soon run out of the hard-earned food she had stored. Soon, Old Chui's stomach was so full that he looked round. He leaned on the table, clutching his stomach, and howled. He had eaten too much, causing indigestion. Everyone laughed at him for being a greedy old man. Old Chui felt embarrassed and lowered his head even more, but he could still feel that he was uncomfortable. Ningzheng frowned and turned around to bring him a cup of warm water. Drink this slowly, sip it small sips. He also noticed Old Chui's strange behavior. He stepped forward to check his pulse and suddenly looked surprised. Old Master Chui, do you find it hard to eat things you don't like? Do you spit it out even if you manage to swallow? But if you like something, you eat more and more, never satisfied. Old Chui held his stomach and nodded painfully. He looked serious. You're poisoned. This poison isn't very strong, but it can ruin your health through irregular eating habits. It will get worse over time, and might even cause your stomach to burst. Old Chui, though quite old, cared about his life. He was immediately frightened. Oh no, that means I might die a terrible death. I don't want to die. What should I do? He took out a small medicine box and used silver needles to give Old Chui some acupuncture. Soon, the needles turned black, and the blood flowing out was mixed with blue and red. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the cause of his irregular eating habits was actually someone intentionally harming him. He looked suspicious. This poison is the same as the one on Lord Huai. The symptoms are different, but both are slow-acting poisons that gradually kill people. Ningzheng's face turned a little frightening. He radiated a cold aura. If the person who poisoned him stood in front of him, he might have already been torn apart. Old Chui also realized that the person he called Lord Huai looked familiar, like someone he knew long ago. While Old Chui was lost in thought, Sheng He had already prepared a prescription and told him to come for acupuncture every day. She also asked him to eat on time and in proper amounts, not to overeat like today. This was a matter of life and death, so old Chui nodded obediently. After resting at Sheng's house and feeling a bit better in his stomach, old Chui returned home. To make it easier to eat there, he rented a small yard next door. He had always been quite casual about such things. What old Chui didn't expect was that as soon as he got home, Ning Zheng went over. Old Chui remembered that he was the first to care about his stomach discomfort and carefully poured warm water for him, so he had a good impression of Ning Zheng. Although Ning Zheng was attentive and handsome, he was just an ordinary merchant. It was a pity. As old Chui was thinking this, he saw Ning Zheng speak softly in front of him, and his words suddenly made him startle. "Are you the Master Chui, the person who served the Empress Dowager's brother, the nobleman who is above all others, by pouring foot wash water for you?" Ning Zheng's words made old Chui recall what happened 5 years ago. At that time, the former emperor was at the peak of his power but suddenly died. The crown prince also met an accident, and the crown princess died in childbirth after heartbreak. Even the fifth prince, the war god, who came from the border to save the emperor, mysteriously disappeared. He was eventually presumed dead and was buried in the mountains, torn apart by wild animals. The throne changed hands, chaos broke out in the court, and the lineage of the former emperor was completely cut off. Then, unexpectedly, the retired emperor, who had been living peacefully, issued an edict appointing Prince Shen's son, Lord Duan, as the new emperor. Everyone was shocked. The Empress Dowager Shen had been abandoned in the cold palace for many years and was despised by the retired emperor. The relationship between Lord Duan and the retired emperor was as thin as white paper. No one expected that he would be given the highest position in the land. Lord Duan had no achievements over the years and was unremarkable compared to the former emperor's lineage. The former crown prince was knowledgeable and well-versed in state affairs. The fifth prince, Ning Zheng, was talented in both literature and martial arts, and at a young age, he became the war god and led the army. But the former emperor's lineage had already fallen out of favor. Even if Lord Duan was talentless and immoral, he successfully ascended as the new emperor. Once he took the throne, he brought the imprisoned Empress Shen out of the cold palace and declared her the Empress Dowager, above all others. Moreover, he strongly supported the Empress Dowager's family, granting titles and ranks to the Shen clan, which was not prominent in court. The Empress Dowager's brother became the nobleman, honored as a duke, and even the army left behind by war god Ning Zheng was absorbed. The retired emperor, who was usually diligent and ambitious, said nothing about the new emperor's actions and surprisingly allowed him to do as he pleased. However, great wealth and glory could not make everyone accept him. Many old officials in the court still looked down on the new emperor. The new emperor and the Shen faction hurriedly recruited talented people, using threats and bribes. Old Chui, who has a unique skill, was one of those who was persuaded. He dislikes court disputes and just wants to live a peaceful life like a free cloud or wild crane. However, Shen Guju used tricks to force him to go to the capital. A slap, then a sweet reward. When Shen Guju saw old Chui, with his old face puffed up, he said, "As long as you can create mechanisms that make soldiers become like wooden puppets, I will share half of the immense wealth with you." Old Chui closed his eyes to rest. Shen Guju waited a long time, but old Chui only said, "I want to wash my feet. Bring me some foot-washing water." For the Empress Dowager's big plan, Shen Guju could only swallow his anger and personally bring the foot-washing water. Old Chui had come from outside the city, so his feet were already very smelly and covered with thick calluses. After soaking his feet comfortably, he asked Shen Guju to pour out the water. Shen Guju's face turned green with anger, but he endured and finally poured out the water. But unexpectedly, when he returned, old Chui had already run away. He disappeared without a trace. Now, thinking about this, old Chui felt it was a bit funny and ridiculous. But on the surface, he just waved his hand and hid his talents and fame. "What, Master Chui? I am Old Chui, a simple countryman. Ningjing didn't insist on revealing his identity. Instead, he took a few steps and pointed at a rough model of a carriage on the empty ground, saying, "This carriage cover is something I asked you to make." Old Chui's pupils shrank. He thought, this carriage cover was made by someone from the War King's former followers. So, does that mean he is one of the War King's people? Although Old Chui had cooperated with Ningjing several times, they had never truly met, so he couldn't recognize that the person in front of him was Ningjing himself. Whenever he thought of the war god prince who died tragically in his youth, Old Chui felt a little heartache. Ningjing didn't know that Old Chui, with his complex expression, was mourning himself. He continued, "Master Chui, I want you to design 2 more mechanisms for me." Old Chui felt that this person reminded him of many past events and became a bit impatient. "No, I only made this carriage cover because of the War King's face. If you ask for more, I won't do it anymore. You can do it yourself." Ningjing paused and calmly said, "This carriage cover is for Xinghe." Old man Chui immediately brightened up and changed his attitude completely. "Huh? Young man, you just said you want to make some mechanism?" "I didn't hear clearly." 2 mechanisms might not be enough. Miss He is a young girl, and she needs to be very careful when she goes out. "I'll add a few more for Miss He to make it safer." Ningjing, "Sir, you shouldn't be so double-standard." In Jinjing County, the weather was still clear today. The sky was cloudless, with no sign of rain. Fortunately, the water supply in Jinjing County was now connected, and the fields and farms looked lively. At the county magistrate's office, a young servant received a letter at the door. He hurried into the young master's room and loudly said, "Young master, Miss He from Wuchuan County actually sent you a letter." Wang Jiai, who hadn't seen Sheng He in a long time, was sitting quietly with a book. When he heard about the letter, he was instantly excited. His whole body trembled, and he quickly walked over to the young servant, took the letter, and read it. In her letter, Sheng He wrote that she recently met a master carpenter and invited him to Wuchuan County. She said she could introduce the 2 of them to each other. She also included a drawing, which showed the skill of the master. Wang Jiai read the letter over and over again, feeling as happy as honey flowing in his heart, with a big smile on his face. "Young master, Miss He is introducing a master to you, not introducing herself to you. Why are you so excited?" The young servant couldn't help but remind him. "You don't understand." Wang Jiai rolled his eyes at the servant. He carefully tucked the letter into his sleeve, raised his head, and said, "She must be caring about me. It's been a long time since we last met. I must prepare well and make her see I've improved." The young servant shook his head helplessly and turned to go outside to play with a butterfly-catching girl. When County Magistrate Wang heard that Sheng He invited his son to Wuchuan County and wanted to introduce a master to him, he was overjoyed and immediately agreed, without hesitation. "Who is Miss He? She is like a fairy. If his son follows her, he will definitely succeed." With his father's approval, Wang Jiai quickly packed his bag and happily left the Wang family. Mrs. Wang saw this and felt very worried because her husband didn't know that his son had feelings for Miss He. But she didn't want to tell her husband about it. In the past, the father and son didn't get along well, often arguing over small things. Since the father and son worked together successfully to build the waterway, their relationship has become much closer. If the matter of family loyalty is mentioned, the old master becomes very angry. The personal maid comforts Lady Wang by saying, "Our young master is still very young. He doesn't understand much about love between men and women. He was just dazzled by beauty." Lady Wang is the wife of Magistrate Wang. To her, her husband and son are her whole world. She feels she can only stay within this small space. Lady Wang is proud and thinks highly of herself. Sheng He is a clever girl, but women shouldn't be too smart. The most important thing is to be honest, kind, and obedient. That way, I can take good care of my husband. She sighs, thinking, as long as I do my best for my husband and son, and take good care of this family, they will understand my hard work someday. Wang Ji is very excited as he arrives at Sheng's house, carrying a basket of fruit. Before knocking, he straightens his clothes. He knocks on the door and it opens quickly. Sheng-hee's beautiful face appears.
Vanke feels nervous.
He stammers and greets, Hello, Miss Sheng. In Sheng-hee's mind, Wang Ji is about the same age as her younger brother, just a young boy. She greets him with a smile. Come in quickly. The master I told you about, Cui, is already inside. Wang Ji blushes slightly. Miss Sheng, you're so kind to me. You even introduced me to the master. Sheng-hee smiles slightly. She thinks this boy is still too naive and doesn't really understand her. She helps someone because she sees some benefit for herself. Sheng-hee takes Wang Ji to a small courtyard. She sees a chubby old man drinking porridge from a small broken bowl and eating snacks. At Sheng-hee's request, Cui Laomu has given up his old, shabby style. He bought 2 clean, decent outfits from the town's clothing shop to wear. She also asks him to eat less at a time and have 5 small meals a day to improve his diet. Facing Sheng-hee, who controls the food, Cui Laomu dares not say no. He obeys her completely. Master Cui, this is young Master Wang Ji. I told you about him before, and I showed you his work. Young Master Wang Ji, this is Master Cui. His woodworking skills are extraordinary. If you're interested in carpentry, you should learn from him. After listening to Sheng-hee's introduction of both sides, Wang Ji, the brave boy, immediately knelt down and offered a basket of fruit. Disciple greets the master. This move surprised Sheng-hee, and even Master Cui was stunned. First time meeting and already asking to be a disciple? Such a grand gesture. It's quite shocking. But Wang Ji's eyes were firm, and he said seriously, Master, when I saw that blueprint, I was completely convinced. I've decided you are my master. I swear I will learn woodworking well and become your good student, he continued. I want to stay in Wuchuan County to learn from you. We already chose a house next to the county magistrate's residence, so it's convenient to ask you and Miss He for advice anytime, but he was annoyed because he sent a servant to inquire, only to find that an annoying old man had already rented the house. Wang Ji was still upset about this. Old Master Cui looked at the innocent and naive Wang Ji and slowly said, I am that annoying old man. I rented the house. Really? Wang Ji was startled, then quickly tried to cover up, smiling awkwardly. Master, you have great foresight. You and I have already arranged our homes. From today, I will serve you well. Old Master Cui, stop flattering yourself. Get lost. Sheng-hee thought carefully and agreed with Wang Ji's idea. Actually, it's good for you to stay under the same roof. You're still sick and need someone to supervise your medicine and stop you from sneaking food. Old Master Cui, if you get caught sneaking food, he's in a bad mood. Oh. Wang Ji looked full of hope and pleading because this time, his father sent him to Wuchuan County to learn woodworking and help the common people. Finally, after Wang Ji's persistent begging, Old Master Cui reluctantly agreed that he could stay temporarily at his house to learn woodworking and draw plans. But you're not allowed to call me master. I don't want to take disciples, Old Master Cui warned. Wang Ji cheerfully replied, Yes, master, Old Master Cui. Wang Ji felt he had reached the peak of his life, doing what he loved and getting closer to the person he liked. He felt extremely happy. Just then, the door creaked open, and the joyful noise of children playing came from outside. It was Ji and Zhou coming home from school, followed by Ningzheng, who had just picked up the children from the ox cart under the big locust tree. You're back? Oh my, little one, did you sneak off to steal cows? Why are you all sweaty? Sheng-hee caught the running little one and teased with a smile. Not at all. Brother Zhou is so amazing. He's playing kickball with the other boys at school, and he's the best at kicking. Gigi looked at Zhou with admiration. Really? My son is great. Sheng-hee smiled warmly and said, When you two get home, remember to wash your hands. Otherwise, if you go around as dirty little kittens and grab snacks, you'll get a stomach ache. The 2 little ones held hands and went to wash up. Ningzheng slowly walked into Sheng-hee's house. Everyone then noticed he was holding a bunch of beautiful roses. Met that flower-selling old lady again. I bought a bunch for the family. Find a place to decorate with them, Ningzheng said shyly, though he didn't mention that the flowers were meant for her. Summer had arrived. Even in times of famine, With mountain springs providing water, there were still flower-selling women walking through the streets calling out. Okay, Shang-He naturally took the flowers and carried them into her house. Wang Jiayi was stunned. What was going on? How could there suddenly be a young, handsome man in this house? What was his relationship with Miss He? Wang Jiayi's heart alarmed. He cautiously stepped forward. Sir, my name is Wang Jiayi, the eldest son of the county magistrate of Jinjixian. Are you a relative of Miss He? Ningzheng watched Shang-He go back to her room. When he faced Wang Jiayi again, his expression was no longer gentle but distant. No, I am her friend. I am staying here for a while. With that, he left proudly. Wang Jiayi froze in place.
No.
He was so proud of moving next door to Miss He, but he didn't expect someone even more formidable, someone who moved right into Miss He's house. This was simply outrageous. Such a cunning man. Wang Jiayi clenched his teeth, his competitive fire burning fiercely. Xiao Wang, are you leaving or not? I need to go back and make a harness for Miss He's cart. Don't waste my time. Old Shui shouted nearby. Wang Jiayi immediately felt discouraged. But that young man was tall, handsome, and mighty, like a great general. And what about himself? He was very thin, like a little chick, and apart from his endless talent, he really couldn't compare in appearance. Wang Jiayi looked downcast as he followed Cui Laomu to the neighboring workshop to work on wood. Just as Wang and Cui left, Sheng Ziyuan and Sheng Jiang came back, both looking exhausted and worried, as if they had encountered a big problem. Sheng He had just put fresh begonia flowers into a vase when he saw the father and son through the window. He quickly came out to ask, "Didn't you go promote the new farming tools? What happened?" It's hard to explain. Sheng Jiang, upon hearing Sheng He's question, immediately looked upset. Dad personally went to explain the new farming tools made by Mr. Cui in various villages, but surprisingly, hardly anyone came to listen, let alone accept the new tools. Sheng Ziyuan was a gentle person and had already started to give up. The common people are used to farming the old way passed down by our ancestors, and making new tools costs money. Maybe we should forget about promoting the new tools. They don't seem willing to accept them. This won't do. Sheng He interrupted Sheng Ziyuan firmly. Reform must be persisted with, or how can we make progress? If we keep going like this, we'll always be poor and cold. The common people, who hadn't received much education, were reluctant to accept new things, which made promotion very difficult. But Sheng He had expected this. He had read a history book about a high official who spent 10 years trying to promote new farming tools to improve production. Sheng He told his father, "There is always an invisible barrier between officials and the common people. I believe the best promoters of these tools are the farmers themselves." What? They don't want to accept it. So, how can we promote it? Are we going to find some people to pretend to be farmers? Sheng Jiang asked curiously. Sheng He explained patiently. Let's set up a test site. We give the farmers their free tools. If they find the tools easy to use and successfully promote them to others, we will reward them. We shouldn't rush. We need to let the people gradually accept the new tools. Once they experience how convenient these tools are, I believe they won't be able to refuse. Sheng He's confident words rekindled Sheng Ziyuan's hope. He nodded and said, "Good. Then let's set the experiment site in Dasha village. The land there is wide and the population small, and they've just changed village leaders. A new leader always wants to make a good start, so I believe the promotion work will be done well." The matter was settled for the time being. Early the next morning, Sheng Ziyuan hurried off to the office again. The house repairs had already been discussed with the foreman, and they only needed to choose an auspicious day to begin. Sheng He didn't really believe in superstitions, but since she was living in the countryside, she followed local customs and looked through the old calendar to pick a good day. However, early that morning, Feng, the steward who was supposed to be raising piglets in Wangtu village, suddenly rushed to the Sheng family's door in a panic. "Something's wrong, Miss He. Last night, a large wild animal appeared in the pig pen and scared all the piglets away." Feng's face was pale, and his eyes were red. It seemed not only the piglets were frightened, he was too. Hearing this, Sheng He's heart skipped a beat. But instead of asking about the piglets first, she calmed her voice and asked with concern, "A wild animal? Did you or any of the villagers get hurt?" Fong shook his head. "Not really. 1 or 2 people fell while chasing the piglets in the dark, but they only got a few scratches." Sheng-He sighed in relief. "As long as no one's hurt, that's good. What about the piglets? How many are left?" Fong quickly replied, "We take turns guarding the piglets at night. When they ran off, we chased them right away and caught them all. They're now kept safely in another villager's pen." He couldn't help praising him and the others. "Well done. I'll make sure you all get some meat for the new year." If that was the case, the wild animal hadn't caused any real loss. But why did Fong still look so pale and frightened? Is the beast still in the village? Sheng-He's expression changed. Ningzheng, hearing this, came over to stand behind her. Fong nodded with difficulty, looking close to tears. "It refuses to leave, and it's strangely violent. Whenever we get close, it starts smashing things, shaking the ground. It looks truly fierce." The villagers no longer dared to provoke it. They just left it alone in the already dilapidated pig pen. "We didn't know what to do either." Sheng-He knew this problem couldn't be solved alone. She quickly asked Aunt Gui to report it to the authorities. Sheng Ziyuan personally went to Deshu village to promote farming tools. Only Sheng Jiang, along with about 10 strong officers wielding tools, came along. Sheng-He told the officers to go to Wangtu village. Ningzheng saw this and also took Bai En and Wei to go with Sheng-He. On the way, Sheng-He asked what the fierce beast looked like. Feng Zhuangtou replied, "I've never seen such a wild animal. It's very fat and strong, kind of like a mountain bear. The most noticeable thing is its black and white fur and 2 circles around its eyes. The elders in the village call it a bamboo bear." Sheng-He was stunned instantly. Isn't it the national treasure, the giant panda? It makes sense as Wangtu village is surrounded by deep mountains and bamboo forests, where rare animals might live. Looking at the fierce-looking brothers around her, ready to fight the beast to the death, Sheng-He felt overwhelmed. "Brothers, please don't be impulsive." Ningzheng, listening to Feng Zhuangtou's description, frowned and said, "This is definitely a bamboo bear. It's also called Pishio, and it feeds on bamboo. Legend says it was Chio's mount. Its appearance is actually a good omen. We should try not to hurt it and just guide it back to the forest." Sheng-He nodded quickly in agreement. Sheng-Zheng looked at Ningzheng with admiration. "Young Master Huai, you know so much." This genuine admiration pleased Ningzheng greatly. He couldn't help but glance at Sheng-He again, wondering if she was also captivated by him. But Sheng-He wasn't paying attention to him at all. She didn't even glance his way. Right now, Sheng-He was more concerned about the giant panda. Usually, pandas are gentle and never attack small animals or humans. What could have happened to make it come into the village and even occupy the pig pen? They hurried on horseback, reaching Wangtu village as fast as possible. Wangtu village was no longer peaceful and calm. Instead, everyone was tense, with all the villagers closing their doors tightly, afraid to come out. They were probably scared the panda might hurt them. Although pandas are generally gentle, while giant pandas can also be quite aggressive. Sheng-He did not dare to take any chances. From afar, he saw the dilapidated pig pen. To avoid frightening the giant panda, Sheng-He only brought along Ningzheng, who is skilled in martial arts, and slowly approached. Soon, they saw a black and white panda curled up inside the pig pen. It was snorting and groaning, seeming uncomfortable. When it saw Sheng-He and Ningzheng, it immediately became alert. Faced with the panda's low growl of warning, Sheng-He had no choice but to pull Ningzheng back and hide nearby to observe the panda's condition quietly. The panda, which had not seen humans before, looked anxious and distressed, with a face full of pain, accompanied by low, mournful sounds. After careful observation, Sheng-He realized it was a mother panda about to give birth. Sadly, it had likely been attacked by other animals in this critical moment, injuring one of its hind legs, which it kept licking. It seemed that the panda had taken a huge risk by coming down the mountain and was now stubbornly staying in the pig pen, probably because it had no other choice. The pain of labor struck again, and the giant panda rolled on the ground, groaning in pain. The villagers who came to watch out of curiosity were frightened and stepped back, thinking the beast had gone mad. Seeing this, he quickly told everyone to disperse and keep quiet and ensure good airflow to reduce the panda's anxiety about giving birth. He also called Feng Zhuangtou, asking him to take people to nearby forests to find some tender bamboo. Feng Zhuangtou was confused by He's order. He had already prepared his big net for catching pandas. He didn't expect He to stop chasing the bamboo bear and instead want to feed it. This is a mother bear. She probably encountered some trouble and had no choice but to come here to give birth. Plus, she's injured. The situation is dangerous, and she needs to eat something to regain strength. After hearing He's instructions, Feng Zhuangtou felt sorry for the mother bear, knowing how hard it was for her to give birth. He quickly took people from the village up the mountain. While everyone was distracted, he went straight to the kitchen. He used a small iron basin to prepare a bowl of honey milk that no panda could refuse. He carefully carried the bowl closer to the panda. When it growled warningly, he immediately stopped and set the bowl down. The giant panda was in pain. It hadn't eaten much for days and was very weak, feeling thirsty, hungry, and tired. Suddenly, it caught a sweet smell it had never experienced before. It endured the pain and slowly moved closer to the bowl of milk. Carefully, it licked it with its tongue. It paused to enjoy the taste for a moment, then surprisingly picked up the bowl and drank. Everyone was amazed. At this moment, they were too busy watching the panda eat to ask what was in the bowl. After drinking the milk, the panda seemed to gain some energy. It looked at He, seeming to understand her kindness. It softly called out, and then slowly moved back to the corner of the pig pen. The panda ate a lot. It spent half the day eating. He placed a fresh pile of tender bamboo at the door of the pig pen. The panda saw it and slowly came over to eat. Probably because it had no appetite during delivery, it only took a few bites and then stopped. Instead, it played with the small iron basin that had the milk.
Wow.
It seemed to want more, showing it was addicted to the milk. He sighed. All right, since you're about to have babies, I'll give you another round. As this went on, everyone was surprised to see that He seemed to have become friendly with the big bamboo bear. The panda was very intelligent and listened to He. The panda was holding the small iron basin and drinking milk. It was no longer anxious like before, but still suffering from the pain of giving birth. Its eyes were moist as it looked at He with pity. He gently stroked its fur. Big panda, you need to be strong. You're about to become a mother. The panda understood and started moving around again, preparing for delivery. About half an hour later, the atmosphere grew more tense. The panda seemed to be in more pain. Suddenly, it let out a loud cry, and a pink, tiny baby was born. Everyone was startled. Someone tiptoed closer and said, "Wow, it looks like a little mouse. It's making quite a loud noise." Seeing the panda cub born safely, He finally relaxed and smiled as she explained to everyone, the panda baby was born early. "That's how it looks." Suddenly, Jiang called out, "Hey, sister, why does the bamboo bear still look so painful?" He looked carefully. The giant panda was still struggling. Just as she was about to check, she saw another tiny cub, about the size of a palm, being born. "Oh, dear. It's twins again." An aunt clapped her hands and muttered, "May heaven bless my daughter-in-law to have a smooth delivery of 2 babies." The giant panda, having just given birth for the first time, seemed startled by the 2 loud little ones on the ground. It licked their sticky bodies, looking a bit confused. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Hey, put the babies in your mouth and hold them close to keep warm. Feed them milk." The panda seemed to understand a little and lifted its head. Then, it gently bit the 2 babies and held them in its arms to keep them warm. The mother panda was exhausted, and the babies were softly crying for milk. This scene warmed everyone's hearts. People no longer feared the big bamboo bear and stopped blaming it for causing damage. After all, being a mother is not easy. He also went over and softly said, I know you're just protecting yourself and your babies, but next time, please don't cause trouble in the village. The panda looked pitiful, curled up as if it knew it had made a mistake. It even covered its face with one paw, looking shy. This made everyone laugh. Seeing how gentle and obedient the panda was, everyone couldn't help but feel fond of it. Honestly, this bamboo bear is chubby and soft, so cute and lively. I've never seen this bamboo bear before. I heard they're actually very shy. As long as you don't scare them, they won't attack us. Look at its babies, drinking milk. How come such a strong mother can give birth to two little ones? Some villagers called out to Shenghe. Miss He, since this bamboo bear is close to you, why don't you give a name? Shenghe looked at the giant panda and thought for a moment. She said, she just had two babies, so she's lucky. Let's call her Shuangfu, double blessing. Everyone agreed, and the panda, now called Shuangfu, seemed to understand and nodded twice. Shuangfu was a very intelligent panda and seemed to trust Shenghe a lot. Today was a false alarm. Shenghe saw that Shuangfu had finished giving birth and guessed she would soon take her babies back to the forest. After quickly bandaging her paws and talking to Feng Zhuangdou about repairing the pig pen, Shenghe planned to leave with Ningzheng and Shengjiang and the others. Just then, everyone was surprised to see that when Daxiangmo Shuangfu saw Shenghe about to leave, they became anxious. They grabbed their two babies and hurriedly wanted to follow Shenghe. Perhaps Shenghe knew how to make milk in a bowl, or maybe she had taught the pandas how to nurse, but in any case, Fu Shuang became completely attached to Shenghe. Wherever she went, they followed closely, very clingy. Shenghe couldn't bear to see them dragging their weak bodies, just after giving birth, around. She had to stay with them, comforting them. After all, they are national treasures, big pandas. Besides protecting and caring for them, there's little else she could do. Shenghe thought for a moment. Since the house was under renovation, with the noise of hammering and clutter everywhere, it might be better to move into this small village for about 10 days. Anyway, now there was a horse at home, and her father and younger brother could go to the government office easily. The children's school commute wouldn't be a problem either. Shenghe discussed this idea with Ningzheng and Shengjiang. Ningzheng agreed, and Shengjiang even raised both hands in approval. In the past few days, Shengjiang had been learning horseback riding from Ningzheng. He was worried he wouldn't have a chance to show off his skills, but now, he could ride to his heart's content. The decision to move temporarily was happily made. Shuangfu seemed to understand too, happily holding her babies and licking them. Shuangfu liked Shenghe, and he felt their bond was quite deep. She devoted herself to caring for her new mother panda, cleaning the pigsty, and urging her to sleep and eat well. Even when she was sleeping, Shenghe secretly took the babies into her space for health checks. Fortunately, both babies were strong and healthy, just waiting to grow into chubby, round pandas. Shenghe was busy taking care of Shuangfu, and Ningzheng was not idle either. Sometimes he brought Shenghe fruit and snacks so she wouldn't go hungry, and other times he reminded her to drink water. But he didn't have time to pay attention to him. She told him directly that if he was bored and had nothing to do, he could help the children with their homework. Ningzheng. Watching her master look so helpless, Northen couldn't help but laugh. Haha, she's annoyed now, isn't she? Fighting enemies, commanding armies, and chasing women are very different skills. It's like crossing mountains. I wish him success. As night fell, Wangtu village, after a noisy day, returned to peace. Occasionally, the sound of children's laughter could be heard. The night breeze blew gently as Shengjiang walked over to Ningzheng, who was quietly kicking small stones in the dark. Ningzheng had noticed Shenghe's careful concern over the past few days. So, he didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Young master, why do you like my sister?" Ningzheng had never been asked such a question before. His face suddenly turned red. Who likes her? Clearly, it was this woman who first kissed him and started teasing him. He hadn't even taken responsibility for her yet. Seeing Ningzheng's expression, Shengjiang immediately understood and chuckled. "Young master, why, my father and I have already noticed your feelings for my sister.
Don't worry.
After spending these days together, we think you're a good person." Sheng Jiang thought for a moment and then added seriously, but you need to think carefully. My sister is different from other women. She has a son. My sister used to be confused, but now she's like a different person. She's completely changed from before. So, you can like her, but you must not play with her feelings. If I find out you're bothering her and hurting her, I, as her younger brother, won't let you get away with it. Sheng Jiang raised his fist, looking at Ningzheng, who was tall and strong and several years older. He felt a bit guilty, but still made these harsh words. Ningzheng looked at Sheng Jiang and suddenly sighed. Actually, I don't deserve her. She's a good girl. Right now, I just want to quietly protect her. One day, when I regain my rightful status, I will make up for what I've lost with her. Sheng He endured the shame of being pregnant before marriage for the sake of Zhou Zhou. For a woman, this was undoubtedly a huge, making it hard for him to lift his head in Wuchuan County all these years. Such a precious woman shouldn't have carried such a bad reputation, but she didn't care. Instead, she loved Zhou Zhou so much. Moreover, setting aside past grudges, even if they were just an ordinary man and woman, Ningzheng would still feel his heart flutter for this shining, gem-like girl. Sheng Jiang didn't notice Ningzheng's last words. He was only surprised and asked, "Wait, young Master Huai, you still have an identity? What kind of identity? Where are you from?" Ningzheng replied calmly, "From the capital." Sheng Jiang suddenly jumped up. "The capital? That's a big place. Oh my goodness. You really are from a noble family in the capital, aren't you? Your father must be an official too?" Ningzheng did not speak much, and simply said, "My father is not an official." Bayan silently added in his mind, "Yes, he's not an official. His father is the emperor's, mainly overseeing other officials." However, Sheng Jiang would never guess there was such a possibility. Not an official. Judging by your demeanor, your family must be in business. It must be a big business. After all, young Master Huai, you are skilled in trade and even took my sister to do business in the northern region. Ningzheng listened as Sheng Jiang automatically made an excuse for him. He didn't want to say much and only replied vaguely, something like that. Sheng Jiang thought to himself happily, now he has friends in the capital too. He sincerely said to Ningzheng, "Young Master Huai, if you and my sister's matter doesn't work out, remember that our friendship is as strong as gold. Prosper together and don't forget each other." Ningzheng was silent. Meanwhile, in the dense forest on the back mountain of Wangtu village, a few dark figures moved quickly toward the village. "Third Prince, this is the place," a charming female voice said, with a hint of poison in her tone. She spoke to the man in front of her. "Sheng He and King Dinghuai are here today. We can catch them all in one go. Chen Xing, meeting you is truly my luck." When the third prince heard the words, "catch them all," he couldn't wait. He excitedly said, "The last time I ordered my men to set fire to Ningzheng's house, I didn't expect not only to ruin him but also to lose my trusted men. It's so infuriating. Ningzheng is truly cruel. He even burned my men alive. Chen Xing, you're my lucky star. I promise you, once today's plan succeeds, I will marry you as my princess and give you a lifetime of wealth and honor." The woman beside the third prince was none other than Lu Chunxing, who had been missing for a long time. After being defiled by Lu Erlong and learning that her brother Lu Zhenmiao had fallen off a cliff and died, she was heartbroken. Luckily, heaven had not abandoned her. At this moment, she encountered the third prince, who was there to assassinate King Dinghuai. By a twist of fate, she saved him once, earning his complete trust. Lu Chunxing covered her mouth and pouted. "Last time, you said that once you got Ningzheng's head, you would settle your father's biggest wish. Then the crown prince's position would be yours. What about it? Are you unwilling to give me the crown princess position?" The third prince wondered which little fox spirit he should leave behind. "Spring apricot, I don't have any fox spirits. My heart and eyes are only for you, my little lucky charm." The third prince firmly believed that Lu Chuanxi was sent by heaven to help him become the crown prince. That day, he set fire to the house and thought he had succeeded, but he didn't know how Ningzheng, the cunning man, managed to escape with everyone in the house unharmed. What annoyed him most was that Ning Zheng's loyal follower shot him with a heavy arrow. If Lu Chuanxi hadn't suddenly appeared like a fairy from heaven, he might have been killed by that arrow. Later, when tracking Ning Zheng again, it was Chuanxi's ideas that made everything go smoothly. The third prince was confident and eager to rush out with his guards to catch Ning Zheng and others. But Lu Chuanxi stopped him. She waved her hand, and a strange movement came from the forest, making everyone feel uneasy and scared. The third prince was shocked. "Spring apricot, what is in the forest?" Lu Chuanxi chuckled softly. "It's a group of wild boars. I called them with my good luck." "Don't be impulsive, Your Highness. Ning Zheng was once a great war king. Let's let the wild boars lead the attack. When they cause chaos, we can take their lives while they are distracted." The third prince looked and saw about 20 or 30 wild boars, all strong and fierce-looking. He was very happy. With these wild boars charging wildly, he thought he wouldn't even need to fight. The boars would probably kill Ning Zheng first. He excitedly grabbed Lu Chuanxi's hand. "Spring apricot, you are truly my heart and soul. I will give you all the wealth and glory in the world." Lu Chuanxi smiled with pursed lips, a hint of resentment and blame flashing in her eyes. Actually, she had already fallen for Ning Zheng. But Ning Zheng was blind and foolish, always defending that treacherous woman Sheng He. Sheng He was far from her in cunning and cleverness. Fine, since Ning Zheng didn't love her, she would take his life herself. Thinking this, Lu Chuanxi whistled. Dozens of strong wild boars immediately roared and rushed toward the Wangtu village in the night. Tonight, Sheng He's family officially moved into the village. For now, it was just a change of scenery for a vacation. The small village was peaceful and calm. Sheng Ziyuan was working at his desk, enjoying the evening breeze from the fields. Recently, his efforts to promote his work had finally started to show some results. Sheng Jiang was fumigating each room with insect-repellent herbs, especially Sheng He's room and the rooms of the two little ones. Ning Zheng quietly checked around the house for any dangers or damages to prevent accidents. Sheng He took the two curious little children to see the newborn panda cubs. The children were very happy when they saw the panda cubs, even eating their meals while squatting next to Shuangfu with their bowls. The pig pen was in very poor condition, and even after cleaning, it still smelled very bad. To prevent the newborn pandas from getting infected, Sheng He used a milk bowl to lure Shuangfu into a clean, makeshift bamboo shelter. Shuangfu clearly liked this new home. She rolled around inside the bamboo shelter, then cuddled with her babies, eating and sleeping. At this moment, Shuangfu was holding her babies and nibbling on bamboo, trying to restore her energy. "Brother Zhozhou, Auntie," he said, "the two little babies don't have names yet. Let's give them some." Zhozhou thought for a moment and said, "Let's name them Jingxing and Qingyun." Zi's eyes lit up. Jingxing and Qingyun mean lucky signs and good omens. That's a good name. Shuangfu seemed to understand what the two children said. She looked at Sheng He with a slightly resentful gaze. "Look at that. Your cubs' names are so elegant. Unlike yours, just Shuangfu, and you send me away." Sheng He quickly made a joke. "Zhozhou, Zizi, it's time for bed stories. Let's go back and sleep." Then she picked up one cub and hurried back inside. As night deepened, after the two children fell asleep peacefully, Sheng He also went to sleep. Suddenly, she heard some strange noises outside. It seemed that Shuangfu was whimpering. Sheng He felt uneasy and got up to check again. As she stepped outside, she saw Ning Zheng coming out with a lantern. He had also heard some sounds. Shuangfu was making more noise, seeming anxious, even pounding the ground with her fists. Sheng He was a bit confused, but Ning Zheng suddenly became alert. He whispered, "Something's wrong. A wild animal has come down from the mountain." Just as he finished speaking, Sheng He saw 20 or 30 dark wild boars rushing down from the mountain, causing the ground to shake. How could this happen? Shuangfu was the first to react. She handed her babies to Sheng He, shouted twice, with her eyes turning red, then protected Sheng He and Ning Zheng behind her. Sheng-He knew that they were ready for battle and prepared to fight to the death. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. In the distant mountains, the third prince and Lu Chuanqing stood on a high ground, just able to see the situation at Wangtu village. Where did this unlucky bamboo bear come from? I wanted to catch it off guard, but it actually alarmed Ning Zheng and that woman. Overestimating itself. Do they really think they can fight wild boars? It would be better to crush them into pieces. The third prince cursed angrily and then ordered his guards to continue the chase. The wild boars were getting closer. Sheng-He didn't want the newly born Shuangfu to go and die. His mind raced quickly. He reached into his sleeve, about to take out an electric baton from his space, but suddenly his wrist was grabbed. Don't be afraid. Ning Zheng protected her. His voice was gentle, without any panic. Just then, a miracle happened. Countless dark guards suddenly surged from all directions, like a silent, cold tide, surrounding the wild boars. These guards were incredibly skilled in martial arts. Their shining long knives pierced the tough hides of the wild boars, killing instantly without hesitation. One more agile wild boar managed to escape. Shuangfu saw it and spun around, rushing forward. With a swift move, she slapped the wild boar with her iron palm, making it dizzy. The dark guards silently dragged away the unconscious wild boar. Only then did Shuangfu happily return to Sheng-He's side, continuing to crouch and protect him. After killing the most ferocious few, the remaining wild boars were all kept alive. The dark guards used thick ropes to tie them to trees, making them unable to move. The guards of the third prince, rushing down the hillside, saw this scene and were all stunned.
What?
This was different from their idea of a night attack. It felt like they were the ones being attacked. It was as if they saw their own great-grandmother. Their instincts were correct. Before they could escape, they were silently and quickly killed. No traces left. Ning Zheng's dark guards worked without leaving any clues. In an instant, these dozens of third prince's henchmen disappeared from the world quietly. The third prince looked at the scene before him and felt a shiver down his spine. He couldn't believe his entire army had been defeated. This is impossible. This simply can't be, the third prince angrily said. His army has all been taken over by my uncle. How are there still so many people following him? Lu Chuanqing also turned pale. She couldn't imagine such a scene and felt her hair stand on end. It turned out that Ning Zheng had become so powerful that it was beyond her imagination. At that moment, Ning Zheng's sharp gaze suddenly looked in their direction. The two who were already frozen felt that powerful aura and shivered. Although it was night, and there were layers of grass and trees blocking the view, Ning Zheng's piercing eyes seemed to see right through their hiding spot, full of playful but deadly intent. The third prince suddenly stepped back, accidentally tripping Lu Chuanqing. They both fell down hard, landing on their faces. The third prince felt his hands turn cold. He panicked and said, "We are no match for him. He has so many terrifying secret soldiers. This is rebellion. I must report to my father." Ning Zheng watched the panicked figures in the forest, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He gave a subtle signal to Bei and quietly retreated. The hidden guards, like surging waves in the deep night, moved away to other places. The third prince and Lu Chuanqing, along with a few guards, were running wildly through the forest. Suddenly, several shadowy figures appeared in front of them like ghosts. The third prince and Lu Chuanqing screamed and tried to run in another direction, but they found themselves surrounded, just like wild boars earlier. The third prince knew these were assassins sent by Ning Zheng. He stammered, "What are you doing?" "I am the third prince of the court." Bayan smiled coldly and said casually, "Of course we know. We love to target royal family members." As soon as he finished speaking, several guards fell to the ground. Bayan tightly held the third prince's neck. A murderous look flashed in Bayan's eyes. He slowly broke the third prince's fingers and toes, crushed his bones, and finally drained his internal energy. He also stabbed several holes into his vital organs. The third prince was left disabled, barely alive. Lu Chuanqing saw all this and almost fainted from fear. But Bayan had no intention of letting her go. He forcibly pried her mouth open and forced a bitter, poisonous pill inside. Before she could react, it had already rolled into her stomach. Northen smiled and said, "Spring apricot girl, long time no see. I heard you didn't get along well with Missy before, so I brought you a special gift. This poison pill will make your tongue rot first, then your nose and eyes, and finally your brain will turn into a puddle of pus. How do you like this gift? Then you won't have to see Miss He again." When Lu Chuanxi heard this, she fainted on the spot. When she opened her eyes again, everything was silent. Northen and the others had already left, bored. Lu Chuanxi felt a terrible headache and cried as she leaned on the third prince, begging him to save her. But the third prince was in no shape to help. He felt pain all over his body and was bleeding from many places. The third prince struggled to say, "Take me to the government office and tell the magistrate my identity. Ask him to use the whole county's strength to save my life." After saying this, he couldn't hold on any more and fainted. The people in the village heard the noise that night, but dared not go outside. The howling wild boars, many dark shadows, and the angry roar of the bamboo bear scared the villagers so much they trembled. They kept their doors tightly shut to keep the scary things out. Sheng Ziyuan, startled awake, first knocked on his daughter's door. After a long time, there was no answer. Only two little ones sleeping soundly, which made him so scared his legs went weak. Sheng Jiang also couldn't find Ningzheng. The father and son were very frightened and dared to go outside to look for people. But when they saw the scene before them, they were stunned. Several wild boars, each about 200 jin, were lying on the ground, apparently already cold. There were more than 20 live wild boars, tied to trees, with their tusks broken and ropes around their mouths, unable to make a sound. The bodies of the third prince's guards, which had been there earlier, had been quietly taken away by the secret guards, with no signs of a fight. What happened? What just happened? Shang Ziyuan and his son almost slapped each other, wondering if they had just dreamed. But the strange scene was real. Sheng He didn't have time to explain. Shuang Fu gently bit his clothes and tugged, looking very anxious, asking Sheng He for his little ones. The newborn panda cubs cannot regulate their body temperature yet and must stay close to their mother at all times. Shuang Fu has not seen her babies for a long time and is very worried. Sheng He quickly reacted, took out 2 warm babies from the insulated box in the space, and handed them to Shuang Fu. Shuang Fu licked her cubs with her tongue. They were warm and sleeping peacefully. She happily made a few sounds to Sheng He, as if praising him for taking good care of the babies. Then she happily rolled around with her cubs and, with her small, round tail wagging, returned to her bamboo shelter. The villagers heard the noise outside and gradually calmed down, coming out to see what was happening. Feng Zhuangdou saw the wild boars again, feeling both surprised and happy, as if he was floating. Seeing Sheng He's calm expression, he knew that Sheng He and the young Lord Huai had dealt with the wild boars. Sheng He loudly said, "We don't know how so many wild boars suddenly appeared in the forest, but we've taken care of the danger. Everyone can share the meat. Those already on the ground can be eaten now, and the ones still alive can be kept and eaten slowly later." The villagers clapped their hands upon hearing this. Although it sounded unbelievable, there were only Sheng, Ning, and a bear in the open space. Since the wild boars were taken care of by them, the villagers had no choice but to believe it. No wonder the folks from Zaoer village always say Miss He is lucky. She stayed in our poor village for just one night and suddenly wild boars came right to her. Wow, I've truly seen a miracle. My little grandson has been craving meat for months. Now, finally, we can have some food. Amid the villagers' cheers, Feng Zhuangdou was so excited he didn't know what to say. He walked up to Sheng He and suddenly knelt down with a thud. His face turned red from the shock. He was overwhelmed by Sheng He's strength and was deeply impressed. He felt that following such a master gave him hope for a better life. Sheng He smiled and helped Feng Zhuangdou up, then said to everyone, "Let's rest and prepare to eat meat tomorrow." The villagers believed Sheng He and Ningzhen had handled the wild boars together, but Sheng family's father and son knew the truth in their hearts. How could a delicate young woman like Sheng he possibly handle a wild boar? After spending some time with Ningzheng, they knew that Ningzheng had strong inner strength and excellent martial skills. Yes, it must have been young Master Huai who dealt with the wild boars alone. Thinking this, Sheng Jiang admired Ningzheng very much. After all, he dreamed of becoming a handsome, brave hero who fights for justice. Sheng he told her father and brother to go back to their rooms and sleep. She still had two things to say to Ningzheng. The Sheng family father and son often saw this pair coming and going. Although Ningzheng and Sheng he had never crossed any boundaries, they still felt like they were a perfect match. Sheng Ziyuan looked worried, as if his own cabbage was about to be eaten by a pig, but inside, he wasn't too worried. Sheng Jiang had already started to accept that Ningzheng would soon become his sister's husband. He happily went back to his room to sleep, looking forward to tomorrow morning when they would go to the village to enjoy some wild boar meat. Sheng he stopped Ningzheng and softly asked, "Are those people who came with the wild boar your enemies? From their looks, it seems you have a deep grudge with them." Ningzheng lowered his eyes, his long black eyelashes hiding his clear eyes. He said, "I caused you trouble." Sheng he suddenly chuckled and pointed at the wild boar caught in the tree, saying, "But I like this kind of trouble." After all, Ningzheng had the ability to protect her and her family, and he could handle these problems well. Sheng he always believed that taking risks for wealth and fame was worth it. In this case, she had gained a lot by following Ningzheng and getting some benefits. Seeing Sheng he's eager smile, Ningzheng's guilt suddenly disappeared. He felt he no longer needed to be cautious. This woman had unexpectedly given him some strength. Ningzheng softly said, "If I'm right, the real mastermind will appear at the prefect's office tomorrow. Are you interested in going to see?" "Of course. I'm going to the county town tomorrow to buy ingredients for making steamed buns for shuang fu." Sheng he was naturally curious about the person in front of her. When he asked, she immediately agreed. The next day, the rooster crowed 3 times, and the whole village was shrouded in morning fog. The villagers, usually idle, became excited and took out their long-unused pig-killing tools, gathering in the small open space. Soon, a pig-killing bed was set up, along with a row of sturdy wooden shelves to hold the pork and internal organs. Nearby, there was a row of large pots and stoves. The fire in the big stove burned brightly, making the water inside boil quickly. The women urged the children to go play on one side, so they wouldn't get burned by the fierce flames near the stove. The men studied how to cut the pig meat. "Hey, this wild boar meat is tough. It's full of tendons, firm but not good for making dumplings. Dumplings need a mix of fat and lean meat for flavor and juiciness." One man picked his teeth and sorted through the meat, feeling happy but pretending to be tough, as if he couldn't get enough of meat. His wife didn't like his attitude and said sharply, "Come on you. You never get any meat on your teeth at home, and now you're picky? Thinking about making dumplings? We don't even have flour to roll the dough." She was quick-witted, making the man speechless. But he didn't get angry. Instead, he hummed a happy tune and joined the men to discuss how to cut the pig. At the village entrance, Feng Zhuang set off firecrackers for a divination, which was a big event, even more lively than the New Year. Sheng Ziyuan opened the window and saw a lively scene of villagers killing pigs, feeling energized and full of spirit. He had been lying around for years and forgot what it felt like to work hard for achievements. Now, since his daughter got better, it seemed like the village was about to develop. He, an old man, didn't want to rest anymore. Now, hearing the villagers call him Great Lord of the Sky made him feel proud. He was willing to work in the mud with the villagers every day. Sheng Jiang watched the villagers kill pigs for a while, then confidently rode his horse with his father to the government office. Zhou Zhou and Ji Ji watched Xing Xing and Qing Yun finish their milk. Each carried a small book box and rode a bull cart to Zaoer village school. Sheng he fed Shuang Fu a bowl of milk, full of nutrients and vitamins to help her recover after giving birth. Ningzheng and Bei and brought a big bundle of tender bamboo from the back mountain, enough for Shuang Fu to chew on for a while. Taking care of household matters, Ningzheng and Sheng he headed straight to the county town. In the county town, the area in front of the government office was lively and busy. It was the start of the morning market, and the magistrate hadn't yet arrived to begin official duties, but the door was already being knocked loudly. Lu Chuanxing, carrying the completely immobile third prince on her back, struggled to reach the government office entrance. Who knows how much hardship she endured? Holding back her headache, Lu Chuanxing knocked on the door and shouted loudly, "Open the door. Open it." The person at the door is the third prince. I am the third princess. Aren't you coming to welcome him? Hurry up and send for your magistrate to come out, and bring the best doctor to see to me and the third prince. Lu Chuanxing thought her words would attract the official's attention, so she respectfully asked to be taken inside the hall for treatment. But to others, she looked like a crazy woman with messy hair and bloodstains all over her body, and beside her lay a disabled person covered in blood. What is this woman saying? Claiming she's the third princess? She must be trying to climb the social ladder and has lost her mind. Look at the injuries on the person lying on the ground. Must have been from chopping wood or hunting in the mountains, maybe got trampled by a wild boar and fell off a cliff. The woman is crazy, and the man is about to die. Their days are truly over. The villagers gathered around the government office were discussing loudly, paying no attention to the two figures squeezing in. One was slender and pretty, the other tall and strong. It was Sheng He and Ning Zheng. Sheng He frowned as she looked at Lu Chuanxing, her eyes filled with disgust. She hadn't expected the incident last night with the wild boar attacking Wangtu village and her to come to light. Her reputation was already ruined after her affair with Lu Erling, and now she was trying to associate with the third prince. She was truly relentless. Sheng He's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared on her lips. She reached into her purse and grabbed a handful of small copper coins, calling over some playful children and giving them a few instructions. The children took the coins, jumped happily, and headed toward the market. Lu Chuanxing cried and made a fuss for a long time, but there was no response from inside the government office. It was probably still too early. The morning market had just begun, and the magistrate hadn't yet arrived. The third prince felt he was about to collapse, making a choking sound. Lu Chuanxing was frantic. She was now relying on the third prince to regain her dignity. The third prince must not die. Moreover, she was poisoned herself. Without the help of a skilled doctor arranged by the third prince's influence, she would surely die. Seeing the third prince's face turn paler and paler, Lu Chuanxing was about to break down. No, she had to find a doctor first to stabilize his life. In a panic, Lu Chuanxing looked around the crowd, then suddenly froze. A beautiful woman was calmly staring at her, her expression indifferent and untroubled. Sheng He, Lu Chuanxing first shrank back, instinctively covering her face in guilt. Then she remembered something and strode quickly to Sheng He, her eyes filled with madness. Sheng He, did you see the person lying on the ground? He's the third prince. Aren't you a skilled healer? Hurry and save him. If you save him, you'll make a great contribution. And you must first cure my poison. I have a terrible headache. Lu Chuanxing had long hated Sheng He deeply. She would never hand over the title of the person who saved the third prince to her. When the third prince woke up, she would kick Sheng He away with one foot. Only she could be loved, respected, and grateful to him. All of Lu Chuanxing's scheming on her face was seen by Sheng He, who sneered coldly. Sometimes she really couldn't understand where Lu Chuanxing got such a thick face. Last night, she was using wild boars to harm her, and now she was suffering the consequences, yet she still had the nerve to demand treatment. Good grief, she was eager to rush to her death. Most people in Datong County didn't know Sheng He, so everyone's eyes focused on her. Sheng He simply stepped forward confidently and calmly told the impatient Lu Chuanxing, 1,000 taels of silver. This caused an uproar. 1,000 taels of silver? Are you robbing us? Lu Chuanxing shouted sharply. Sheng He, saving the third prince is your reward. How dare you ask for such a high price? 1,000 taels of silver is the price for your antidote, Sheng He replied with a slight smile, pointing at the person lying nearby, who looked like a dead body. As for the third prince you mentioned, he's an unlucky short-lived man. With such injuries, he won't survive. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Since he tasted the intoxicating and soul-stirring experience with Lu Chuanqing last time, he could never forget it. He had endured for so long and was now eager to see her again. Lu Chuanqing's crying and struggling sounds reached the ears of the barely awake third prince. He struggled to open his eyes and saw her behaving indecently in the street, along with some painful memories. This woman actually dared to deceive him. The third prince wanted to curse, but he couldn't make a sound. His chest felt like it was burning with fire, and then a bitter, metallic taste filled his mouth. Blood spurted out. The scene was chaotic. The onlookers were stunned. What exactly was happening? At that moment, the gate of the government office creaked open. The magistrate came out slowly. The third prince was overjoyed. This was his father's official, and he believed the entire government would come to save him. But just then, the magistrate's annoyed voice rang out. "What's all this noise so early in the morning?" When the magistrate stepped out, he saw a fat man, an old woman, and a woman fighting fiercely. It was a mess, especially the woman, who rushed forward cursing and saying she needed a doctor to save the third prince. The magistrate couldn't help but laugh in anger. Where was the third prince? Was he lying underground, almost dead? Did they think he was stupid? The magistrate had 2 wives waiting for him to go back and rest. He had no time to deal with this noisy crowd. He waved his hand and ordered, "Punish those disturbing the peace at the gate with 30 strikes each." That Lu woman, who falsely claimed to be part of the royal family, is to be thrown into prison. Having said that, feeling proud and imposing, he turned and strode back into his house, ignoring everyone else. The third prince's limbs were broken, and the guards threw him onto the torture bench. He trembled with pain and couldn't even defend himself. After a few strikes, he coughed up blood and died. Lu Er's mother and son didn't expect to be involved. They cursed their bad luck and begged the officials for mercy. But the officials paid no attention. Without hesitation, they pressed them down and beat them, then threw them out. Lu Chuanqing was the most miserable. Not only was she beaten, but she was also thrown into prison. Moreover, she had poison in her body, which would soon cause her to suffer and die. This period of hatred finally ended completely. Sheng He and Ning Zheng had left the government office and were strolling along the town street, planning to buy ingredients for Double Blessing's favorite snack. Ning Zheng obediently followed Sheng He, looking a bit troubled. After hesitating for a long time, he finally asked, "After watching the chaos at the government office, do you have nothing to say or anything you want to ask me? For example, is the third prince that Lu Chuanqing mentioned really true? Does Ning Zheng have some grudge against him?" Sheng He was preparing to make cornmeal for the snack. Hearing Ning Zheng's question, she stopped, picked up a string of small sugar figs from a nearby stall, and smiled softly, asking, "Do you want to eat this?" "Just asking about that." Seeing her relaxed expression, Ning Zheng's furrowed brows slowly eased. He took the sugar figs from her hand and tossed 2 coins to the vendor. Actually, Lu Chuanqing is not lying when she said the person seriously injured was the third prince, Ning Zheng said quietly, looking at Sheng He. Are you afraid? Killing royal relatives is a serious crime." Sheng He chuckled softly and continued walking through the bustling market with Ning Zheng. "I'm not afraid. If I guessed correctly, your status should be higher than the third prince's, right?" Her voice was soft and faint, inaudible to others, but just right for Ning Zheng to hear. Ning Zheng was a bit surprised. She had already seen through everything so clearly. That's right. The blood flowing in Ning Zheng's veins was from the direct line of the royal family, which was much more noble than the third prince. Sheng He pursed her lips and thought, assassinating a royal child is indeed a serious crime, punishable by exile to 9 generations. But she wasn't one of his 9 generations, so what was there to fear? She was just worried that if she said that, Ning Zheng might get angry. So Sheng He sweetened her words to comfort him. "Huaiga, we fight fire with fire, and we have a clear conscience. There's nothing to be afraid of. Besides, everyone has their secrets." Sheng He didn't want to press Ning Zheng for anything. She only knew that Ningzheng's care and help for her and her family were genuine and sincere. Moreover, the wild boar attack this time was definitely not aimed only at Ningzheng. When Sheng He saw Lu Chuanxing again, she felt her bloodthirsty hatred. Let's go. The trouble is over now. Let's go shopping and bring some small gifts back for the children and double blessings, Sheng He said lightly. Ningzheng looked at Sheng He and felt a change in his heart. He nodded. The county town is big, with many types of vendors and lots of visitors coming and going. This trip to the market was mainly for Shuangfu. Sheng He bought corn flour, wheat flour, and soy flour, planning to secretly add vitamins, oatmeal, and eggs from the space to make fragrant steamed cornbread to feed Shuangfu. As for Shuangfu's favorite bowl of milk, he still needed to buy fresh milk near Wangtu village, since always taking things from the space might raise suspicion. Honey could be quietly mixed in as well. Since it was rare to visit the county town, Sheng He didn't want to only buy things for Shuangfu. He also bought 2 bags of butterfly pastries, sesame slices, and a few boxes of small snacks. These were treats for the children, and he could also enjoy some of these ancient delicacies himself. He went to the calligraphy and painting shop to buy a good inkstone, specifically for his father to handle official documents. His old inkstone had cracks and was about to break apart, but he was reluctant to replace it. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find a suitable gift for Sheng Jiang. Ningzheng also helped Sheng He pick and browse for a long time but couldn't find anything appropriate for Sheng Jiang. After all, Sheng Jiang wasn't interested in food or calligraphy. He only liked to play with swords and spears. But giving him a big sword wouldn't be very appropriate, right? At that moment, Ningzheng suddenly saw a shop selling exotic goods from the north and south. Inside, something caught his eye, and he quickly led Sheng He over. What Ningzheng liked was a strangely shaped slingshot. Its shape was a bit odd, with some unreadable characters carved on it, but it looked very well made. Sheng He thought this item was quite suitable for Sheng Jiang, the young troublemaker. He could carry it on him, use it for self-defense in critical moments, and in his free time, he could also use it to shoot birds or rabbits. Sheng He asked the shopkeeper, "Boss, where does this slingshot come from? How much is it?" The shopkeeper hurried over, took this strange-looking slingshot, and examined it for a while. "Someone brought this to our shop, saying it was used by the Bumu people. If you're serious about buying, name your price." The Bumu people live further west in the northern region, neighboring the Great Zhao. They are said to raise strong, fat horses, making their cavalry especially powerful. Sheng He pointed to a number and said, 30 guan coins. I don't know if the shopkeeper was straightforward or if the price of the slingshot was already low, but he hardly bargained and agreed quickly. Ningzheng looked at the string of characters carved into the cloth-covered slingshot from the Buman tribe. His eyes flickered slightly as he carefully wrapped it in a cloth handkerchief and placed it into the cloth bag holding Sheng He's belongings. Almost done with shopping, Sheng He called an ox cart on the roadside and piled all the packages onto it. Ningzheng, who normally would be riding a proud horse, couldn't do so now. He also climbed onto the cart with Sheng He, listening to the squeaking sound of the ox cart as they headed to their new home in Wangtu village. When Sheng He and Ningzheng returned to Wangtu village, the villagers had already cut up all the wild boar killed last night, waiting for Sheng He to come and share the meat. Sheng He took 2 pigs, one for himself and his business team's family members. Since the men in the family often traveled far away, the women and children at home were always worried, and life was even harder. Sheng He wanted to give them some good food. The other pig was sent to Zao school. Now that the school has a cafeteria, sending pork there would give the children a chance to enjoy some meat and have a hearty meal. The rest of the meat was divided among the people of Wangtu village. Some were made into cured meats or dried sausages, others into salted, dried, or pickled meats. Most of the pork was taken home by the villagers, eager to fry, cook, and stir-fry it into various home-cooked dishes for a hearty meal. The Sheng family received the most pork, but Sheng He only took what they needed based on their appetite. He wasn't good at curing meat, and in ancient times, without refrigerators, excess meat would spoil easily. Everyone in the village was grateful and reciprocated. When they cooked pork at home, they would send a small dish to Sheng He's family as a token of kindness. Now, the dinner table was filled with 10 or 20 bowls and plates, turning the meal into a feast. While eating, everyone happily discussed which family's dishes tasted the best. Such joy was hard to beat. After dinner, Sheng He took out all the things he had brought back from the county. He did this early so that the two little kids at home wouldn't just eat snacks and forget to eat proper meals. Butterfly pastries are so delicious. Sesame slices smell so good. What kind of snack is this? The children's faces lit up when they saw the snacks, but Sheng He didn't let them eat too much at night to avoid indigestion, which could cause stomach trouble. Sheng Ziyuan received a new inkstone, and he was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. He was already planning how to show off to his colleagues at the government office, his master, the deputy, and others, that this was a gift from his beloved daughter. Sheng Jiang jumped 3 feet high when he got the slingshot. He was still a playful boy, and he wished it were daytime so he could go out and shoot some birds to show his skill. Bayan didn't expect to receive a gift either. Feeling a bit shy, he took his package and quietly looked at it. It was a sturdy leather knee pad. He tried it on his knee again and again, then happily demonstrated a set of martial arts moves in front of Sheng Jiang. Ning Zheng and Sheng He watched their happy family like a festive celebration. They couldn't help but smile. They stood side by side, looked at each other, and both said at the same time, "I brought you a gift too." In each other's eyes, they saw small surprises and joy, and soon, both were smiling. Neither of them expected the other to secretly buy a gift for themselves. Ning Zheng gave Sheng He a beautiful hairpin decorated with a cool, bright lily flower. Ning Zheng had never bought such a feminine item before. When he gave it to Sheng He was very nervous, worried she might not like it. Sheng He smiled softly, pinning the hairpin in her hair, and asked Ning Zheng with a gentle smile, "Does it look good?" Ning Zheng's gaze lingered on her face for a moment, and he felt his ears turn red. He softly replied, "It looks beautiful." Sheng He took out a small heart-protecting mirror from her sleeve and handed it to Ning Zheng. "When we were on the street, you asked me if I was afraid, right?" Sheng He handed him the mirror. "I'm not afraid of those people. I'm only worried that your enemies might come to hurt you. You must take care of yourself." Through this night attack, Sheng He realized that Ning Zheng's identity was not as simple as it seemed. Sheng He couldn't change the past, but he only hoped Ning Zheng would stay safe. "Okay," Ning Zheng nodded, his eyes like a gentle, warm spring. After staying for more than half a month, life in Wangtu village was very peaceful. The panda babies, Jingxing and Qingyun, had already put on small woolen clothes. Their short, chubby limbs, dark eye circles, and adorable little faces had all turned black. Shuangfu's body had fully recovered and was now as strong as a tiger. Shuangfu has taken the baby back to the mountains to eat bamboo, but he still comes back every day to show Xinghe how his baby is growing. This way, he can get a tasty snack like steamed corn cakes or sweet milk, and sometimes he even gets a small apple as a treat. Shuangfu spends his days eating, drinking, and taking care of the baby, or he runs around with his big bottom to scare the wild boars nearby. These tough, thick-skinned wild boars are afraid not only of Shuangfu but also of humans, especially those dressed in black. They run away in fear when they see them. The guards say, "Are we the ones to blame for being fierce and quiet and for wearing black clothes? Since they were tied to a tree for a whole day and night, they now automatically faint when they see a tree trunk, foaming at the mouth. Their courage is even smaller than those chubby little pigs." Villagers from Wangtu village say, wild boars are hard to raise because they are too fragile and tend to seek death easily. Their village has become quite good at raising pigs. When news spread that they caught about 20 wild boars, everyone nearby was amazed. One wild boar attack can catch a village off guard, and if things go wrong, someone could get hurt. But Wangtu villagers caught over 20, and they even killed many to bloodlet and eat. People wonder how they did it. Are they all super strong? When this news reached the villagers of Zaor, they didn't find it strange. After all, Miss He is lucky, and the wild boars probably came to her on their own. Sheng Ziyuan has recently made great progress in promoting new farming tools. The pilot experiments have been very successful, and people are spreading the word. More and more are accepting the new tools that save time and effort. Now, people have free time to rest and prepare for the harvest so they can at least get through the winter. He quickly received a letter from Xiaofu, saying that the repairs at home are finished and her family can return slowly. She is now studying at Zaoer school. Although her writing is a bit crooked, she is still considered a cultured person. Finally, after about 10 days of tidying up, Sheng's family finished their small stay and hurried back to their beautifully renovated home. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw Cui Laomu and Wang Jiayi welcoming them. Especially Cui Laomu. Though his health has mostly recovered thanks to Shenghi's care, and he's not so picky about food anymore, he truly missed Miss He's cooking skills. Wang Jiayi was almost furious with jealousy. Just thinking that Lord Huai could go with Sheng He to Wangtu village made his back teeth ache. How did this clever man manage to persuade Miss He? Wah, I'm so jealous I could cry. Sheng He's family couldn't wait to push open the door and enter the house. They all gasped in surprise at what they saw. After tidying up, the house suddenly looked bigger and brighter. The old beams that had been eaten by bugs and the broken roof tiles were all replaced. Even the old flower stand was repaired, and the flowers bloomed more lively than before. The backyard was the most expensive part to fix. It was full of clutter, so cleaning took a lot of time and effort. They also built new chicken coops, stables, and storage rooms. Everything was neat and organized. The backyard was now tidy. The chicken and duck pens were spacious. Now, they only kept a few small yellow chickens, which had grown big and were happily running around. Maybe in the future, they could buy some little ducks to raise too. The pond had water now, so raising ducks wouldn't be a problem. The ducks could eat bugs in the fields and help protect the rice seedlings. Sheng Jiang quickly led the horse into the stable and tied it up. He also filled the feed, and the horse happily chewed and snorted. He went to the kitchen. The damaged part of the big stove had been repaired, and the chimney no longer emitted a choking smell. Although she hadn't cooked for about 10 days, the stove and iron pots had been cleaned thoroughly by little Fu and her mother. Dried cured meat and preserved vegetables hung on the beams. When they heard He was coming back, they even brought fresh vegetables and fruits from the fields. They washed them well and placed them on a small table in the corner. The Sheng family was full of happiness. Meanwhile, on a small path leading to Wuchuan County Town, a team of carriages and horses appeared, swaggering and blocking the entire road. The arrogant coachman whipped the people standing by the roadside. The people whipped by the coachman looked at the crowd, who were too afraid to argue. They could only grit their teeth and step aside. This person is so arrogant. It's just unreasonable. Someone stood up and said angrily. Exactly. Look at them. They don't seem like locals from Wuchuan County. Why are they showing off here?
Huh?
I've been wondering why these people look so unfamiliar. Who are they looking for? Everyone started talking. Some muttered, who knows? It looks like they're going to the county magistrate's house. Ian Deffa's carriage was indeed heading toward the county magistrate's office, but he was not looking for the Sheng family. Instead, he was going to find Master Cui, who lived next door to the Sheng family and was skilled at making farming tools. Ian Deffa had been living a happy life until one day he heard that a Master Cui had come to Wuchuan County. This Master Cui made tools that saved time and effort. Wasn't he the craftsman the governor had asked him to keep an eye on and try to win over? Thinking of this, Ian Deffa became angry. He didn't understand why Wuchuan County had suddenly gotten so lucky. Master Cui, who could have stayed in their prosperous Datong County, chose to settle in this small, shabby town. What made him most annoyed was that old Xing Yuan had managed to win over Master Cui first. He had already promoted many farming tools. It was simply unfair, letting those poor folks in Wuchuan County take advantage of them for nothing. But it didn't matter much. This time, Ian Deffa had come with full sincerity to meet Master Cui. He believed that once Master Cui saw the generous reward he offered, he would obediently follow him to Datong County. Ian Deffa was feeling quite pleased with himself. He lifted the curtain of his carriage, planning to leisurely mock this poor, backward Wuchuan County and looked down on those weak, impoverished small counties. This had always been his favorite pastime. But the moment he lifted the curtain, he froze in surprise. What he saw was a lush green rice field. Other crops at the edges of the fields looked lively and healthy. People were working the land with strange tools, seemingly effortless, even joking and laughing as they worked. A continuous network of bamboo water channels fed into the fields, with the gentle sound of flowing water, soothing and pleasant. The air was fresher and more humid than elsewhere. Some children on the ridges were holding books, reciting the 1,000-character classic. A poor farm boy reading such a book? Did he think a phoenix would fly out of a chicken coop? Even more unbelievable, some children were squatting in the fields, recording something. They said it was homework assigned by their teacher for agricultural studies. They looked so serious, like they truly believed it. Defa felt like his eyes were playing tricks on him. This place shouldn't be a wasteland of withered, yellowed crops. The villagers shouldn't all look worried, pale, and thin. Last time he visited Zaoer village and argued with Shenghe, Wuchuan County was still in that same miserable state. Defa found it hard to believe. Was he really in Wuchuan County? Had he taken a wrong turn? But the local accent was unmistakably Wuchuan County's. Looking at his Daidong County now, there is no water in the fields. The rice plants can't produce grains, and the vegetable, cotton, and soybean fields are all yellow and withered. Both people and crops look droopy and sad. Some villagers have gone to the government office several times to ask for help with water, but isn't that a joke? He's not a water dragon. Just saying there is water doesn't mean there is water. He really doesn't understand what the farmers are so anxious about. If he can't grow good crops himself, why should he be bothered? Moreover, the Imperial Observatory already predicted a big harvest this year. As long as they hold on a little longer, heavy rains will come and water all the crops. Daidong County has many fields and good seeds, so surpassing that small, poor Weichuan County is only a matter of time. Although Magistrate Yin looked indifferent, he felt a mix of emotions inside. Finally, he gritted his teeth and angrily lowered the carriage curtain, trying not to see anything and stay calm. The carriage sped along wildly. The coachman drove recklessly and fiercely, almost crashing into everything, until they reached the town and stopped at Chui's house. Magistrate Yin, supported by 2 or 3 obedient servants, got off the carriage. He forced a smile and went to knock on Master Chui's door himself. Knock, knock, knock. He didn't expect that after knocking for a long time he was sweating all over, but there was still no response inside. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Magistrate Yin rolled up his sleeves and knocked harder. But when he did, Chui's door didn't open. Instead, the door next door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. You're knocking so hard the door might fall off. Do you think maybe no one is home? No matter how hard you knock, no one will open. Why don't you step aside and wait? An irritable old man came out from next door and shouted at Yin. Yin was stunned for a moment, then felt that this man looked familiar. Wasn't he the crazy old man who came to the county office before, claiming to be a craftsman? Yin didn't notice anything strange and immediately rolled his eyes. You old troublemaker. I'm here to see Master Chui. Mind your own business. Be careful, or I'll have you arrested and beaten. As soon as Yin finished speaking, someone called out from nearby, Master Chui, who's knocking on your door. Hearing this, Yin's face turned pale. Could it really be Master Chui himself? County Magistrate Yin remembered that day when he tried to offer the farming tools, but Master Chui drove him out. His heart ached at the memory. He was so foolish. He had missed a great opportunity. If he had just managed to win over Master Chui back then, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble now. What made Magistrate Yin angrier was that the person coming out of the house was someone he knew well, Shenghe, who he always found irritating. Hey, Magistrate Yin, what a surprise. How is it? The elder brother of the Huzhou Prefecture Magistrate, now actually coming to our Wuchuan County. Shenghe greeted him with a sneaky smile, acting as if he was just watching a good show, which made Magistrate Yin very annoyed. Magistrate Yin took a deep breath. No matter what, today he had to take Master Chui away. So, he ignored Xinghe, smiled warmly, and happily walked over to Master Chui. So, you must be Master Chui. We've met before, do you remember? Sorry for being rude earlier. I've come to apologize and visit you properly this time. Old Chui didn't fall for this. Today, Xiaohe said they wanted to celebrate his safe return home by preparing a big meal. Not only that, but he also wanted to personally make some special treats like bursting mochi and thumb-sized fried buns. These were Xiaohe's new creations, and just hearing their names made him eager. He wished he could fly so he could taste them as soon as possible. But just then, a loud knocking at the door from next door interrupted Shenghe's cooking. Get to the point. Stop wasting time with nonsense, Old Chui said impatiently to Magistrate Yin. Magistrate Yin glanced at Shenghe standing beside Master Chui and deliberately said, Master Chui, may I speak with you privately? What I need to discuss is very important, and there are others here, so it's not convenient. Shenghe smiled and said, Magistrate Yin, please be clear. You are standing on our Wuchuan County's land.
Who is the outsider?
I don't need to tell you, do I? Old Chui had already guessed why Magistrate Yin came this time. He disliked Yin's arrogant attitude, especially now that he was acting suspiciously, guarding Shenghe like a thief. This made him even more annoyed. Say what you want. I don't want to give you a chance to speak. What dirty secrets are you hiding that you don't want others to see? Yin County Magistrate was once again turned away, feeling a faint surge of anger in his heart. However, he couldn't vent his frustration on Master Chui, since he still needed to follow the governor's orders to keep him on his side. Yin's gaze fell on Shenghe. It must be that this cunning woman brainwashed Master Chui, which was why he looked down on him so much. The more Yin thought about it, the angrier he became. He decided to vent all his anger on Shenghe, putting on a haughty attitude and shouting, Shenghe, you're just a woman. Master Chui and I are discussing important matters. You have no right to interrupt. I've known your father for a long time, so you should call me uncle. Hurry up and pour me a cup of tea to soothe my throat. Oh, I'll shove your face in.
How dare you talk to Miss He like that?
Your mouth stinks. Before Yin could finish speaking, Master Chui stepped in to speak up. Yin was startled. Why was Master Chui defending Shenghe so fiercely? He thought for a moment and came to what he believed was a certain conclusion. He quickly stepped forward and politely said to Old Chui, Master Chui, you probably don't understand the situation in Hezhou. Shenghe is just the daughter of a very poor county magistrate in our province. There's no need to flatter her so much. Look, you came to our big and rich Datong County. I can give you a lot of silver every month. Isn't that better than staying in this broken place? Old Chui frowned and said nothing. Seeing that Master Chui was silent, Yin thought he had taken his words to heart. He then took a silver ingot from his pocket and handed it to Old Chui, saying, If it's not enough, we can discuss it. I have nothing to discuss with you. You disgusting, ungrateful thing. Take your broken copper and junk and get out of here. Old Chui was so angry he almost lost his temper. He swung the silver ingot he had just received and threw it at Yin. It hit Yin right on the forehead, causing a big bump. The pain made Yin grimace and grit his teeth. Yin's patience with Old Chui's flattery was finally gone. He cursed loudly and badly. You ungrateful old man. Do you think Wuchuan County can really compare to our Datong County?
Bah!
You're blind. You refuse good wine and take the bad. I'll make you regret it sooner or later. Old Master Chui saw that this was not a human thing and was still barking like a dog. He then grabbed his shoe and continued to hit Deputy Magistrate Yin, luckily protected by his men. At this moment, several passers-by saw Deputy Magistrate Yin being beaten and cheered. Good. Well done. They are reckless on the road and blame us for blocking the way, then whip us. Exactly, my back still burns from it. My son is so young, he almost got hit too. I can't understand how these heartless people could do such things. Hit them. Beat them hard. Then, the crowd surrounded Deputy Magistrate Yin and his men, throwing rotten vegetable leaves, dirt stones, and broken sticks at them to vent their anger. Shenghe squinted her eyes and ordered Aunt Agui to find some strong men's brothers. They Deputy Magistrate Yin and his officers like pigs, then whipped them and drove them onto a carriage. Shung-hee, you wicked girl. Deputy Magistrate Een, who had lived a privileged life for many years, was furious. He had never been treated like this, bound and beaten, and it made him so angry, he almost exploded. Shung-hee's face was full of a smile, and she felt extremely happy inside. Humph, on her territory, could anyone really be so arrogant? The horses pulled the heavy carriage as it clattered toward Datong County. The villagers vented their anger, cheered happily, and then said to Shung-hee, "Miss Hee, don't be afraid. What you did was right. If they dare to cause trouble again, we'll stand up for you." Exactly, who doesn't have a couple of men? If they want to fight, we're ready. We won't let them hurt Miss Hee. Yes, without Miss Hee, our county wouldn't be the same. Everyone spoke excitedly, but old Master Chui couldn't wait any longer. He urged everyone to disperse quickly, so as not to delay Miss Hee making sticky, juicy mochi and delicious, juicy fried buns. The matter was over in no time. Sheng Ziyuan and Wang Jiai were busy kneading dough in the kitchen, and Sheng Jiang was learning how to make fried buns, completely unaware of what was happening outside. The two children were inside practicing calligraphy carefully and weren't affected at all. Only Ningzheng followed Sheng-hee out. Although he didn't appear at the door, he silently guarded her. If Sheng-hee was bullied, he would step forward and punch the attacker down. However, Sheng-hee had never disappointed Ningzheng. She was not a weak or easily bullied person. Although this matter was resolved smoothly, Ningzheng was deep in thought. The ungrateful Een County Magistrate kept causing trouble in Sheng-hee's presence. If he wasn't given a good lesson, he might come back to cause more trouble next time. He needed to make him see and hear that the words, Dancing County, brought only nightmares, so he would never dare to step foot there again. Thinking of this, Ningzheng waved his hand and gave a few instructions to Bayan. After hearing them, Bayan happily agreed and, unnoticed by others, quickly disappeared. The carriage had no idea how long it had been traveling. Een County Magistrate was thrown into the carriage like an animal and was pressed down by several guards at the bottom. Ugh, ugh, his mouth was gagged, and he was squeezed so tightly that his face was about to collapse. He couldn't even curse, and he almost turned his eyes in frustration. Finally, he managed to struggle free from the guard's pressure and sat up. Suddenly, the carriage braked sharply with a loud bang, causing him to hit the side and cry out in pain.
Who
are you?" The coachman outside screamed in terror, then burst into tears. "Help! Bandits are coming!" Hearing this, Een County Magistrate's heart sank. No way. Why is today so unlucky? First, Shang-hee caused all this trouble, and now I meet bandits on the way. Isn't this going to be the end of me? I should have checked the almanac before leaving today. What kind of terrible place is Dancing County? It's just bad luck for me. Een County Magistrate was pulled out of the carriage by someone and kicked to the ground. Ugh, ugh. About 10 black-clad men surrounded Een County Magistrate and others. The leader, masked, ordered, "Search them. Take all their belongings." The masked man was none other than Bayan, who was close to Ningzheng. These black-clad men weren't real bandits, but Ningzheng's secret guards. Unaware of the danger, Een County Magistrate was so frightened he was trembling and kept kowtowing with his mouth gagged. He thought to himself, if he was robbed by bandits, at least he was lucky to keep his life. I didn't expect these bandits to be so thorough. They didn't just steal the silver coins in his pocket, the jade-inlaid belt, or the gemstone-adorned crown, but even took out his gold teeth. In the end, they only left him with a pair of underpants. Only then did Bayan seem satisfied, waving his hand dismissively, looking bold and rough, leading his guards away. Deputy Magistrate Een and his men were still trembling and crying together, comforting themselves. Although it was a disaster, at least they kept their lives. It just shows that the people of Wuchuan County are really desperate, so much so that the mountain bandits even want to off their clothes. Even at this moment, Deputy Magistrate Een couldn't resist making a few snide remarks. Now that his clothes have been completely taken, as the head of a county, he can't just go back to Datong County completely, right? If anyone saw him like this, he might as well just resign and retire. Just when everyone was feeling helpless, someone came up with a good idea. If he just covered his head, no one would recognize him. Deputy Magistrate Ian was forced to accept this plan. He found a piece of cloth from the robbed carriage, wrapped it around his head, and, with everyone's curious and strange looks, quietly sneaked back home through the back door. When he got home, he was so hot and stuffy that he tore off the cloth on his head and ran into his room to put on his clothes. But just as he reached the main courtyard door, he ran into Lady He, who was there to pay her respects. According to usual practice, Lady He would go to the study in the main hall during the afternoon when the master was free, to serve ink and brush. When Lady He heard that the master was not at home, she was about to leave in disappointment. But as she turned, she saw him appear completely, which startled her so much that her face turned pale, and she exclaimed shyly, "Ah, master, why are you in such a hurry to take off your clothes?" Her words not only made Deputy Magistrate Ian blush, but the servants nearby also turned red in the face. Realizing her words might be suggestive, Lady He quickly added, "Master, the weather is a bit hot, isn't it? You're just cooling off. Get out of my way." Deputy Magistrate Ian had no interest in Lady He now. He pushed her aside and stormed into the house, grumbling, "I'm so angry. Wuchuan County only has a few broken farming tools now. What's so special about that? Our county has so much land. Surely we won't let everyone starve, right? Dadong County's annual tax revenue is the highest, and this year, we absolutely won't let some other counties surpass us. This Wuchuan County just wants to show off this time. Well, I won't let them have their way. At most, when the harvest comes in the fall, I will increase the taxes a little and ask those foolish farmers for more grain. Let those county officials see clearly who is truly the boss of the entire Huzhou prefecture." Just as County Magistrate Ian was putting on his official robes, a guard hurried in to report, "Something's wrong, sir. We've found large swarms of locusts in the county." Hearing this, Magistrate Yin's hand trembled, and his official hat fell to the ground with a clatter. This is the time when rice plants are forming grains. In a month or two, the harvest will be ready. If locusts come, they could cause the entire Dadong County to run out of food. He wasn't interested in whether the poor farmers could still cook their meals, but if he ignored it, he wouldn't be able to keep his official hat on his head. Magistrate Ian felt overwhelmed. Today was a bad day. He had planned to visit the temple to ward off bad luck, but now he had to rush to the county office to deal with the locust disaster. Madam, he saw that the Lord also heard the guard's report and couldn't help but feel her heart jump. "The locusts are here." A trusted maid nearby smiled and said to Madam, "Madam, you used to be a merchant's daughter, not some poor farmer. It's not strange that you don't know about locusts. Go inside and cool off. Only those poor farmers care about locusts or not." Madam, he was very good at flattering the Lord, often making him happy and showering her with gifts. When he's pleased, he rewards her with many things. Although Madam, he was hard to please, the servants thought it was good to serve such a mistress, so they flattered her as much as they could. But what the maid didn't know was that Madam, he was not really a merchant's daughter from the south. She hadn't been sold into a brothel by her wicked stepmother after her family fell on hard times. All of that was a lie she told to keep her dignity. She dared not tell anyone her true background because she was the most disliked person by the Lord, an orphan girl from Wuchuan, sold into a brothel by her poor father.
So, how could she not know about the locust disaster?
That thing she was once terrified of. She used a broom to chase it away, set it on fire, cried while trying to catch it with her hands, yet nothing worked. Hungry, she ate wild vegetables and gnawed on tree bark. Auntie took a deep breath and then slowly sighed. But those days are gone. He is no longer the young village girl who fought for a handful of rice and played tricks with her sisters. Now, she is a respectable lady in the county magistrate's house, enjoying all kinds of delicacies and treats. Just as she was thinking this, a loud call from outside the high wall reached her ears. Selling double-skin milk. Selling cold dishes. Ever since the master ordered her not to eat double-skin milk again, she dared not buy it. But today, since the master was busy outside, she could indulge freely. "Let's go buy a bowl of double-skin milk to cool off." And he was in a good mood. She waved her fan and led a group of servants out the door. In the alley, Hu Jinhua was about to put down her basket. Based on her past experience, business in this area was usually good. Suddenly, she saw a beautiful woman walking out of the county magistrate's house, surrounded by admiration and wealth. Hu Jinhua was stunned at first, then tears filled her eyes as she blurted out, "Second sister?" And he also recognized the young woman immediately. Though they hadn't seen each other in a long time and both had changed greatly, they had lived together in that poor, struggling family for over 10 years. And his face turned pale. She had finally escaped that family, those unlucky, impoverished ghosts. Could it be that heaven still wouldn't let her go, bringing her these unfortunate sisters again? No, she would never allow such a thing to happen.